fucking loud. Oops. Oops. Okay. That's done. Oh my fucking god. Alright, let's see if I can actually bring lo-fi into this without jumping into... Oh, it worked! Yes. Okay. Alright. How's it sound now? Is my voice at a good level? Compared to the music, I mean? Whoa. Why is my gain up so high? How about now? God damn. Is my mic sound really loud? Or does it sound alright? Or does this sound better? Here was okay. Tell me like where's best. Like Jesus Christ. I know you're not gonna be able to fucking tell me where I'm at. Probably like here-ish? Maybe like right here? How's this sound? Does this sound alright? Does this sound like too low? I lowered it a little. I heard push it a little bit. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put that there because it was super sensitive. I was listening to it on another video earlier. It was so sensitive. It's just ridiculously sensitive. Like I could hear everything that was happening. Like, ugh, if it's so bad. Turn the gain up like 3 decibels. How's this? Maybe a little louder? Maybe 5 decibels? Oh wait, I don't need this. Tom will never rape again. Terrible. How about now? How's this? Does this sound alright? Or is this like, it's a shit? I moved my boom arm. I don't know if I like where it's at. I moved it from here to like the back of my desk. Sounds pretty clean, actually. Okay. You know what? I'm just realizing that was the other microphone that I could hear like everything with. Like it was a condenser instead of this dynamic fucking mic. So it was really sensitive. Condenser mics are great for some stuff, but with long sessions like this, people start to hear the inside of your mouth slosh. That's exactly what I was fucking hearing, and I hated it. I fucking hated it. It was so gross. Yeah. Oh yeah. Nauseating. Matrix. Change something. Just watching you for a minute while I'm doing shit.
I got him. Oh, it's only for 8.
Dude, I hit the side of my keyboard with my left click.
Oh, I accidentally stepped in the ice. What the fuck? I ended up poison. I'm retarded.
My intelligence is like an 8 too, bro.
Yeah, intelligence is not important. Christ, man. Dude, just imagine the fight underground here, man.
True. We're not doing that, dude.
Well, we have to take a long rest for sure before we do that.
Tom was on Erudite's stream.
Can't get any higher, dude.
With
we're gonna have to get, like, over
with
here,
JSTLK and Dave. And at some point Stardust, I don't know why Stardust joined it at all. I have no fucking idea. She was really like not needed there.
Dissonant whispers.
All right, go. You do first. I'll back clean up.
Pretty much every single point she made was just like nothing too. It was like completely irrelevant.
Hold on. Let me get shot hard. Oh, okay.
I feel like she felt dumb after that really ridiculous conversation she had with Tom. So she just like,
remember, there's a cavern here. Don't fall into it.
Felt the need to like go in there and maybe fix it, but it did not work at all. It probably just made it worse.
Something funny. I'm just gonna go and Perkins.
We're gonna take a long rest. You don't need to use any potions if you have them.
All right.
Are they playing Baldur's Gate without you? The audacity. I know. They were on a stream. That's great. I know. As bananas.
Yeah, let me know. Once you're looted up, I'm ready to take the rest. Whenever you are.
I'm ready as well.
All right, I'm going to camp.
Going to camp.
Our long rest. Yep.
By the river. Yeah.
I'm talking to Lizzo.
Why are we all wearing the same thing? That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Where's Saba?
Jay, are we using parasite powers or not?
Yeah.
I think we should this run.
I don't know the consequences of it. I haven't gotten that far in my run, but I think yes.
I think you saw a bit on that on Resi stream?
I imagine there must be some consequence.
You don't all have to do it.
I'll do it.
You can choose individually.
Oh,
Yeah, I kind of want to do it too.
Yeah.
A Tom A.
Yeah, you don't have to do- we don't have
That's
to do
actually
it.
fucking hilarious.
I already did it in my playthrough.
Oh, you did? Nice.
I didn't.
I'm hard
I
committed.
didn't. I ended up not doing it either because Jay put that bug in my
Hey,
ear. that I was
Tom.
like, I don't know. I was
I'm
like,
afraid, dude.
Thanks for the raid.
Okay, I think that's it, right? Oh, wait, no, there's
What's
one more
up?
dialogue.
All right.
Oh, Shadowheart. Yes, let's go.
Queen.
Rip Joe Rogan.
And Perkins.
Damn, she's
And
fucked up,
Perkins.
dude.
Fucking
She fell down the
Obama.
stairs. Damn, bro.
Oh, wait, no, that's not.
goodness. That was anybody's gonna call you up for real.
Yeah, let's give her
Akira
sass,
Rogan.
dude.
Rip Goku Rogan.
No. All right. Well,
You're right.
are we ready to sleep? Yes.
1 sec.
Oh, my
Okay, now,
bad.
now you can.
Rip Joe Jita. I'm
By
retarded.
the river.
Look at this, look at this.
Huh?
Look at this.
Yes, I already did. I'm waiting for other players.
Steve?
I hit no. Because I was doing something, now I'm done.
It's counting me down, though.
Yeah, me too. That's weird. It's all right. We'll do it. We'll try it again.
Okay.
They are not in here,
Hidden yes.
Allie. This is Neve's stream.
Auto
Okay.
selecting.
Yep.
Oh, we don't. 80? Wow. Is that part of the tactician shit?
Probably.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
All right. Full rest
Pick-
it is, dude.
Pick up as many food items as you can and send them to camp.
All right.
And
Damn,
backpacks
son.
and stuff. Yeah, that's a lot. That's fucking crazy, actually. I didn't know that.
Holy
Yeah, we're gonna have to be
shit.
very methodical about this then. It's crazy how actually I didn't realize. Alright. Be careful
So
using
basically,
your...
just grab everything.
Hmm.
Right.
Yes, and be careful using your abilities that require a long rest.
Events?
Like second wind, Neve for fighter. Be careful using that because you only get that once per
Oh.
either once per short rest, once per long. I forgot.
Okay.
Else yeah, and my bardic inspiration, I only get 3 of those per long rest. So,
Wait, you changed the way you looked.
yeah.
Why did you do
I saw
that?
that.
Now you have a mustache.
That's funny.
Yes. Lo-fi is
Yes.
in here.
Are you shorter now too? I feel like you made yourself
I
shorter.
mean, you can see it up here.
Wait, where you at? Where you guys at? Where you guys at?
Oh, we're leaving camp.
Up there.
Oh, okay.
Other corner.
Sorry, Neve was jumping
People
back and
like
forth. I was
wiggles.
mesmerized.
That was so good.
All right, we're back.
Let's see.
Coming to you guys now.
Okay.
Alright.
Timers.
Oh no, you're still
Onward?
tall. Good. No, don't get in. Don't go in the vines. Don't go in the vines. Alright.
Lead the way.
Let's go. Let's fight the undead first. That's probably gonna be an easier fight.
All right.
Then. Yeah.
Right.
Does anybody have a shovel?
Oh no, I don't. Did any of them have one?
I doubt it.
I don't think so.
No, I don't have a
You
shovel.
looted the bodies, right? So.
Yeah,
There's
I
a
know.
wooden crate
I
up
have a
here. Let me check. Real quick.
Oi.
All right.
Hola, how you doing?
There's a body up
You know,
there.
I'm alive.
Oh, it's the lady.
Alive
Yeah,
and
you-
swell?
One.
No, there's nothing in the chest.
Is there anything by their cots or anything?
Oh,
by any
no,
chance?
no, but they do have
Medium?
camp supplies there, so
Schmedium. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab the camp supplies.
Really?
Yeah, they
What?
have,
What's up with you?
Oh, they have thieves' tools.
Tired.
disarm
Just got off
traps.
work.
Burlap sack.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
checking the burlap sack. Oh shit.
I'm late
Oh,
tired,
you gotta
dude.
watch out for that. Oh, let's go.
My
We got some
bad.
food. Here, I'll help you.
Hmm.
Thank you.
The trial of
You got
Tom.
the
Are
sack,
you
good?
the judge?
All right.
The trial
We're good
of
ones.
the trial. of
Fucking
Tom.
minds,
And also
bro.
watch
Are you
this
trialing
fucking
the
thing
trial?
here.
Yes.
Is it a trial run of the trial?
That wouldn't make sense.
Sure wouldn't. So why would I even say such a thing? That would be silly.
It would be.
Good thing I didn't say that. That would be weird.
No, of course not. No, you only did say it.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, I know. Crazy.
Dang it.
Crazy. What the fuck is this? Tom Fox?
Oh, that's the exit.
This dude has
Okay.
121,000 subscribers and 27 people
Yeah,
watching
that gets
him.
me. What the hell? Wait, but hold on. There's more to this place than meets the eye.
What's wrong with this guy? Why does he have so few viewers?
Did he pay for subs, bro?
Nah, looks like he used to be bigger, like a decade
badder?
ago.
Oh, yeah. Residual, just people who didn't unsub.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're all still subscribed.
Right. People who didn't unsub from when he used to be more prolific or whatever.
No, I mean, it looks like nobody unsubbed. It's just people aren't watching him.
Yep. That's what I meant, basically.
Yeah.
So he still uploads a lot, though, it looks like, or no? Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, like daily.
He just sucks now, huh?
I guess so. He only gets like 1,000, 4,000. There's 18 on this one.
Thanks, Obama.
True.
I don't know. I felt patriotic for a minute. We did watch the State of the Union over at the Fool's Den or Den of Fools or whatever the foolery is going on over there.
How was it?
Inspiring
Oh, yeah.
on 1.5 speed, which I wish Joe Biden would be on the regular 1.5 speed. That should be his normal. That would be good for us all.
Remember, you gotta rate
Get
so
more
your
pep.
audience isn't just Tom detractors for once.
The Union fell? Like in the middle of it? I didn't even notice that.
I think you can
Dang it.
them, right? Before.
Probably.
They do have spells. They do have spells. Whatever. Fuck it. I'm just gonna click the button. Everybody ready?
Yep. Wait for Neve.
Oh.
I'm gonna troll them a little.
Yep.
I just said,
Oh, I'm fighting you.
damn, this is
Yeah,
crazy,
that was
bro.
intentional.
Because of the shit that we talked about a while ago.
Oh, there they
Of
are.
Baldur's Gate.
They do have radiant. Oh, actually, no, they don't have radiant vulnerability. They do have bludgeoning vulnerability though.
They all playing the same game right now?
Yeah, they are.
Aww,
They're gonna piss him off. No, they've been great. I think
You're
it's-
fucking weird.
it's cute.
Yes, playing video games together is adorable.
It is to me. I don't know. It's
It is an extremely common thing.
Are any of the melee?
Yeah.
This is a scribe. This guy
Pretty
is
romantic.
Okay.
No, not even a little.
I'll let you go first with Shadow.
Weirdo.
just normal Bromo sapiens, just doing the whole
Oh, the warrior?
play together,
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh my
play games
God,
together
you're the only one.
after midnight.
Holy shit. Okay.
Cute.
Okay. My
I'm in
percentage
hell
of-
right
Cute to me, okay? At least it's some form of bonding,
Dude.
Holy shit.
Sorry, I'll ensnare him.
Yeah, okay, go for the
even though they're probably just like murdering things and stuff,
What's it called? You get
You
advantage
can serve
marauding.
against him?
Coder!
Hey, Coder.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into it.
Rad code.
Going for ensnare.
Oh, that lo-fi so loud.
Oh, I muted that
I missed.
biatch.
Yeah, that's gone.
Sorry.
Okay.
Don't tell her I said that.
Advantage is insane.
I think she heard you.
Oh no, I didn't mean it, Lofi.
Nah, you're good.
Oh,
She's
that's why she
deafened.
turned her audio off. Yeah.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
God.
All right.
Better that way.
I DM'd her though. She knows.
No, rude. Don't out me, bro.
Nah, you deserve it, bitch.
Good, son.
Shit.
Cause I'm deaf.
What did I walk into?
Can't believe I missed.
I know.
I'm gonna cast
Domestic
Pandemonium.
I'm gonna cast heroism on you.
So literally the most fun thing in the world. That's what you walked into.
But I'm gonna
Okay.
Nice.
fight him up close.
Easy way.
Kidding.
Oh yeah, Ali was saying it was wholesome and cute, the people playing video games together, which is true, right? Like,
No.
that's
No.
and Cankle was crying about it.
Yeah, I thought it was
Crying
cute.
about it.
Yeah. Yeah, you were crying because you hate cute and wholesome things, I guess. I don't know, it was weird.
I guess, even though
Yes.
they're probably murdering somebody or doing something evil together.
Maybe get some joy in your life, man. Look around. There's like appreciate
You
the
can't
pretty
get- you
things,
can't
you
get
know,
closer
like
to
life's
Aw.
good. It's okay.
I literally can't. I saw a disgusting, horrible video of something a dog accidentally did to itself yesterday, and I want to die.
It says that you do.
That's-
It says
that
you
sounds
have
sad.
movement left,
It was
or-
very
Don't
sad.
pollute your brain, bro.
Am I seeing things?
My friend
True.
sent it to me. It was just like it was an accident, but it was like the saddest accident I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yes, now get closer to me. Get
Friends
closer.
don't send friends shitty brain rot
He's
videos.
my supervisor.
There we
He
go.
is
Awesome.
my buddy though.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, I can't get hit though. And can you like,
Boundaries,
Mark's
bro.
gonna be proud.
right here?
I asked him to send it to me.
This guy.
No!
I didn't
What's
know how
wrong
bad it
with
was
you?
when I asked him to send it to me.
Let's see where I'm marking.
Well, now you
God.
know.
Yeah.
There we go.
You live and you learn.
Okay,
It was like
and-
completely innocent. Like what happened.
Uh-huh.
Alright,
But, like,
this is gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's gonna be a rough one.
But it was just
You don't
so
have to tell us too
sad.
much about it.
I'm not gonna.
I don't.
Okay.
Too
Yeah, I
much.
don't want to know.
We're good.
I'm good.
That means they can't see into. They can't see us.
You suffer with that alone, okay? It's between you and your
So if I was
therapist,
gonna-
all right?
I
And your
will.
friend.
Exactly.
You know
You
what?
chose
Now I'm
that.
gonna tell you. All right. It
No!
was just,
No,
I'm
I
just
don't
kidding.
know.
I'm
I'm
kidding. I'm
deaf.
kidding. I'm
I'm
kidding.
I'm deaf.
I'm kidding. Holy
Just
shit!
a
Al
rocket
actually
W?
deafened.
Oh, phew.
I was kidding. You fucking
This guy.
asshole.
You don't succeed your religion.
I just didn't care.
But now I am gonna. I'm just kidding.
No!
A cloud as well.
Mm.
I know, Astra. It's true.
One more.
Wait, my chat's not on screen.
Right
What the
front.
fuck?
Me too. And I say I
The
got.
hell is this?
All right. Okay. Let's game plan this.
Okay.
Have you been
So
Radical
we're still
Coder?
The warrior first.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna cast.
We'll see how tonight goes.
Oh, what?
I'm doing,
What was that?
I'm doing pretty well.
Oh,
I'm doing pretty
Jesus.
well overall.
No pressure, guys. Don't fuck it up.
Yeah, yeah, we'll see. No, I'm doing okay. I'm doing
Yikes.
okay. I'm a
I'm-
little overwhelmed, and I forget how overwhelmed I am at times, but I'm doing
Oh.
alright.
Just on the edge, and one of us could tip you right over. Great.
Yeah, I'm right there. Don't fucking push me, Allie.
Yikes! I want to hold you. Oh no,
I no longer
no,
have a
you
clock.
stay
I no
here.
longer have a clock.
Stay off, away from the edge. Poor Coder. I know you moved. How's that? How was that whole shebang, or is that?
It's pretty cool. I've got a nice little place for now. It's
Alright, ready for me to
temporarily
shoot, or
or
ready for
temporary,
you?
but it's comfy, and I'll be here for a decent amount of time, so I'm enjoying it.
Nice. Well, that's good. At least the move is somewhat done.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I went from Florida to Washington State, and I have succeeded in getting from there to
Holy.
here. So yeah,
That's
for
a
sure.
lot.
It was. Yeah.
It's about the
You have
furthest
no idea.
you
You
could
have
go.
no idea. It was a lot, but it's going well.
Nice.
Let's
Why
go.
Washington?
Let me know if you are going to get WWE, you can.
I've always kind of wanted to come out here. I have a lot of family nearby, and my mom grew up not far from this area. My brother lived out here for a while. I don't know. It was just always a place that drew my attention, and I got a cool job. They wanted me in Washington, and I seized the day, and now I'm here.
Super cool. Good for you.
Yeah, it's a nice little journey.
Sorry.
I live in New York. I want to move to Texas.
What?
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
All right. Yes, I do. Okay.
You said you still do want to?
Okay.
Yeah, there's a huge comedy scene in Austin.
Oh,
Are you big
okay.
in comedy
Austin.
scene?
Austin isn't Texas. Okay, we're cool now.
Yeah.
Okay.
My mark is still on.
Now I
Is
get
that-
it.
Not the rest of
Do you
Texas.
do stand up?
I can use my oil of accuracy.
I've done stand up once.
He's got a joke book, Coder.
I do. I
Your
haven't
joke
written
book? That's
anything.
so cool. I missed my
Spells.
joke book. I used to do so much. Oh man.
I haven't written
I know.
anything in a while.
Let me start doing
It's
stand-up.
kind of a big deal.
Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Maybe it's time.
Yeah, good thing they're,
I haven't done
they're-
stand-up
good
since
thing they're a fluffy
2016.
bunch, dude.
I used to
Holy
host an
shit.
open mic.
Really?
Yeah, it's been-
Oh, cute.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Hit you
Yeah, it was
good.
fun. A really cool thing I used to do. I love that. It was a lot of fun. The place closed down, not because of me, by the way. It's not because I was a bad host.
Live.
That's what they all
In
say.
case anyone was wondering, that's not what happened.
I would say that too. I get it. The bartending like cocktail waitress for an open mic night in Boulder, and they would bring up some of the comedy works, people from Denver sometimes, and so I got to see some bigger names actually, with like up and coming people. It was fun.
Oh yeah, that's so cool. There's like people I used to introduce like to a coffee shop crowd, you know, who have like hundreds of thousands of like followers on Instagram and like are touring comedians now. Like it's so cool. These kids I like went to college with.
Exactly.
It's such a cool experience. Yeah, like and still being in touch with some of these people.
Yep, I loved it.
So proud of them, you know.
Yeah. I actually saw a girl who, I didn't go to school with her. She went to the all girls private Catholic school. I went to the co-ed private Catholic high school in Denver, and she went to the all girls. And so I knew her. We like dated some of the same group of guys that went to the all guys school, but she is now a touring comedian, and I saw her tour in Denver.
That's
It's pretty impressive, and said hi to her. I was like, dang, good for you.
Yeah, that's a friend of mine, you know.
It was weird. It was a really weird thing because she had some jokes about high school, and I was like, is that one true? Wait, did that happen? Was that me? Who are you talking about? You know, it was weird.
Yeah. Yeah, when you like know you're familiar with like people or places that are elements of the joke, it's
and I was like, oh, hope that one wasn't about me. Oh boy, be awkward.
What's your favorite joke that you've ever written?
Me?
Yeah.
I guess.
Not me.
Oh my god, my favorite joke? I'd have to think about that for a long time. I don't know. It'd probably be some old shit post I'd have to like.
Queeman heard you
up.
clicking on his stream.
But oh yeah. I was fighting with Queeman today a little bit.
Were you?
But I used to do this joke about fishing and how it's cruel because like pull the fish into like what's effectively space, and I don't know, that one, the way I delivered it, like it went really well, but the way I'm describing it now, it's not that funny.
I had two jokes that I really liked. One of them's a little longer. I won't tell it. This is the one that actually killed, but the joke I thought was gonna kill was I'll tell it. It's pretty short. I think watermelon is the most racist fruit of all time. It's like determined, and it has nothing to do. It has only like a little to do with the stereotype, but like.
Oh, Queeman's here.
There's something to add on to it. It's when you buy seedless watermelon, only the black seeds are gone.
Damn.
That should be called segregated watermelon.
It's not good. That's not good that they segregated the seeds like that.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucked up.
It's fucked.
Yeah.
I thought that was a good one.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I can see it. I can see it landing. I can see it.
Yeah, that's the one I thought was gonna kill, but the other one, I'll fucking tell it anyway.
Do it.
Because I like it. And there are people here. So, my mom, she started
loves that joke.
Yeah, that's the whole joke. My mom. She started an insurance agency when she was 19. with this guy that ended up committing a bunch of insurance fraud. And she was a witness in the trial. And this guy who did this insurance fraud with like a crooked politician. It's popular around this area. He has a baseball field named after him. And she was a witness. She testified at this trial. And you know, all these crooked politicians in the 80s and 90s, they were involved with mobsters, and I'm positive they killed her, because they have these mobsters and crooked politicians, they have these incredible assassins. They definitely killed her. But to this day, I still can't figure out how they planted that cancer. It is lost on me. I'm just watching for that mute button to leave. The silence is deafening.
Sorry, I already heard it though, so my lap. Oh, well, see ya. You ruined it.
Motherfucker.
It was that good of a joke. He dropped. Hopefully you didn't drop dead. That would suck.
Damn, I killed him.
Killed.
I don't write
That
jokes
joke
like that,
killed.
Astra. I just like, when I'm listening to comedy, something will just pop into my head and I'll write it down in a little like pocket pad, something like this. So,
What? I forgive you. No, we're good.
Did he kill you? Slayed.
Yeah, as Astra recommended, I left the VCN protest.
That's what you get for going big and bold.
based. L joke.
No, it was funny. I like that. What's that copy pasta
Raisy's opinion
about?
was that the god of receipt's name was to say your.
Whoa, shut up, Queen.
My bad.
The copy pasta about the guy. He says his grandfather like smoked his entire life, blah blah blah, and he's saying how he never touched a cigarette because his grandfather smoked his whole life and died of cancer. But this conversation gave you cancer anyway. Like that old meme. Are you familiar with that?
No.
I think so.
Never mind then.
I don't know the meme, but I feel like I've heard that.
It's like an old copy pasta thing. I don't know. I posted it under like a Dylan Burns debate once when he debated like Andrew Wilson, because it was just like the worst thing ever. I mean, as you can imagine.
That's literally why I never smoked cigarettes, so I could use that one.
True.
My mom smoked until she was 30, and I still fucking smoked like a dumbass. I mean, she had me when I was like, or when I was like born, when she was like 39.
Oh,
So,
wow.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Well, yeah, probably because I didn't tell you.
But I've heard some about your mom. I just didn't know that part.
Queeman. I quit smoking a
I
year
smoked
ago.
the competition.
Smoking is cool, but
It was so
You know
cool
what?
when I was in high school, and I was the only loser that was like, I can't do it.
No, you were the cool one who didn't do it, who didn't give
No.
into peer pressure like a loser.
No, I was the one inside when everyone else was outside, and I was just like, God damn it, Grandpa. Fuck you for dying and making an impact on me.
Coder, did you watch any of Brittany Simon's coverage of this?
Not really. I remember when she came on that panel and I agreed with her about it like feeling manufactured, because I mean, at least for JStock it was like the whole time, right?
I don't know.
Pretty much. I mean, like he was always upselling, if you will.
Yeah, I think in the beginning he was definitely memeing pretty hard. But yeah, I think that's definitely the catalyst of all the problems. And I think probably the fact that Tom didn't probably wasn't paying attention to his stream all that much, so he didn't know that he sort of changed his position and turned it into more of a meme. But when I was watching Queeman stream earlier, Queeman was listening to what, like, the beginning of the argument between Tom and J-Stock, and he was like, "This is so clear. Why aren't they getting it?" I feel like for Queeman, it's probably pretty clear because he has a lot of the context, because he talks to JSTLK, watches a lot of his streams probably. But I feel like for Erudite and for, like, even for me, JSTLK wasn't being like super clear. It was kind of a little convoluted the way he was saying it. So like I understand why they started quibbling. Like it made sense. I get what he's saying. I got it towards the I was like I was like writhing in pain, like, oh, I just want to like go in there and try to like fix this, because I know what he's saying now, which is fair. This Erudite was definitely wrong with like the that you're contradicting yourself. He wasn't contradicting.
I watched that part. I think I know what you're talking about there.
Yeah, it was like right at the beginning. He wasn't contradicting himself. He was giving a timeline without making it clear that he was giving a timeline.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I do know what you're referring to. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Kylo took a lot of L's, but I think overall, from what I saw, like I felt like J-Stock looked pretty bad in a lot of this conversation.
I sort of agree. Yeah. But not probably not for the same reason.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. I think it was just because of the beginning. There was a lot of like frustration built up, and it seemed like the reason that Kyla was saying J-Stock was bad faith was the way he was bringing up all of his complaints.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily.
He was like getting them from chat kind of thing?
No, not that. It was his tone.
Oh, okay.
There was a little bit where he was a little condescending.
Yeah.
But understandably so, because like there was all that confusion and quibbling at the beginning. I'm mixed on it. I'm pretty in the middle about that whole thing. I definitely don't agree with some of the shit that Brittany was saying. I do want to go over the list stuff at some point, because I was there for the list. I watched that whole fucking stream.
Oh, interesting.
I think that's when I first was there too.
Yeah.
I have questions about. I've been saying, or I've been thinking. I haven't actually talked about this. I feel like if Tom, I could be wrong because I don't know the context of the list coming up in the first place. But I feel like, just the knowledge of Tom having a list of like female streamers / celebrities, as someone like Tom who hosts like a bunch of panels, right? Like it wouldn't be too surprising for him to have like a list of female for panel hosting, right? But I don't. Again, it sounds like there was more to this. So like, if that was all there was, then he probably could have got away with just saying that, even if he was lying. Right?
He didn't have a list, so he he pulled up Seven's Twitter because of I think she replied to a tweet that he was looking at, and he scrolled through her Twitter and somebody said something about trans, and then somebody in chat, and then she tweeted later,
right,
Tom's transvestigating me on his stream right now.
Yep, I remember that.
And he was super confused and like
embarrassed.
Yeah. And he replied, and I think he DM'd her, and she was like, "Oh shit, I didn't mean to imply anything, blah blah blah, I'll take it down," or whatever. And then he wrote up a list really fast, pulled it up on stream, and then just took her name off of it. That was it.
I figured it had to be a meme from something else, though. I was brand new, and I was like, wait, what? What does this mean?
It wasn't.
Tom has done such a terrible job. If that's what happened, Tom has done such a shit job.
Yes, he has.
This. Every time I've heard him talk about it, it's absolutely insane how badly he has described this.
Yes, he has.
What the fuck?
I'll show you.
God
There's a
it.
short on his channel that like has the whole thing.
Tom, you absolute fool. Okay, yeah.
I don't know if that has the whole thing, but it has. I remember he made a short even.
Casey, what was the joke in the community? I could have sworn that joke with the guy holding the list that says all of the women Destiny's had sex with came after this. Like other than that joke already having been around, I'm pretty sure the list meme where somebody wrote that in was after, because I saw somebody sent it to him and he pulled it up later on.
Are you sure it wasn't a TikTok meme or something? Because I remember it being from something else, I thought, but I was brand new, so I don't know.
Are you sure that it wasn't a list of people Tom wants to rape?
That was the later meme. That was the wrote in thing.
We just can't be sure.
Because there was a meme about a rape list, right? Somebody holding up a rape list, and somebody deleted or X'd or whited out or whatever the fuck rape list and wrote all the women Destiny's had sex with and made it about Tom and then sent it to him. Or somebody sent it to him. Where the fuck is it? How long ago is
I don't want to psycho.
7 months ago? Okay, so that's too far.
It was November, if I remember correctly, because that's like right around the time I came around.
Oh, this is it.
Doing the things that I never would know. Treat me like Ortiz. Don't get.
No, it's not.
I think.
Okay. All right, Tom.
At Wick, did you see someone had recorded your VC and Chud played it?
You know, I believe you. I guess we should probably find
no,
it. But,
to be fair, my.
Did he get rid of it?
Before I get canceled, could that be it? Is it about the
plan
list?
on doing this today, but I don't think I have much of a choice. There is a girl who I dated a while ago who is going to release information on me. When we first started dating.
This isn't it.
Okay, Tom.
I look just like freaking Walter White.
Oh, for Halloween.
When we're talking about
I've actually
why isn't your content more queryable?
the claim that I had issue,
Jesse. Okay.
you didn't say your friends, you just said women. I said women that I talked to. I was talking.
This woman is a teacher.
I got in trouble when I was younger for.
I met Hassan once.
Oh my god.
Is it gone?
I'm looking on TikTok and I don't see it either, actually. Maybe because somebody asked him to take it down, or he said he would. Remember?
Maybe.
Like if it was uncomfortable to anybody, so maybe he just did it out of courtesy.
Let me see if I can find it.
He deleted the evidence of his rape list. Classic rape list haver tactic.
You know, he pre-swept his own.
Just like Hillary Clinton did.
I mean, probably a good call.
True. Just like Hillary Clinton did. Based.
I knew it. Thanks, Obama.
All right, I think we've cleared Tom's name, guys. Good job.
Trial has been resolved. The verdict is it's a sweep. Is that good? Is that a good thing? No.
Apparently not.
Damn it. It's good in sports.
This whole thing has made me hate Tom, and but not for the reasons that I feel like a lot of people have decided to hate Tom. I'm just like, I'm so sick of seeing Tom on everything, on all the content. Like, why? Like, I love Tom. I've been vibing with Tom for years. Like, we go way back.
Yeah.
But like, I'm so sick of his face.
It's a little much.
Oh my god! I don't care. I don't. It's just this is so stupid. But I have to. I was so frustrated watching it that I have to put my 2 cents in, and I don't know.
This is the list.
No, I can't infallible foul. I can't. You can't just. I can't just watch it. I can't just turn another stream on that doesn't have Tom. No, I can't do that. You're wrong. I have to endure. Exactly, Casey Bot.
It's like your penance. You must watch more Tom Tent.
Yeah, like I'm pushing Tom up a hill, and he's like rolling back down. I have to run back and push him back up the fucking hill again.
We thought we cleared it. We had a week free. But then Judge Judy Erudite came back to put him on trial. Did you see her, beginning of her video she posted? Fairy, I just said hi to you earlier. I think I just squeaked instead of really said your name loud and the boys were talking. Sorry. Hi, Fairy.
Wait.
How can I find out? Oh wait, description. October 2nd. Okay. So, this is October 2nd.
Now, to be fair, my audience is 60% women. So, to be fair, I'm dealing with a completely different audience.
October 9th.
Well, 60% of her audience better watch out for tomfoolery, if you ask me.
I've actually done an
November 7th.
We should have a Tom-tacular.
that I had
like
issue
a
with?
recital.
Or we could redirect.
13.
Talk about something
A grand
completely
finale.
different, something awesome and interesting. We have aggrandized. Is that the word I'm looking for? We have inflated Tom to be such an incredible character that he is simply not. Though I do love the man, he's just not this interesting, you know.
Yeah.
November.
No, I get it. I'm just waiting for more words to include Tom in the middle of it. Like he's intimidating.
Tomicidal. Oh my god. That's
yeah,
funny.
yeah, he's really getting to me.
You guys want to come up with more stream titles for the rest of the streamers?
Yeah, because everyone else has to cover the erudite stuff now too, which will.
Yep. Tumultuous.
Oh my god.
Tumultuous. That's a good one.
Oh my god.
Tomter.
Temptation.
2 weeks ago.
Is he intimidating you?
Oh, look at this.
Tomture. That's a good one.
Followed by Radical Coder.
Oh,
Yeah,
how
I do.
dare
I do. I follow Tom. I like his shirtless pics. I think it's hot. Yeah, I gooned to them.
I'm all good on shirtless pics.
I pull them up on my stream, and he thinks it's creepy, but I do it anyway.
Are you gonna pull me up? Don't pull me up on stream. Uh-oh.
I've been exposed as a tomfoolery simp. I met Tom in person. We're like basically best friends.
True.
You
That's
are?
why I sweep for him.
True. He's not coding
No.
enough for the Radical Coder.
Did you sweep up his hair loss?
Yeah, that's why I have such great hair. Because I took all of his.
I mean, your hair does look really good, so I don't doubt it.
I appreciate that. It looks kind of crazy right now. Actually, let me see. I'll show it off.
Cute. That doesn't look crazy. Looks long maybe, but it's cute.
Yeah, I need to cut it and get a new buzzer tomorrow.
Nice. I learned how to cut boys' hair with my last boyfriend. That was fun.
Nice. Yeah,
I thought it was scary at first, but you guys have that like guard. It's not even scary at all. It was just a chicken.
Yeah. I had a girlfriend whose dad cut hair, and so she would cut my hair for a while. And then after that, I just had like a buzzer, and I don't know. I just started like cutting my own hair, and like at first it looked crazy. At first it looked insane. But I kind of just balanced it out over time and like figured out like a good flow to it, I guess. I don't know. A good process for doing it. And I just trim it a little bit every once in a while. And I don't spend money on haircuts anymore. It's cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't if I were a dude.
Hey Queeman, if you're bored you can go, you know.
Simulate the vibe of retirement home conversation. True. You're welcome, Quimmin. I know you're super entertained by this stuff.
I'm sorry, we're human beings who like to talk about shit. And also Canklemore's boring and taking forever to find whatever the...
Yeah, I'm not finding it. It's not online.
So
I asked Tom for it. I asked Tom.
We have to
if he
make
can
bad
fucking
small
send it
talk
to
in the
me.
meantime.
Okay,
But-
Queeman, tomatoes.
I do have some other shit.
We're gonna be doing this until tomorrow at this rate.
I'm killing myself tonight. I love physics. I learned a lot of quantum mechanics. Oh my god. I'm dead inside. Okay.
With the dead air?
Our dead air is way better than that
Don't
one. That was
tempt
such
me.
awkward dead air. It was so weird. We are not that weird in
No, I
in
enjoyed
this dead
it.
air. No, it was bad on the not so. No, it was.
Yeah.
It was weird. It was really awkward.
Oh, believe me, I know. I was there. I feel like Alex Jones. I have PTSD. I was there.
I bet you do, Dave.
Poor
Hi,
Dave.
I'm Slave.
Hi. I'm bored.
Oh, based. Okay. I am going to drag this bitch. Where the fuck? Drag Lo-Fi the fuck out of here.
Lo-Fi
Reputation
taking up
has led you
space.
to have to show receipts before you trust or something along those lines. I don't know. I think just the problem is that unless you like throw water at Kyler, you don't really know what's going on because there's like this holographic skin suit, and you want to be able to see the scales really.
I think I'm in his chat here saying that's true.
What?
How does he know
That's
that?
actually true. Yep.
Yeah.
There it is. Based.
Oh, that's funny.
Big Nick is here. When does it really start?
I got sick of the Israel-Palestine shit that Destiny was going on about, so I fucking tuned into Cleveland stream.
Yeah, it just makes me sad. I can't watch it.
Yeah, it's just so fucking boring now. It's so fucking boring.
Does anyone have a good timestamp?
You know, when I got on Vyvanse, I got more into video games. And more into this
You did
shit.
what?
Vyvanse.
Sweet. Probably because she's
You
been
did more
in
into video
Miami
games?
for like.
Yeah, I
3
got
months,
more
I'd
into this
imagine.
shit. More into video games. Destiny just fucking got
Pretty much right off that.
way
maybe a few
too
minutes after. All right,
boring.
man. Fuck it.
There's like two kids getting called into the principal's office, and we're getting.
Oh wait, I should do probably a normal intro for this as a segment. Okay, we're gonna watch
Prize or
the
something.
trial of Tom, set up by Not So Erudite from last night. Obviously, she decided out of nowhere, well, not out of nowhere, off of the back of a panel about a bunch of stuff, to do a trial of Tom, to relitigate the entire
Alright, pause it,
drama.
All right, guys. We're here. We're doing a trial of Queeman reviewing the trial of tomfoolery, the Tom tent. It goes on.
The trial
All right, guys,
of the
let's
trial
get
of
into
the
it.
trial of Tom. The trial of the trial of the trial of Tom.
Meta Tom tent.
Mom tent?
No, that's different.
True, that's just porn.
Yeah.
Just kidding. That's stepmom porn.
Don't know why. Not
Could be
quite
my
sure
mom.
why
Yeah.
this was necessary, but we're gonna get into it. I've got
Rude.
Yeah.
the receipts, as Era like
I
calls
don't
them.
want nothing to do
pulled up,
with anything related
ready
to
to go.
yo ass.
How
So
would
as
you
we get
know?
things, we can go through it.
You don't
Try
even
and
know.
fact check some claims.
Yeah, but
here.
I know you.
See if what Tom's saying there
Yep.
holds up to what he said in the past.
Exactly.
And yeah, hopefully it'll be fun. I'm thinking we've done with Tom 10 after
Way to
this,
make the
okay?
joke for me.
Right? This
What
is
if
the
I was
last arc of
adopted?
Tom
You don't
10.
even know.
Content's over now.
We have to move on to
after
better
this.
Even
things.
better, they're bad decision makers.
We cannot keep beefing with tomfoolery. That is...
What if they didn't get to pick? They had to take the
They
runt
could have given you back.
from Russia with love.
Hey, chat. I just want you
And
guys to know that
autism.
we're about to get into it. We're just the Tom tent that we're reviewing the
Yeah,
trial.
we're
of
about to
this-
get into
this
it right
trial
now.
of the trial. We're actually about to get started.
right
we're
now.
about to dive right
Fasten
in.
Like
your
literally
seatbelt.
this
hard.
second.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's excessive. It's gratuitous. It's over the top. It's done.
True.
Yelled at.
Played, overplayed. Overplayed.
Your
I
mic's
came to
so
talk
loud.
about
Yeah.
OnlyFans. Oh, is it really? Hold on.
Well, we're gonna talk about Tom.
I know.
Cruise's Greatest
I
hits.
know. That's what I was gonna say. I was literally just gonna say I came because I thought I only came to your room because I thought we were gonna
Oh,
talk about
God.
OnlyFans. I didn't realize you were talking with Tom about the
So
podcast.
much
There's
build-up.
no need for me to be here. You guys
No,
have
we,
fun.
We weren't talking about the podcast. We're gonna talk about the like the shit from last week with like Kelly Jean and all that other stuff.
Last week.
Okay, I have no.
Let's keep this on a good
That's
good
read
pace.
the.
I think.
Well, if you're in his chat, I say last week? Question mark. I'm so confused. I was like, did something happen?
All right, let me fix this again.
How long we got to
Yeah,
go for it?
the reason
4
I wanted to
hours?
talk to you is 'cause
Jesus.
throughout,
He
like, the
fixes
drama,
his
most of the people
volume
that
in
I
a
talked to, or
little
most of the
bit.
people that like wanted to come talk, they were all like very sex negative or like even asexual sometimes, and the most of the fight
Alright, it
started
only makes
with
me
the
hate
argument
Tom
that
more.
like lots of people want
My
to be
God.
objectified, and that's where like my chats in the like the things that I'm saying in chat came from. That's where like the overall fight came from, and so
Wait, what? Wait, sorry, what? What was this?
the podcast we're going to talk about the like the shit from last week with like Kelly Jean and all that other stuff.
I'll BRB.
Okay, I have no need to be here for that either. You guys can go ahead. Bye.
Later.
Bye.
Well, crap! I just set up all the fucking windows. And just kidding. All right, let me fix this again. But yeah, the reason that I wanted to talk to you is because throughout like the drama, most of the people that I talked to, or most of the people that like wanted to come talk, they were all like very sex negative or like even asexual sometimes, and
The people that all wanted to come and talk were all very sex negative or asexual. Okay.
most of the fight started with the argument that like lots of people want to be objectified, and that's where like my chats in the like the things.
What? When was this ever? Was this a disagreement at any point? I don't remember this being a disagreement. I thought it was all just about the way he interacted with Kelly. Wasn't that? Like, sure, there was some like criticism where people were saying, "Oh, well, if you do this regularly, then probably women won't want to be around." And Tom was like, "Well, actually, no, lots of women like it." So okay, fair enough. If that's what you, however you want to run your ship, bro. But no, the primary argument was about Kelly, wasn't it? And the way he acted towards Kelly. Specifically, not about.
I remember him talking about the objectification thing, but not that much. I don't know why he's saying it's like the main argument. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little bit of it's a weird statement.
Well, he's obviously lying. But maybe he just misspoke, or he is just just
downplaying things.
Always, literally everything out of his mouth is a lie. Could be as well.
Or discussions of, oh, wow.
Based, red pilled.
Many people want to be objectified. No, that wasn't the conversation. I don't recall that being the conversation.
New name, Radical
Maybe,
Red
maybe I'm
Pillar.
wrong. Don't think that was a conversation on J Stalks. Don't think that was.
Radical Red Pillar.
Whoa. I dropped real red pills, okay? Because the red pill, right, is the idea that you're revealing the truth to somebody, and the way the red pill manifests in social media right now is like literally the opposite of that. They tell people a bunch of like old conservative trash lies about mating rituals, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty cringe.
It's pretty bad.
Mega cringe. Almost kind of fucking.
That's your rad pill for today.
Insane. Based.
That was a broader conversation about the drama.
That I'm saying in chat came from. That's where like the overall fight came from.
Oh, and 7.
And so even I was already like.
Well, no, there was a criticism about 7 because no one actually gives a fuck about what happened with 7 because it's just so convoluted. But yeah,
you would what you thought or what you knew about it, and then yeah, today when you were on the panel and you're saying the same shit, I was like, oh well, this is kind of what I was hoping to hear from somebody else, because yeah, there was like a period where like this all blew up so much and too many things happened in a row to where I thought I was like losing my fucking mind for a while and felt gaslit and didn't know what the fuck was going on and was looking for like rational people and couldn't really find any. So yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, I can't guarantee that I can stand you one way or the other because I don't really know enough about the situation. Do you want to just tell me what happened?
Yeah.
Everyone was just irrational. Everyone but Tom. Tom was a sea of reason. Sorry, the island of reason, a sea of chaos. I mean, wow. You just couldn't find a single. It's everyone else who is the problem. It really is. It's literally just everyone else. That's amazing.
Tom was also
Pretty
the problem.
disconnected from that. I honestly have not kept up on the drama at all. I don't know.
Yeah.
Why is Hunter and Lauren fighting? I don't know, but they're fighting. I don't know.
That's a confusing one. The main thing that happened is I was like, I pull up like people's.
I still don't know anything about what the hell's going on with Lauren De Laguna. She hit me up and said, "Hey, take me off of the roster for Kick or Keep, and please don't ask me to come back."
Damn.
I already left the server. All that.
Brutal, dude.
Yeah.
She's that mad about it. I speed dated her last week. She's probably really upset about that.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah.
You're a
Yeah,
lefty,
she's-
right?
yeah.
You're a leftist.
Oh yeah. I am.
Yeah.
Hardcore. Yeah. And she's crazy. So I was, of course I had to go for it.
Yeah. She probably realized that she fell in love with a leftist and
Yeah, exactly. She couldn't reveal her true feelings to me. Yeah.
You left her brokenhearted.
It tends to happen from time to time.
Yeah, with that hair.
What can I say?
Too rad, brah.
Why did I
Rip
just
Lauren De
moan?
Laguna. True.
I don't
Rip,
like that I just moaned as a joke.
Oh.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Unironically.
Don't do it, man.
I wish you hadn't have pointed that out. Now we have to notice
I
that.
know.
Awkward.
Now I had to.
All right, let's get on with the Tom 10, okay?
Never.
Instagram sometimes. I just gotten banned off of YouTube in the middle of a stream.
This is why Erudite thinks Tom is funny with the truth, trying to preserve himself. What she forgot is that Wick brought it up on the panel and Tom didn't deny or obfuscate the chats he made when Wick brought it up. I actually didn't watch that. I'll see if I can check that out today.
We were doing like the progressive victory, like, is Wick bad for disclosing this, blah, blah, blah. And in the middle of this argument, I get banned from YouTube. So I move over to Kick. Everybody's moving over there. We don't have any mods, so we're like calling mods, trying to get people over there because we had a lot of people watching. And then like as soon as Wick and everybody left, I'm still like going through my emails, trying to figure out why I got banned and what happened. And somebody in chat, we pulled up Kelly Jean arguing with counterpoints about progressive victory, and we start listening to this, and somebody says, "Hey,
Radical Coder, you can say, I was also one of the only reasonable people throughout all this, but you've been in this chat countless times over the course of Tom 10, and I have not once heard you be like, oh, here's something you're saying that's a lie, or that's wrong. So how can you be one of the only reasonable people? And I seem to have a completely different view on this to Tom.
I probably have.
Yet you're not.
But I've been generally pretty quiet, I'm saying I don't think I've pushed I've pushed too much in Queeman's chat. Not necessarily because I don't disagree with things that are going on, but just because I tactfully insert myself into things in the way that I want to. So I'm not always screaming at every disagreement, Queeman, but I will try to be more. I'll try to take the initiative more, so that when I disagree with you, so we can fight about it. I would love to.
Base. Do you hear Philly's going to talk to him tomorrow?
That'll be interesting.
Indeed.
You Queen Bee, yeah, something like that, more or less.
Base.
You're not sitting there challenging me. You're not spurring out on me like you do with Rude Mudcrab. So it doesn't seem like you've really got substantive issues with the analysis here. Yeah, for some reason, you and Tom are the only reasonable people here. Okay, we're going through it right now. Okay, well, I'm sure you have great takes on
pull it
this.
up real quick. There's like a picture of her.
I can't wait to get owned later.
Or like anime stuff, and I say,
cosplay?
Yes, cosplay, and I just say like, oh, this is cultural appropriation. Somebody cancel this bitch. X out of it. Move on. And then the next day, her and JC, okay, pull it up, and then say that it was weird and creepy that I did this, and why was he pulling up my Instagram? This is so weird and creepy. So somebody jumps on, kind of argues like, hey, you're a fucking Instagram model. Like,
yeah,
it's
Freddie.
weird for you to get upset that somebody would pull up your content. They start arguing about like whether or not that's an acceptable.
But just so we're clear, Tom's already lied about this drama. He's already told a lie. He said that the most of the arguments were coming from the idea that some people want to be objectified. That's not true at all. That's not where the arguments are coming from. The arguments are about his behavior.
I see the
with
little
Kelly.
heart.
So that's one lie. One
In
lie
chat.
already, at least.
And then they get into like whether or not objectification is ever okay, and then yeah, that's when I start popping off and.
See right here.
Yeah, I was just sending some love.
And then
I want him to know it was all peace, Like I come as myself. I'm not here like to stand Tom or anybody or anybody, I'm just me. I'm just here.
Based, same. Everybody thinks that like I'm just like super close to Tom, and like all I want to do is sweep for him, and we're not that close. We've talked like a handful of times. I've been in his chat a lot, but that's about it. I love that he always seemed to avoid mentioning that he pulls up the pics of random women. It was never just Kelly Jean. She just has a more prominent profile. You put Tom in your title.
So we should talk about this.
Queen Bee.
Let's talk about the Coon Time thing. Go ahead.
That was that was a meme. So the reason I did that is because there was a conversation on Tom's stream or not a conversation. Tom made a comment that I had never heard anybody make before, that I agreed with, that I had been like saying, not like publicly, but like saying, actually, I don't know if I said it or if I just thought it. It was an idea I had a while ago. Mine was a little more hyperbolic than his, but he said, I hate when people use clout chaser as an insult for other streamers. And and I said in chat, I know, right? Because it's like saying, hey, you're good at your job. You know? That's fucking how you make money. So later on, I like had permissions for his VC at this point. So I just randomly joined when I got home from work, because this was like right before I got home. So I got home from work and I joined his VC, and he was like, what's up? And I was like, I'm just here to soak up the clout and leech off of you. And he was like, oh, okay. Well, everybody, this is Canklemore. Go to his channel, give him all the clout. And then I just turned that into a meme for a month. And I ran out of fucking titles after a while. But
W-Riz.
yeah.
A month?
Yeah, like a month. Yeah, that was it. That was the meme. It wasn't
Who
because
got
I'm
voted
obsessed with
top com orbiter for the win?
him. Who? Did I?
Canklemore.
I knew I got voted something. I don't remember what the fuck it was. And then I remember I won the $100. But that was funny. Against Erudite. How did it seem rigged?
What?
How did it seem rigged, Queen Bee? Because I'm the smallest person? I definitely promoted it.
Oh, Jube,
A
yeah,
lot.
that was so hard to watch.
Yeah, that was funny. Tom didn't announce the vote or something. No, he did. He did. He announced it.
What do you mean?
Jube, since you're here, can you tell, because I fight with Queeman about this later, or we at least talk about it. Were you a mod for JStock or Just Talk before or after this all, like before or after the Kelly Jean incident specifically? Like what's the timeline on you becoming a mod for Just Talk?
Jiztickle.
No, it's Just Talk. I don't know why no one else says it. It's Just Talk, right? Like, that's his name, Just Talk. That's
My favorite is that it's a choose your own adventure name.
I figured that's what it was. I like JStock a little more. I guess
I like how everyone says it different. Choose your own adventure.
Before the Kelly Jean incident, did Tom know that as well? Because I know JStock was saying that Tom like maliciously threw you under the bus because of that.
Yeah, I don't think that was malicious. I think you probably just heard Mantis and repeated it.
And it was a stupid mistake, but kind of understandable in the moment. Like,
Yeah,
there was a lot going on, so I don't expect him to have like every single detail lined up perfectly. But it is unfortunate, and I understand why you milked it the way you did. You milky motherfucker.
Thank you, Zach. I agree.
It's just
Jiztickle, except I spell it with a D in the middle. For some reason, it just Jiztickle.
Dickle?
Uh-huh.
You're
like the
cringe.
whiskey. It's a good whiskey.
You're cringe.
I'm a whiskey fan.
Yeah, that's why.
The issue was that he said
Just
he told
leak.
Mantis to say it, so it became a question of which thing was true. So you're like trying to figure out like which one. Well, I don't know. I guess one of them told the other one at some point is all we know, really. And this is why President Sunday was freaking out about that, or he probably didn't even have any of that information. He was just screaming because he was there.
Did he say that he told Mantis to say it, or just that he said it was you to Mantis?
Yeah, I think I don't know. I have no idea, honestly.
Yeah.
I figure he was just
I
covering
agree
for
with
the
it.
Did
GM.
Tom know that you were a mod for Just Talk at that point? I'm curious. Like, do you know if he knew?
I'll be right
On
back.
February 1st. Okay, so like right around, like shortly before this happened, I guess.
Wait, what? When did this happen? It's only March 8th. Thought it happened more than a month ago.
I guess like just the idea of him throwing you under the bus seems like particularly. I mean I guess if you're going with the line of every single thing Tom says is a lie, then it's consistent. But like otherwise it just seems like well that's gonna get proved wrong like super quick. So like it's a very useless lie. But again, you know, maybe that's just Tom.
Just be checking through it and sit.
Use me to launch.
February 3rd. Oh, okay. I thought it was way longer ago.
Wait, this happened. Interesting. Wait, so
like a day before.
Okay, so Jube had just become a mod, so Tom probably didn't even know.
Yeah.
Okay. So he probably wasn't like trying to destroy Jube as it's just Tom is a liar. Exactly. Tom is a liar. So Tom is a liar because Tom is a liar because Tom is a liar. It was a long February.
All right.
In chat saying like, wait, this is your content. Like, what are you talking about? You're like, you guys, if I told you guys I didn't want you to pull my content up on stream, you wouldn't give a fuck. Like, you wouldn't stop reviewing my shit if I felt embarrassed or if I didn't like what you were doing. You wouldn't stop pulling my stuff up. And that's where like, yeah, most of the shit came from, is that I was being creepy by pulling somebody's Instagram up on stream.
Okay, so you pull up somebody's.
Okay, now we've got a new representation of it. Now it's okay. I was being creepy by pulling someone's
Hey, Philly.
Instagram up.
Philly, if you want to join, we're in VC. Coder's in here. Allie's in
No,
here.
I hate that guy.
Food Drops is still going with the narrative that Tom is not a liar. LOL.
I'm just kidding. STV.
Sup, Jube? Sup, Philly? Foul's here too. What? Yeah, I got an accent all of a sudden. No big deal.
Yeah, but Tom was wrong about what he said there, right? Like what play that last thing Tom said again.
Pulling somebody stop content up on stream. And then they
Wait, I remember.
That's not true at all. That's not where the arguments are coming from. The arguments are about his behavior with Kelly. So that's
far,
one
but-
lie. One
It doesn't matter.
one
I got
lie
it.
already, at least.
and then they get into like whether or not objectification is ever okay, and then yeah, that's when I start popping off in chat saying like, wait, this is your
That's
content.
funny.
Like, what are you talking
Queen
about?
bee.
You're like, you guys, if I told you guys I didn't want you to pull my content up on stream, you wouldn't give a fuck. Like, you wouldn't stop reviewing my shit if I felt embarrassed or if I didn't like what you were doing. You wouldn't stop pulling my stuff up, and that's where like, yeah, most of the shit came from, is that I was being creepy by pulling somebody's Instagram up on stream.
Okay, so you pull up somebody's.
Okay, now we've got a new representation of it. Now it's okay. I was being.
I agree, Philly. I'm just going over this because I have like a little bit of a possible perspective on some of the criticisms Queeman made. That's like slightly different. That's not like I think one of the things that he said doesn't necessarily apply to the pattern of behavior of like being like the compulsive or pathological liar. I think one of the things could be very much just like heat of the moment ego driven. Which is like the arguments where he said the rhetoric shit. Because it didn't seem like misleading his audience. It seemed like trying to get a point, like a leg up in a debate with like a guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which was stupid because
Yeah.
Tom shouldn't be using his non-authority to make dumb arguments about gender that he's wrong about anyway.
I agree. It was a lie. I agree it was a lie. I just don't necessarily think that it's like lending to the pathological liar thing. I think it was just like an ego heat of the moment thing. That's what it seemed like to me.
Sure. I can see that.
Yeah.
I've probably done dumb shit like that.
Yeah. And then I have a couple of stories I wanted to tell about like my time as an addict that are like sort of crazy, but I can like half prove some of them. I can't like prove my involvement, but I can prove that they happen.
Crazy shit happens on
and I can like show what I did, like sort of.
I think like the thing about the like Tom's lying about these details about his this history. Like, to be honest, I don't I don't know. I don't even if he was lying about like I just don't care. Like, it's like the character tomfoolery's backstory is like slightly different than what he told us before. Like, it is the most inconsequential shit. Like it is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like if he is, I guess it's worth pointing out if you're like a tomfoolery fan, which I guess to some degree I am, because I associate with tomfoolery, right? And I watch tomfoolery. But even I don't know. Yeah.
I'm interested in seeing him talking to his audience at length about it.
I'm sorry.
Which is
rambling.
what you'll judge if he's a liar off of.
This is Billy, I 100% agree with this. This is pretty much what I mean with the heat of the moment thing. Like, I don't think it's I don't think that it goes with the pathological thing because of that. And that's in here as well.
And creepy by pulling someone.
I'm sorry, I know. I'm looking at Trib and Jube's argument. I think the thing that's missing from like Kelly was arguing with Tom, yes, about pulling up the Instagram being creepy, almost in and of itself, but she was I think specifically saying it was creepy for Tom to do it when also his chat was saying like certain things and behaving in certain ways. So that was like her argument. So she felt creepy because of that. And Tom was like arguing like, well, I don't think I did anything creepy, right? Like I just by like pulling this up. And then like of course J Stock is like, you're a sex pest, blah blah blah. Like he's like, yeah, Tom's a sex pest. This confirms Tom's a sex pest, blah blah blah. And so I can kind of yeah. Anyway,
understand the heat.
I'm rambling again. God damn it. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I definitely understand the heat and like the crassness of those messages that he posted in the chat. Like I don't know. Like again, I've said this over and over in other streams, or I was saying this over and over in Not So Erudite's chat last night, I think. But like it's very normal from what I've seen in like a JStock stream for like people like women and men like calling women dumb cunts and stupid whores and like shit like this is very like not uncommon in the space. And like, you know, I'm no do what you want, like set your own limits, right? I'm the soy one. I complain about the shit, but like I don't think these people normally care about that kind of stuff. So like when someone's like super aggressive and it's like, okay, well it does have the sexual component as well. I understand there's that slight difference, but it's like tonally I don't think it's as far off as everyone's kind of made it out to be, even though it was like the 5 messages, it was too much, but you know. It's my 50
He said he
cents
thinks the stream is
subject.
still up. Let's see. October 17th? Okay, one more month forward. November 8th?
Like, I watched the one on do I objectify women? Yeah. That was interesting.
November 16th?
Rude Mud Crab, this is the crab slander stream. We're here to take you down, motherfucker. It's over for you.
Crabageddon.
Yeah, that's right.
Appreciate you guys coming to hang out. Appreciate all of the donos.
Oh, you're welcome, Tom.
Yeah, don't you guys want to know more about tomfoolery?
Raider.
I keep getting like
What are you looking?
The list.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly, Moody Morgan. They don't care about this shit at all. Like they don't give a fuck about this stuff. It's all virtue signaling bullshit. Like none of these people ever talk about this stuff in any meaningful way. Like they're all just doing it because it's convenient to make fun of Tom. Or it's like a fun game. Like there are like real. That's what annoys me like most of all is like there are like definitely like real criticisms, but like it all looks stupid when this is the way it's carried out. Like there's no way for like any serious. I don't know. It just feels it feels so silly the way it's been blown out. The virtue signal is like J-Stock primarily, pretending that he cares about like Tom's crass comments or whatever.
Where is the virtue signal?
I'm just saying everyone's like really like it's like pretty standard for people to be extremely nasty to each other in those spaces, you know, for better or for worse. Like I'm not even saying it's like inherently a bad thing, right?
We need to find Gisticles listicle. Ha ha ha. Just kidding.
I agree, Rude Mug Crab.
I think Tom wanted it to be about objectification and like respectful objectification or whatever, but it just wasn't. It got too personal too quick, you know?
Sure. Yeah, and I think there was the other thing he asserted over and over that I kind of agreed was happening was he was trying to argue about whether or not his like behavior itself was creepy versus like whether or not it made or everyone was saying he was arguing with whether or not it made Kelly feel creeped out, which is like a very different thing than like his behavior being like you know, your average person would consider it creepy. Like that's basically the argument.
That's what I mean.
And everyone's
it's
like especially Jube kept doing this to me the other day. He kept saying like, well, if Tom argues that with her, he's invalidating her feelings. I'm like, well, if he disagrees, if he goes in there and he's like makes valid claims that are true and her feelings are invalidated by that, like that doesn't matter then. Like that's okay. Like he's allowed to do that. Like her feelings aren't sacred. Like I don't know. Yeah.
Both be true. It's just not the way I would like to be seen if I were him, but that's up to him, you know?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
There we
also,
go.
Queenman raped me.
I agree. I don't
Do you think mocking
prefer what he did at all, but
when I obviously am
I don't get to choose his behavior.
Someone's Instagram up on stream. Okay, sure. Kelly said that was creepy. Kelly did say that was creepy. Now, did most of the argument come from that? Or did most people take issue with how you responded to Kelly saying that was creepy? Because I think most of the argument actually came from that, didn't it, Tom? Really? It came from the way you responded to Kelly. It wasn't about just it being creepy for the Instagram. Most people were like, oh yeah, if Kelly doesn't want you to do it, you shouldn't do it, but you haven't really done anything crazy wrong by doing that. But then when you responded to Kelly by saying, Kelly's always begging for my dick, then people said, okay, no, this is now a problem. So he lied the first time. He's now still kind of lying by omission here, I would say, because he's still leaving out that second part where it's people were upset over the way he responded to Kelly saying, don't treat me like that. But okay, we'll keep moving.
His Instagram on stream, and then they start saying that you're like creepy, like Kelly and Jay, or just Kelly.
There's already a history
Or,
with
like, was there a
JCLK,
bunch of people?
where JCLK is saying that I'm a sex pest, and it labeled me this numerous times and had a couple
Like
of
as a
debates with
meme,
me.
or
No,
thinks
she
you're,
says
like,
it's a meme
actually
now, but yes, he came on, debated this with me twice, and defended it in like other discords all over. Like he was genuinely accusing me of being a sex pest, and he said the reason was that I have so many women on that it seems like I'm trying to get in women's DMs, and then I'm just kind of like waiting, hoping that they'll want to have sex with me or something like that. That was his argument for sex pesting. Which there's just like there's no inappropriate DMs, there's no inappropriate interactions with me and anybody else, so it was kind of dumb. And but Kelly Jean saying this on JSTLK stream made it like this much more.
Okay, well, it's true. If he's talking about Jay Stalk's substantiation for the sex pest claim, that is correct. That there were no women that felt like that Tom had treated them poorly at the time that Jay Stalk had access to. However, it sort of sounds, the phrasing there sounds like you're saying there are none, but Seven and Kelly, obviously she knows about Kelly. Everyone knows about Kelly because that's the conversation right now. But Seven is another one that isn't being mentioned right now, which is
This is great.
You
This
can
is
take
great.
it.
Someone, Canklemore, I bet you can tell. Do you have a short summary of the Seven stuff? I don't know anything about the Seven thing. I guess I know the or did this already happen? Am I having deja vu right now?
Did I go over it?
No, just give me, because I think I'm about to ask Queeman this in the chat. If there's if someone can give me a one chat summary and then like we talk about it for a bit. But I don't know how much detail we actually get. I remember like listening and I was trying to grasp onto something like I feel like every time I've heard people talk about it, it feels it's very like, I don't know, it's weird. I don't know like what I'm supposed to be mad about from it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's one thing I didn't watch, and that was what Tom said on Wick's stream about the consent stuff. That I haven't seen, but I know how it went down. I was there. I was watching it.
I was there too. I
Yeah.
remember it vividly because it was
cool.
really weird.
I'm about to learn. I love learning. Learning is radical. That's the thing I say. So cool.
But Seven is also on that panel, right? Kankle, so you can kind of hear from her point of view as well on Wick's panel.
I don't remember. I wait. I don't know why I said I don't remember. I don't know.
Yeah, I think if it's the one I'm thinking of, she's also on the panel, and you get to hear from her point of view that like it did impact her in a different way than Tom tried to describe it, in my opinion.
Jube, I don't think it was like a comb time thing. That it didn't seem like that. Not like the rest, at least.
Okay, I did hear about the transvestigation.
Kind of was.
Okay.
Was it?
Oh,
Yeah, because
I could be wrong.
They, from what I recall, they were watching some debate or where Seven got up on Wick's panel, and this was way back in November or whatever, and this was one of the first streams I ever watched, Tom, I remember, and it like, I was like, whoa, is this really happening? It like seemed almost choreographed to me because it was, Tom got so offended by the transvestigation accusation that happened all in real time, you know?
Yeah,
okay,
I remember that.
Talk about this, yeah.
Because, okay, so he was watching something on Wick's panel. I didn't know who Wick was or anybody, but he saw, from my point of view, I was a new girl in this space, and I just saw him see a cute girl on panel and go to her Twitter and scroll through, go to the media tab and scroll through to look for pictures of her. And like, there's a picture. I even remember saying in the chat, like, whoa, That's a good pose. Like, I've never she
Well-
looks super cute like that.
We have it right here.
I just want them
Okay,
to
good.
like white people as much as I do. I would like them to.
The good old days.
Oh shit.
Oh god. This is triggering.
Guys, so much. What?
I just want them to like white
I
people as
remember
much
that.
as I do.
Oh wow, I already had it. Perfect.
I would like them to be America first at some point, and it's really disappointing how much these people hate white people and Americans. Thank God they're a minority. Thank God the majority of us love white people and love America. Why can't they love white people in America? I don't know.
Well, we
That's
could have
what
a
I'm saying.
conversation about whiteness if you guys want, but that's probably a different.
That's what I'm saying.
Day.
Can we 1.5 it?
Thank you,
if it's
Fargo
not?
Lefty, for the
Yeah,
$10.
I like Fargo.
Tom
Lefty.
Florisio, no hate your whiteness the way I do, so you can be a feminist like me. Shut up.
What Glitchin said, but unironically.
I debate.
Except for maybe not hate.
What was different? That's time that I debated hate that I think I decided I'm
Okay, this is where the transvestigation thing starts.
Yeah. You can watch what is the impetus of him pulling it up even.
Yeah. Because somebody said,
a Jewish organization, which I have constantly promoted, Jewish Voice for Peace, has actually like shouted the slogan at a lot of their rallies, and they are like overwhelmingly of Jewish members. So I guess like I just come from maybe a background where like there's a lot of people in like this left space who are very Jewish, often like religious, secular, whatever, deeply Jewish. Deeply
like, if
tied up in it,
Sockdom
who
Left
don't
can
see
come
any
back,
problem
Tom's gonna
with
be
the
fine.
slogan. And so I guess like to me, seeing all that, it seems to be like someone. should
Huh,
look at
see,
this
I
and
was
say,
in the
"Oh,
chat
if
too."
this group, which
Yep.
is like nonstop fighting for peace, which is like clearly made up of Jews, which is not trying to expel all Jews from Israel or whatever, that if this group can shout it, then maybe the slogan doesn't have an expulsionary intent to it. Or at least when groups like this are shouting it, they don't have that intent.
But you're asking people to have a very intellectual reaction to something that's very emotional and personal.
Okay.
Like, and I don't think that lecturing people about how they should feel about it is going to change the fact that this is destructive. I guarantee there are some people who were moderate that are being radicalized by this, genuinely,
100%.
especially the lack of care. That when you just try to explain, listen, this is shit that's been said to my grandparents because people wanted them dead, and you're like, well, actually, this group uses it in a very different way. It's like, okay, what does that do?
Did radicalize with the hard R.
Quiet right now.
Seven goes with the little girl stuff probably a little bit too much for me. The schoolgirl outfits and the baby maxing and all of that, but still
baby max,
super cute.
I think he pulls up my comment on screen here in a minute too.
I'm perking away. Yes, sir. Too much anime, but my goodness, yeah. I'm perking away. Yes, sir. Too much anime, but my goodness, yeah.
When he
You
talks
can
about
see
her
how
eye,
Australian she is based on her eyes.
Yep.
That's so fucking weird. What the fuck? You can tell how Australian she is based on her eyes.
He says that a lot about the eye
It's
makeup.
actually true.
Yeah, those Aussie eyes. Yeah.
They're dead, you know.
True.
Women have smaller eyes than
The other
men. Is that
Brits.
real? Is that for real? Tom, just be sure what you're doing under the belt. Will you shut up?
It's a pose she does, I think, and then he pulls my comment up. Because I'm
This
like,
is,
whoa.
yeah, I mean, this is obviously cringe. Like for the
Yeah.
record, like this is obviously like this
There's
is weird,
a
like and
trans
weirdly
chick, this
timed
one.
also. Yeah.
Michelle Otter.
So this is
So
where
she's
it
always
starts.
reposting.
Like she was talking about some like
Yeah, I
fairly
can't scroll too
serious
much on
stuff,
Twitter.
like,
I'll get in trouble.
a moment ago. I guess I get that. Yeah.
Oh, 7 is actually. Oh, I don't think so. I have no idea. I don't think so.
Oh, no.
He got real uncomfortable.
Vic. Oh no, Vic.
He posted things in bat phone.
That's so funny, dude.
What kind of things? Oh.
I was just talking to Vic last night.
Did she say 16-year-olds are hotter than 26-year-olds?
Yep, she says exactly that.
Our favorite girl had a long 1-hour video done on her, but I don't want to watch the whole thing. This is from Jay Aubrey. He did some research on our girl Pearl.
Hey guys, today I am here with my sister Eva, and she is going to give a chicken coop tour. I don't need no validation.
Where the fuck did the next part of that come?
From TikTok.
He brings it up again, I think.
Yeah, but like, where did the
full-time TikTok like YouTuber by accident?
where does he pull up the tweet?
Keep going.
It's those things.
The couple found advice to.
It's a quintessential modern woman in a lot of ways. Yeah. Right? You're successful.
Women. Might have typed.
Her seat too with no strikes, 0. You get the amount.
She's to a TikTok she made about a giant water slide her dad
Oh,
bought her and her siblings.
heard my
Some people just
name.
live a completely different life than the
7.
rest of us. Now I know she thinks a Lamborghini costs 50 grand.
Yeah, this video is wild. They did their research. They did their research.
Keep pausing for a second.
Jay Aubrey's killing it.
But this was Pearl's first.
I think the main point, the main takeaway, as I understand it, and we can go through that and look at the tweet and stuff.
It
but,
keeps going.
Yeah, but like I think from what I've heard, what I remember through the grapevine is like she wasn't upset initially, or was it a different situation where she was saying she wasn't upset initially, but then like she saw how he reacted to like Kelly or something, and then she was like, oh well, maybe if I did have a problem with it, then that would be, or was that?
It's even more before that. She explains a little bit of it on the WIC panel if we get there.
What WIC panel?
The one where Tom, quote unquote,
panel?
apologized to Kelly.
Oh, okay. That's still, yeah, way after all of this shit.
Yeah. But she talks about her experience from back then.
Okay.
Taste of online startup. A glimpse into a life where she didn't have to work a corporate job with Konica Minolta selling printers, a position she absolutely hated.
And it was literally like the worst sales job of my life. Like I hated it. I hated it so much.
But if she had never sold printers, we never would have gotten these wonderful song parodies she posted to LinkedIn.
Why are we watching Jay Aubrey's video about Pearl?
It's over.
I don't know.
Of Pearl saying one
Honestly, I zoned the fuck out for a second.
of F media context. 7 creators. Platform. She's always like, then trouble, good evidence. Out in this new account, he got set when his this she went 18 today. All right.
I mean, you'll be single. You did it.
But people in chat.
There was the time she got someone relationship someday and why doing things wrong when she's Patrick.
I'm not. Yeah. Why would I? Yes.
This again. Okay.
Let me see if I can.
This is giving me anxiety.
Please scroll.
This,
Thank you.
It's too much.
Yeah, because it took a little while for the.
Peter Poopy Pants didn't know it was Coom time. The Coom time. It's not like there's like a moment of Tom's show where we go, okay, guys, that's the show's taking a break and it's Coom. Is it? Has it changed?
No, it's never really been like that. Here we go.
Coom time. Whenever like somebody's like something sexualized comes up, generally. Is that that's my understanding, but I don't know. I usually just listen anyway, so. What the fuck
and then it
were
ends
you-
up resetting in the middle of stream. Happens once in a while. It is what it is. Not super convenient, but
human being.
well, I guess it is what it is. So, what the hell? Am I seriously being trans? Oh.
They're He's like really embarrassed.
I see what you're saying, Peter. I am a retard, though. Problem? Yeah.
Hey, Philly.
I think I should rape somebody.
What
I'm
up?
gonna rape somebody.
A lot.
Yeah, I've been watching. This exact part.
Hey, Philly.
Harry, what's going on, Allie? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm just watching and enjoying all this. As I was just about to say, like this is just all funny to me. What was about what's going on right now? It reminds me that I don't want to forget to say this tonight. That this is the part of time that frustrates me the most. So, just real quick, like I came into his community around last September, so I'm not that like what are we in March? So 6-7 months, like
Yeah.
6 months. Not I haven't known him for that long, but what's always frustrated me is that he's so naive. That's probably naive is the word I'll go with right now. Like he doesn't see what's going on right in front of him. So
Mhm.
what we're looking at right now is a bunch of orbiters swirling around him, but he's not like he's so naive, like I said, that he doesn't see the like what could come of this if you're not careful, right? So the thing happens, the girl comments, she says, not me being transvestigated on tomfoolery. Then you have Cherry, right? Now, this is probably just because of his friends and the order of things. So I don't know if the tweet looks exactly like this, right? Like where it's Cherry and then Wick. But you got Cherry, like, not a good look. And then you got Wick memeing underneath, right? So it could either go one, it could go like, it could go good where like, he memes around and he memes and everybody's memeing with him, or this could turn the other way, right? And he just never realized that it could turn the other way. And he wasn't cautious. He hasn't been cautious enough with his memeing. All right. That's the only issue that I've really had. Like besides like, all the like the little mistakes here and there, but like he just like he's not he's not seeing enough of the bigger picture, like outside of his little bubble.
Yeah.
And that's the exact issue that he ran into, right? Like inside his community, coom time is cool, and like it's okay. But outside of his community, some people see it as weird, and he needs to accept that. But it seems like he wants to defend that, but you got to accept that. Not, and let me be very clear here. Like I fuck with Tom, like still, like, and I will always fuck with Tom. But that is like, if I didn't want to come here and like circle jerk, if I did have any criticisms of him, it would like it would be those things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
I will make no commitment to Tom. I will, like I've said over and over, I'll push him away. I don't care. I don't give a fuck, dude. I'll kill him. Not in a video game. I'm sorry. I'm meaning to listen to something now. Fuck me, dude. I'm
Unless
sorry,
he
guys.
does, yeah, right. No, what I'm saying is like, unless he does something outrageous, which he hasn't, you know, I fuck with him, right? Like, you know, if he does some weird, crazy, like off the wall shit, then yeah, you know, I'll distance myself from him. But as we'll see, like you're about to go over the Erudite video, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, as we'll see, like most of this is like such a nothing burger. Like I almost don't even want to watch it again. Like, but I don't want to come here and take over. I'm just watching just like you guys. So you can go right ahead.
All right. Some of the things in the Erudite video, I feel like Tom explains like shit.
Yeah.
And then
yeah. Oh yeah, we can get into all that.
Yeah, and then a couple of things that Quayman said I like partially disagree with. But yeah, that's why I have his version, his reaction to the Erudite stream up instead of just the Erudite stream itself. Over.
So if it's cool, I'm just gonna like mute and unmute, and so I'll be in and out. But like I'm here, I can hear you at all times.
Yeah.
All right.
She was not being transvestigated. What the fuck? That didn't happen. Someone in chat asked. Yeah, somebody in chat asked. I said, no, I don't think so. That was it.
Jerry won.
True.
She banned me from her chat. Like one of the few times I ever went into her chat, she banned me immediately because I made fun of her playing League when Pokemon Unite exists, which is a better version of League of Legends. And she didn't like that. Like, you're gonna come in here and shit talk League? You think you can get away with that shit? And I was like, yeah. I mean, it is a better game. You know, sorry.
I'm frustrated. Never mind. Not even getting them.
Oh yeah, remember.
Fuck it.
League is the iPad version of Pokemon Unite. It wishes it could.
Being into the world, of course, is an enormous responsibility. If you know that a fetus will grow into a child who suffers and you allow that to happen, aren't you
How's Hank Green doing? Doesn't he have cancer? It's not like bad cancer though. Like he's gonna be okay. I remember him announcing that, but I hope he's doing all right. I like him.
Yeah, I think he's in remission.
Yeah, it was sad to hear that though when he announced that.
Yeah.
Head Coomer said, Tom, we need to do an investigation into 7. It's like, fair enough. Pulled up a bunch more of her pictures that are super cute. That was the main goal, is just we wanted to look at hot chicks. And then somebody in chat asked, is she trans? And I think I just said, no, I don't think so. Or not that I know of, or something like that. And that was the end of it. We didn't zoom in on her crotch. We weren't like trying to look under the monitor to see if we could see something up the skirt. The investigation was just into cute chicks, and that was it. My bad. This is.
Oh my god. Glitching is to blame. That's 2 in a row. In the fucking chat. Jesus Christ. Freddy. On the glitch and hate train.
One cute chick that I regret looking at. The first time I have ever regretted looking at a cute chick. This is a lesson to me. This will be a lesson. This is the first time I have ever regretted looking at a cute girl. Will Tom ever learn though? No. Oh no, I'm gonna look at cute chicks more. Maybe not that specific one. That specific one I probably will not indulge in anymore. That's a little fucked to just like throw that out there on Twitter like I'm doing this shit. Yeah. Maybe not so much.
from dementia or
True
otherwise
theory.
be able to make decisions for themselves. When you use the standard of substituted judgment, you're asked
You know,
to do not what you want to do, but what you believe the
I
patient
tuned into
herself
a lot of Tom streams for a while. Like I watched a lot of Tom streams for a while, and I think I stopped like shortly before all of this. I hadn't tuned in for a long time. I wasn't watching many streams at all, but I even like especially Tom's. I realized I was watching a lot less, and then this all happened, and I was like, man, I just got out. Now I'm addicted. Now I'm addicted to the content. I'm here for it, you know? Anyway, I'm sorry.
Wait,
able to do so on her own. But when you're dealing with a fetus,
wait,
all you can do is
but like about the, can you guys, how do I sound? Because I know, like, yeah, sometimes
Yeah,
I'm
we can
loud,
hear you.
sometimes I'm not.
Oh yeah, it's perfect right now.
All right, good. So like, I don't want to be super critical of him, but right here, like given, hindsight's always 20/20. So given everything that's just happened, I think right here is a perfect example of how he didn't take the kind of warning signs, right? Like he could have not said anything and DM'd her and just said, listen, I'm just joking. Is that okay? Right? And then they could have worked it out and everything would have been perfectly cool. Then he could continue the meme and everything would be fine, right? But now later down the line, and we're going to see he continuously runs into this problem where he doesn't handle things right then and there, and he lets them fester, and he lets them fester, and he lets them fester, and then people are like taking down notes now and like going back over all his streams and trying to put together all these inconsistencies when really he's just being a normal person and like trying to be a normal person in the streamer world, right? Like trying to act like people are like super good faith and like everybody's here just to like have a good time and like just meme him around, when really what ended up ultimately happening is he had people that didn't like him for one reason or the other, and they created this whole snowball effect of criticisms, and he let them out, and now he also he played defense the whole time, right? And when you get into the Queen stuff later, I'll delve deeper into that, but he could have went on offense a long time ago. I'll just leave it there for now.
Okay.
fall back on the basic
Well, his
assumption that
first
sentient beings
offense.
have an interest.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
His first offensive attack was jumping on the or the chats, right? Where he was saying he'll put Kelly up on he'll put Kelly's tits on his stream all the time or whatever.
Tom's
all that
crime
stuff.
is he's optically retarded.
Yeah, no.
But that's nothing compared
I
to
guess
Stardust.
that's what he wants to
Leave
call
the man
offensive
live.
attacks.
I mean, it feels more. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like his offensive attacks were not very. They were some of the things that like sealed his fate in terms of like allowing their narrative to fester.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In avoiding pain, and so you conclude that this fetus.
I mean, she's probably just joking. I don't think so. Because it came up, I don't think it's a joke. And especially, like I said, there's people like acting like in the comments like I did something wrong. So yeah, I think that's a little messed up. Okay, Tom, I am filing a complaint against you at the ICC for Tom thirstying. It is a crime against humanity. I will see you at the tribunal. That is not a crime against humanity. It's freaking charity. It is freaking charity for me to thirst over a girl. You're welcome.
Yes, has an interest in avoiding pain. Now, notice here that we keep coming about somehow reason content based on.
What's up, Smith?
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Have to say of the abortion or not, considering that, but you're not the female, you don't carry the child, but you were raped and you didn't get consent. So would you give the decision to the father of the raped father?
Hold on. Tom Fuller Show, transvestigate is in a serious term. I didn't mean to sound like I was accusing you of something heinous or anything. I'll delete it right now. Okay, maybe I'll admit I'm freaking pretty drunk right now. Maybe it's like an obvious like joke, and I just don't. I just don't know. Transvestigation to me sounds like I'm doing transphobic. I'm sorry. If I just didn't get the joke.
What was that?
I said another mistake, streaming drunk. It will come back to bite him in the ass again.
This was 7 in his chat saying this.
Yeah, and then he just say, my fault, I was drunk.
Oh, okay.
And I'm saying that's another like criticism I have of him is streaming drunk. Like all of these lying criticisms, while like I'm not saying anybody else is wrong. They can have those, they cannot believe him, right? Like that's whatever. I'm not gonna sit here and like say, oh no, you gotta believe Tom. He's a great guy. All I'm saying is like he's not lied about anything that matters to me, like at all, that has any consequence to me. So me as a person, the way I view Tom, those things have not changed. Why is that? Because I think if you ask every single human being on earth, they'll say they've lied for this reason, for that reason. It might be a good reason, it might be a bad reason, but everybody's lied about something before, right? Like not everybody's lied on stream, right? And I'm not even saying he is a liar or he has lied. I'm just saying like he hasn't done anything egregious enough for me to like have a like major criticism of him. Like, you lied about this and it's like, this is wrong for this reason, right? So like all my criticisms of him are something for other stuff that is completely different than all this other like bogus stuff that's been cooked up. So anyway, like I have his back on all the lying stuff. Like I've talked to him a lot behind the scenes. He showed me stuff. So like as Queeman goes through his stuff like that, I will be able to like say where he is wrong and Justical. They both get a lot of stuff wrong, unfortunately, for them. But it's just like, I have completely different criticisms. That's all I want to say about
Okay.
Why does my mic always do this? I think I just finally switched to the right mic, but now I'm like glowing green. I was just gonna say I agree with ST.
Oh, great.
Philly.
Yeah.
I agree with what he said about like that. Like it feels like everyone's like most of the people like going really hard on Tom have like acted like he's done something like really really terrible. And like there's stuff that I can see that if you like are a viewer of Tom and you're like, oh, I really don't like that. I don't really want to watch him anymore. Like that's fine. I totally get that. But it feels like it's so much worse than that. Like the energy is so much worse than that. But then it's just like the substance is not,
Yeah, like if you watch Chud Logic streams, he goes from like literal like, well, it's a meme now, but like what were rape reviews? Like he's talking about serious sexual allegations, and he's like, oh yeah, by the way, we got this peeping tomfoolery over here who's seriously a creep. This guy's really weird. Watch this weird thing he does, and watch him lie about this and this. Isn't he such a weird guy? Like such a bad guy. Da 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 da. And I'm like, not really. And I have the same opinion like. With the conversation I had with Chud, a month ago now, the same opinion then that I have now is like, okay, I understand your criticisms, but are we really going to sit here and say, like, act like he's the worst person on earth now? Like, like we have to ostracize him and not, they want to turn him into a locale. I understand that's the game, it's the business, whatever, but it's just that he's not that to me. And it just nothing I've watched a lot of different points of views of this and like a lot of people's opinions. The biggest detractors to the smallest criticisms, and nothing has met the threshold of like, fuck this guy for me.
Hi,
Yeah.
I'm Dave.
You said your name wrong, Dave.
Speaking of Dave.
Hi, he's Dave, guys. I don't know if you met him before, but he's Dave.
I don't know if anybody knows who I am, but I'm Dave.
Who
Hi, Dave.
I need to join you one of these days for karaoke, Dave. I like that you do that. I want to come on. I'm going to sing "Semi-Charmed Life." That's my go-to karaoke song.
I'm down. I just recently switched it to once a month, so it won't be happening again until the.
More
let's see.
exclusive. I like it.
We're doing it on the 5th.
On the 5th.
How long have you been doing
April
that
5th.
Hi, I'm Dave thing?
Since before I can even like explain, because I was a Twitch streamer before I was a YouTuber. Just a gaming Twitch streamer.
But it used to be something else.
But it was just Hi, I'm Dave still.
It used to be
but at
something
some
else.
point You know,
That was your Twitch name?
It was
when I was
definitely
doing a lot of
something else.
work, I was high on sleeve.
Yeah, there you go.
Because that's what Cankle wants me to say. So there you go.
Where were you slaving away at?
Over on Tom's.
Huh.
For that
Okay. Is that why you-
r/place
I
position.
have no idea why you ended up, because in July of last year, you sent me a DM like, "Hi, I'm Dave. You want to come on Tom Folgery's show?"
Yep.
Yeah.
I did that for a lot of people. I did that to a lot of people. I have a whole like.
And then you left. What happened?
I have a whole like Google Doc sheet. The community changed. I didn't like it as much.
Got boring.
I too have been contacted by Dave.
It became. It's true. It became different. It seemed to focus less on like the politics and screaming matches, and the fun debate stuff. Like while he was doing all the panels and stuff, I was really invested and having a lot of fun. But once the panels kind of dropped off, I kind of started fading away, and other
So you left for
influences
something
seeped in.
completely
Yeah, it had
different
nothing
than
to do with this. That's why I was pulled back. I hadn't left yet though. I was still there on occasion just to pop in and see what was going on. And I watched a lot, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
This last
I
arc
was
just kind of
curious.
changed my opinion on a lot of things.
Really?
It just seemed like he wouldn't own up to any of the mistakes.
Okay.
And he just kept pivoting back
never
and
agreed
like
with that.
trying to dodge every bullet that was at him rather than, just accepting a few that he deserved.
Now, have you
And
talked to
had
him
he
behind
just
the
done
scenes?
that? No.
Have you talked?
Not
Do
really.
you know how he really feels?
No, but
Which really doesn't matter.
he
at
took
all.
he like took my mod privileges and everything away without reaching out to me either. So,
Okay.
and that was before I said anything. Like I didn't make a live, I didn't do anything. The only place I pushed back on him at that point was in his chat.
So there is things that he regrets, but for some reason he won't.
I'm sure
publicly say them. So I don't know if it's like he doesn't want to take the optical L or what, but yeah, there's definitely things that he's not like this like remorseless person that thinks
I know.
he's done nothing wrong. Is just sitting there like, yeah,
I don't think he's a bad person. I really
It'd be a
don't.
lot cooler if he was.
I really don't think he's a bad person. I have nothing against him. I hope he's successful.
No, I'm not trying to convince you that he isn't.
I just
like, goodness, whatever.
had some things that kept building, and then things just stopped lining up, and it made me like think back on other conversations that we had and things that bothered me. So I just kind of filled up.
You guys
and
have
I was
your
like,
own
all right.
relationship, right? Yeah. No, I have nothing to do with that. Okay.
Yeah, I like I said,
we're-
I still don't have anything against Tom.
Yeah.
Can
I
you
just
remind me, Dave?
Yeah, go ahead.
What were some of the main bullets that you wanted Tom to take?
First, the entire Gisticle stream was a mistake.
Okay. Oh yeah, obviously.
What, J-Stock shouldn't have streamed? I agree, J-Stock shouldn't stream.
I like
You know what I
J-Stock
mean?
stream.
When he went on to Gisticle stream or J-Stock, just talk, whatever the fuck you want to call him, JSTLK.
Gisticle is my preferred.
See, but that's weird because then you have to
Or had he
reorganize the
come on
letters.
stream and say, had Tom come on stream and say, you know what, guys, I should not have went on Gisticle stream, on J-Stock stream. I should have just
Had he the
let-
next day
let
come out and
go.
say that and say, or because I could give a fuck less about the initial infraction, what he did that pissed off Kelly. It was the way he reacted to it that bothered me more than anything. To start it. Then the call with Zonia and Rezi really bothered me. That was kind of my final point.
Why did it bother you?
There was a moment in there where Zonia was trying to give him real criticism, and he kept snapping back and like calling her bad faith and stuff, and telling her that she was what was it? What's the virtue signaling? And
That
like
is
you
what-
could actually hear her start to break. Like, and Zonia's tough. Zonia doesn't really cry or anything, but I could hear her breaking, and Tom just started laughing, and I was livid at that point.
That did rub me the wrong way. I'm not gonna lie.
That set me over. That was like the final straw, kind of, for me. That was the moment when I was like, all right, I'm done. I don't care anymore.
Cool.
But that was the moment.
I don't know. I just see so much crazy shit on the internet. Like none of this is remotely enough for me to like just be like, fuck this guy. Like
I'm still not saying fuck this guy. He can do what he wants.
Okay.
I didn't even leave. Again,
you're like,
I was
leaving.
pushed out.
Oh right, you said he unmodded you, and you have no inkling or reason why.
No.
At all.
Well, I mean, I definitely have a inkling or reason why, or understanding why. I was pushing back on him pretty heavily in his chat.
Really?
For the things. And I was saying hashtag Team Sass, hashtag Team Zonia, and shit like that. And I don't think...
and this is,
I don't think people like that. This was after the
wait.
Zonia stream, yes.
So when did he unmod you?
The next day.
And that's when you left his community, was when this whole... I thought you... Okay.
No. I said I had pulled back, but I was still like lingering around watching occasionally. I wasn't as invested. I didn't care as much.
Mm-hmm. But you still just happen to be mod.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Gotcha.
And I would still, if somebody was being fucky, I would still do mod stuff if I saw it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. People take being YouTube mod as like a like an indictment on you, like, oh, you're his mod, which means you're here to, like represent him. It's weird.
Sure.
I recently
I don't view mods that way. I don't want my mods to just agree with me. If my mods have a problem, I want them to say it. I don't need mods that are just followers. I want mods that are gonna push back and give me that pushback that I need and like tell me, hey, you're fucking up.
So mods fear me.
No.
Well, most people have mods who want people to fear them. So, the streamer, he needs to be very particular with the mods he picks and how he goes about that. My question to you is as his mod, right? There's a reason you were his mod, probably because you fucked with him at one point, but you were already starting to pull back anyway, right?
Yeah.
Were you considering like leaving before all this?
No, not until that moment.
So this literally is the moment where you were like,
there were other things that were like on my, that like I was like, it's kind of weird, and then that plus the sass and the Kelly, it was so many things happening in such a small amount of time that it was hard to like.
Behind the scenes?
I can't necessarily pinpoint which ones did, but that was the moment that like broke me, and I was like, "Fuck this guy." Like that's what I said at that moment. I like pissed me off that much that I literally said, "Fuck this guy."
Yeah, that is what that's what I thought, but I didn't know, so I couldn't really say. But did you tell him like before? Not.
Freeman, you're dysgenic. You're a skinny little shit. Sorry.
I mean, Freeman was right in the chat. He said Mantis.
I'm sick of him saying fucking.
Oh,
maybe
Freeman.
Dysgenic shit. Yeah, I'm fat and bald. You can't.
Hi, Ninetails.
Hello.
Well, hold on, Dave.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me ask you this. So before all this stuff happened in the last month, did you tell Tom like I'm like starting to float away from this type of content? I'm not really feeling it anymore. Anything behind the scenes, or like as a mod, like you can change this, you can change that. I wouldn't do this. This makes me uncomfortable as a man. Anything at all?
No.
Okay. All right. Honest. I don't know. It kind of feels like not that because then it seems like I'm putting the responsibility on you. But
yeah, go ahead, put it on me. I don't care.
It seems like everybody kind of fell off without really like trying to like rectify the situation. Like all the mods he had before just like poof up and disappeared. Now, what I'll go back to the beginning. My biggest criticisms of Tom is that he's very hard-headed. He's very stubborn, very set in his ways, does not want to listen. You can tell him a million times this is not smart to do this, but sometimes, most of the time, he's going to do what he wants to do, and that's like the end of the story. So it is hard, it is frustrating. I can already see like even attempting or thinking you have to attempt to try to rein this guy in. But okay, so I just want to make sure I was clear with you on that because we've spoken a little bit behind the scenes. I don't know much about why you left the community or anything, but just wanted to clear that up. Sorry, not to hold the stream up.
No, you're good.
Totally unrelated. I just want to say, Mantis, I want whatever DMs you're talking about in the chat. I want those. Please send those to me. Whatever you're talking about, I want to see those.
Coder, stop gooning. We're gonna start calling you Cooter.
Oh, I hate Mantis, by the way. I think she's like a bad person, but I want to see the DMs.
Obligatory line for me. As someone who constantly has tried to change Tom and isn't his mod, I am super surprised his mods didn't do that.
I am too. I'm trying to steer him in the right direction as one of his quote unquote new mods. I don't even know what that fuck that means, but yeah, like I haven't like I said, he's not done anything that's made me say, forget this guy. I'm not fuck. I still like him for the same reasons I did like him before. He does fuck up sometimes. I try to, just like everybody else, you try to get your friends to do better. That's all.
That's very parasocial. I'm half kidding, but I'm also half not. Some mods are very parasocial and 100% like.
Oh wait, no. I want yeah, I'm sorry. I want you to be very like straight up with me. What do you mean by that?
Oh, my specific response was to you calling him a friend, and then I'm just giving like a general take on mods that they can be parasocial sometimes.
Did I say my friend?
Best.
At the end, yeah, like we said, when you want your friends to do better. I didn't say like I don't think you meant Tom was your friend. I just think you were making an analogy, but that's why I made the joke.
Okay, got you. Because I didn't mean to imply that he was like my friend at all. Tom, he's not my friend. I know him strictly from the internet. We've spoken about internet shit strictly. Yeah, I like him. Like I said, I like him for particular reasons, which I'll probably get into as we go on. But nothing that's happened over the last month has changed my outlook on that. Now, could he have done better with some things? Yes, but yeah, I have a lot of criticisms of him, but it's not that he's a liar. He's, making up jail stories. He's, lying about his past. He's, the funniest thing is,
the jail stories are pretty hard to believe.
No, they're not.
They're not really that.
Did you see the one? Watch the one on Alex when Alex Playing with Fire came on.
Really, have you ever been to jail?
The prison riot story. Look it up.
Here's the thing.
I'll send it to you, actually.
I on my channel I talk about very, very, very serious things. I'm from like a completely
I know.
other
I've seen your stuff.
No,
I scouted you, buddy.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking.
Okay.
No. Well, I am talking to you, but I'm talking to everybody. But I was just asked a question. What I'm trying to say is that I cover very serious shit. So this stuff with Tom is like, I don't know. It's like so. It's
pretty mild.
It's so non-consequential compared to what I'm. So yeah. So compared to what I'm used to covering on my channel, this is like fucking nothing. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought.
I had a couple of things to bring up about that. Dave, did you believe the SWAT story? The SWAT?
No, not at all.
Why not?
It's
wait. No. Wait. I was asked, have I ever been to jail? Okay, no. I hate to cut this off.
No, go for it. You're good.
I lost my train of thought. I was asked, have I ever been to jail, and I never
I'm
even answered
sorry,
that
I'm
question.
such a shithead. I'm so sorry.
On my channel, so the reason I start even going down that is because I cover very specific stuff on my channel, and I try to be anonymous on the internet and like not give away too much. But the answer to your question is yes, I've been to jail more times than I'd like to admit, and I've seen and covered a lot of crazy, heinous shit. Plus, if you look up Kensington, Philadelphia, you will see, and it will be unbelievable to you if you've never seen, like, this is part of America. Like, nothing that Tom has said is remotely unbelievable or hard to believe at all. Like, not even a little bit. I've seen it happen to lesser people than or not even that he's a big person. I've seen it happen to multiple people. I should say. Let me put it like that. I've seen it happen to multiple people.
But these things
some of
don't
the things
happen
that he's describing.
spontaneously, right? Like usually, they're either initiating a new person or there's some like ongoing.
Man, are we talking about the prison guards at this point? You fuck.
Okay, sorry. I'm probably.
Which story are you
confusing
talking
some
about with initiation?
I don't want to get details wrong because I just heard this on like Queeman's coverage, and so I kind of want to go back and re-listen.
Can we wait
my
till-
initial impression? My
Can
initial
we wait
impression.
till we get there? We're gonna watch it.
Yeah, we'll
Can
probably
we wait?
get there. Yeah. I don't
Just
wanna
to
spoil it.
clarify, though, my initial impression was it's just a little absurd.
Well, I haven't seen this particular thing that you're talking about.
Can I respond to the SWAT stuff real quick?
Go for
Because
it.
I actually do study police operations as part of being an anarchist and knowing your enemy. And one of the first things that stood out to me is that Tom wasn't really afraid of like what he was doing, whether it was the legal consequence or the idea of someone fighting back. So, and if there's anything that I learned about myself as a kid, a very young kid, who wanted to lie all the time to make myself sound cool, it's that oftentimes you don't think about the bigger picture when you're just making up lies that you're telling people to sound cool. And that
True.
certainly sounds like I didn't think of the bigger picture kind of thing when I made that lie.
Maybe. But that's nothing you said there is false. People definitely do that all the time.
Yeah, but also like with the that thing specifically, if you're like selling and buying drugs and also on drugs, that's like, especially heroin, that's kind of not that crazy.
It is.
I've got
because
some
if you're
friends
selling
with
drugs, you're trying to maintain rep, right? And then if you're
No.
like pranking your friends with SWAT shit, then
Not
they're
if
not going
no
to trust you.
no
Wait.
if you
let's
are
get
the
to
addict.
the vibe before y'all argue about it. I'm Canklemore. You probably have a lot to say about this, I'm
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
Let's get there. You got Queeman here in the chat. He's not here to watch some old ass tomfoolery stream. Did you even get to the part that you tried to get to?
Pretty much, yeah. Except now the list at the end, I think, is the last of it, right?
Maybe. I
Or
don't
he
know.
just does this.
Freaking crap, hold on.
Sorry, it looks like 6 lights aren't available right now.
Ninetales, I'm sure you have like very valid points. I was not trying to cut that off. I just want.
Oh no, you're right. I'm coming in here just to hear my own voice.
I want to see that part so I can know what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, I don't mind being shut up on this stream.
All right. I gotta go to sleep.
Ask Neve. Well, no, Neve will think I do, even though I'm very permissive of her telling me to shut up.
I thought, shut up.
Yeah,
Is everyone clicked in and watching?
Dave, I love you too.
Trying to hit play.
Allie, chill. Yeah, that was it. That was the list part, right? And then okay, I have something to pull up. I believe these are public, right? These
We're off to a great
Steve,
start.
you know why I'm not going hard at you right now.
You
Like
said they were public.
you
Don't put nudes on screen.
You saw what I was probably saying in chat last night. You probably you but me and you talk behind the scenes, so you know I'm not going hard at you. But I think that what you did, you were just leaving because you saw the tide shifting and you were looking for the next coattail to ride, and
Not
you
even close.
left. That was my opinion. Like that was my opinion going into last night. However, you did step in and say, if I implied this, and this, I apologize for that. So I respect that, whole thing that you did for that reason. But other than that, I would be calling you out right now, just so you know.
I mean, you're free to call me out. I felt like there were too many sweepers up here, so somebody needed to come up to push, just in case.
But you're not pushing really anything. All you
Well, we haven't gotten any more content. You just keep asking questions.
If you guys want to pull up this, I see Cankle's pulling something up on his YouTube, but
Hey, I shall pull up my stream. Look at what I have up.
Yeah. Okay.
I have the public DMs up, right? So the claim was about consent, right? Later on, she felt uncomfortable.
About the list?
Yeah. 7 claims she felt uncomfortable.
Just read them. Go ahead, read
Yeah.
them.
We've had issues on tone before, so I was asking, want to say again, I'm genuinely asking. The annoying thing is when you said you checked with everyone on the list, that this is what he's replying to here. I don't know exactly what I said, but I didn't literally message each person asking beforehand. As far as people I actually know, all except 2 were in chat, I think, maybe 3, but they either retweeted the list, memed about it, or did something to give me the impression that it wasn't a problem. The ones that were in chat are people I know are okay with it. Like, I didn't check on Pamela Anderson or Amaranth. Yeah, obviously it comes across very badly, though, because even if you're saying you checked with everyone on it, that you know I'm on it and you didn't check with me before or after, it's generally how I interact. If I get reciprocation, I'll assume they're okay with things unless stated otherwise. If I don't, I'll normally check in, and then he replies to that. Wait, I thought you did comment on it and on Twitter and meme on it, and you messaged me saying you wanted to go on Wix and pretend to be mad. And then she said, I think I interacted with Wick about it, and no offense, but he posted it partly because he was angry all the time he spent encouraging me to stream was going to be a waste. Yeah, I get that, but that's what I was talking about. But yeah, that would have been so funny if you replied in time. Memeing about it has made me feel less embarrassed, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. And she replies to the, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, I see how that comes across as tacit consent for sure. Just when you say you checked with me, obviously not true, so I'll say not true, but I'll clarify now what you meant. She said she was going to clarify after she went on Chud's stream. That's why these DMs happened. She did not go back on Chud's stream and clarify.
Does Clayman talk about it?
In this?
And the thing you're about to go over.
I don't believe so. Not the DMs, but she never went on anyone's stream to clarify what he meant after she said she would. And then
can we watch that Wick panel or?
Yeah, let's see.
My general take on it is, like, Tom's a bit of a drama streamer. And so someone generating drama around him is kind of getting a taste of his own medicine. Kind of.
Take that, Tom.
I don't agree.
Well, I especially agree with it the
Bring
more
the DMs back up while you look. I want to.
The more that Philly's statement that what he did is no big deal. Like, the more that's true, the more I'm okay with the idea that it's just tit for tat drama farming.
Well, Tom was just kind of going over drama, not like causing anything back then.
Right, but you're still stoking the flames at that point.
Is he really?
I meant,
covering
I was
drama?
thinking the Wix stream that Seven was on and Kelly Jean, so you could see what Seven said then.
Yeah,
We are
I don't
being
know
so
what
ADHD.
stream that is.
We are being so ADHD with our coverage right now.
I don't. It was
Canklemore
on
just has to decide how he wants to do this and go about it, and you know,
the 7th or
he's
8th, I
kind
want
of
to say.
being led around
2-7 or 2-8 or something.
I'm lost as to what we were doing. I thought I'm totally confused.
I think we should be watching the JStock stream, but whatever.
I
Maybe
think
I might
that,
just want to watch the JStock stream too, but
I think that we live in a really beautiful world, and there's a lot of really cool stuff to learn about, and there's a lot of rabbit holes that you can dive down. Listen, there's a lot of beautiful and exciting rabbit holes that you can dive down and learn like tons of interesting things. And if any of them at any point lead you to scrolling through Wick's YouTube channel, searching for
made
a
a
particular
wrong
VOD,
turn?
you'll get lost in the void.
Yeah, you clicked on the wrong link somewhere, and you've lost your way. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lex Friedman. If you hear
Especially
me say this,
click on
also,
multiple to
we
try
should
to
be
find where
friends.
you're looking for.
But I'm sorry. I think I'm just really tired. That's why I'm being such a dick. But I think I'm probably gonna bounce. Tom did nothing wrong. That's not true. Tom did plenty of stuff wrong, but it all looks stupid because all the criticisms were overblown, and
Don't
most
get me
of the
wrong.
big
This whole
creators
thing
didn't
is
make
blown
good
up way bigger
criticisms
than
of
I
them,
needed
so,
to be.
yeah.
It all could have. Well,
What
but
drama
Tom could have
is?
ended it all just by saying, "I'm sorry, Kelly. I won't." Be
Tom could have just ended it all. Yeah,
It's
that's
the
true.
one
That's true,
called
dude. But I'm
audience
glad he didn't.
capture.
All right, good night,
Michael, I
guys.
think.
are we really complaining that the
I'm
drama
not,
was treated
but
like drama?
it's called audience capture,
No,
Kinkle, I think.
I have specific complaints about Tom that have
But
never
I
been
think it was the
raised.
opposite for Tom. I think he lost audience rather than capturing more on this.
He absolutely
No,
lost.
I'm saying the
Because-
stream,
Oh.
Rick's stream is called audience capture. Is what I'm trying to say.
I was about to steel man
I
you, Allie,
thought you
and
were
be like,
making a quirky comment.
Oh no,
saying
no, no! I'm
it's
trying to
called
help
audience-
Kinkle out, but he's not listening to me. So
Never mind.
It was called audience cap. Okay.
Yeah.
I think all the
How the
people
fuck am I
that
supposed
weren't willing to, like all the people that had a problem with what he
It was
did,
hard to talk
left,
through,
right?
everyone.
And, yeah, and then but like so it was a couple like core people that left that made a big difference. I think first of all, his streamer friends that left, Aiko, Rezi, Zonia, that did not help at all, right? And then you probably had people who genuinely had a problem with the things he said to Kelly, right? So yeah, like he didn't have many, like he didn't have like thousands of viewers to begin with. So right there, you're gonna have maybe 50 to 75 people that you're losing right there. So yeah, those people are gone. He's going to have to start over basically and build his audience back up and hopefully take lessons from this and move forward.
but if you think about it, audience capture is the game that Tom has played and got played on, because I would argue like Creeman, Chud, and JStock totally captured portions of Tom's audience by probably
Yes, they
blowing this
played
out
the
of
game
proportion.
of streaming better than him. I don't know what else to say.
But I honestly don't think anybody left because of Justical or Queeman. I mean, they brought things up, but I don't think they're the reason why anybody left.
I kind of agree with
No,
that.
but they would have had to have brought this up. Like, I'm not saying like people are just doing this because they're brainwashed or anything.
I literally think everybody left because of the way Tom reacted to what they were doing, not so much for what they said or what they did.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I wasn't giving any implication one way or another, but I tend to agree that it's more about how he reacted than just
Okay.
campaigning.
I get you.
Yeah, and he did. Yes, he made plenty of mistakes here that were completely self-inflicted. That he did not like Queeman, JStock, Destiny, Wick. Anybody who comments on Tom are going to have their own opinion, no matter what. He's not going to change that. Like they already have made those opinions, right? What he can control is his behavior and how he handles these situations and in my mind. With
But
this
do you think it's
particular
weird that you've
situation.
apologized for him more than he's apologized for himself?
Yes. Yes. It is very weird. It is very well, weird isn't the word. It shows how stubborn he is.
Yeah, he needs to take accountability, and he wouldn't lose. He
But
could
he
get a
has
lot of people
to me,
back,
though.
probably.
Like, it doesn't
Actually,
matter. Yes, I
yeah,
would
he did
agree.
to
I
you.
agree with you
But that
100%. Yes,
doesn't.
I know it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? But what I know is that he knows that he's like where he knows he's wrong at. He doesn't think he's wrong about any of the lying stuff. He hasn't admitted, like he said, "Oh, well, actually, I'm a liar," and J Stalk was actually right. Like he's completely concrete on some of it. But about the Kelly stuff, he wishes he would have handled some of that differently, and definitely sassafras, he wishes he would have handled that situation a little bit differently. Like, so he acknowledges that there are places he went wrong here, but like he's not engaging with the, oh, you're just a liar, Tom. Like you just, you're a pathological liar. You just can't help yourself. You just lie at every turn. Like you're just you make these stories up about jail and getting high, and then being a debate coach. You just make these things up, and there's no reason that you're doing any of this other than that you're just a weird, creepy liar, dude. And you ogle women, and all these things that just paint a narrative of him that I don't hold of him, that he doesn't hold of himself, that there's other people that don't concretely hold of him, right? But there's other criticisms that I have of these things that have happened, right? I can't help Queeman thinks these things of him. I can't help Chet thinks these things of him, or J Stalk thinks these things. Can't stop them from making their streams. They're
Yeah, I love you, but can you make your points a little more concise?
Sorry, I'm actually about to be done. I can't like help that they're doing their thing. I just wish that he would listen and like when there's a move made against him, know how to properly react and not do the exact wrong thing. That's all.
I hate Warner Brothers.
I'm getting tired, so I'm getting a little more testy. Sorry,
Dave.
No, I actually wasn't literally about to be done. You're right, though. I can be more concise.
Opinions are like
assholes. I know.
Oh, I was gonna say flowers, but I guess.
Sure you were.
Cankle's given up on us. He's just talking to Chet now.
Sure you were, Ninetales. I bet you were gonna say flowers.
A butthole's kind of like a flower.
Oh my!
It's a chocolate.
Wait, weren't we watching Queeman stream?
Yeah,
I have no idea what we're doing.
This is for the 7 stuff.
I demand the Queetent.
We'll get back to it in a minute. Okay, this won't be long.
Okay.
That's the whole reason I jumped
There's
up here was to
raccoon time
comment
and
on
stuff.
Queeman.
It's just kind of.
You know what? I will go back to this.
Either way, I won't count that as a
Well,
lie
I'm not
because it
actually
really
gonna
can go
sweep
either
for
way. Like,
Queeman,
yeah, he
so I'm
can be
actually
talking
gonna go
about
to
J
bed.
Stalk substantiation at the time.
You
could
You can feel
try and
free to-
downplay it now,
I'm
but
not
it's really
I'm
hard.
not gonna sweep for
We'll be fair.
Queeman.
We'll be
What the
fair.
fuck?
Feel free to say whatever you want about Queeman. I don't give a fuck.
Or annoying to me.
Have a good night.
He called you
I thought you were just
dysgenic,
sweeping
right?
Tom's
With
shit.
my reputation in this way.
He's
Now
called me
as his
dysgenic
co-host
multiple
sitting there
times.
calling
This
me
time I
Queeman.
was just not in the mood because I'm
Pretty hostile.
tired.
By the way, I want to watch the Queeman stuff
I just
because
wanted to
I mostly hate Queeman and I'm ready
snap
to
back a
like
bit.
call him out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was never
don't
gonna
hate the
sweep
guy.
for
I just
Queeman
know
anyway.
I just knows he hates Tom, and it's funny to watch him and Tom battle it out. I just wish Tom would just fucking battle it out and stop pussyfooting around and shit.
I was just trying to
told him as much
spread the
privately.
dirt behind the sweepers. I didn't want them to sweep everything away.
Tom needs his own A-loggers. Like he needs to be able to fucking fight this on the battlefront of fucking.
Anyway,
whatever
bye.
the fuck
Oh wait,
the
Dave.
place is.
Fuck.
Just
Fuck. The fucking like the tall tale stuff. I think it's not that they're not that crazy. Like when I was on heroin, when I relapsed for the first time, I was a unknowing getaway driver for 2 fucking bank robberies. And my buddy, when he was in Florida, he got kidnapped by, I believe he said Dominican cartel, Dominican gang. because he owed them money for crack. And they brought him to a place where another crackhead chick came begging for a front because she was fiending pretty fucking hard. And they made her fuck their pit bull in front of him. And then they just kicked her out and didn't give her any crack.
I mean, that I can hear that shit happening in my building from time to time. Ankles, the people are not rejecting what Tom's saying on the absurdity of it, right? They're rejecting it on the inconsistencies. And the SWAT thing is the one absurd thing, because the people that, like, you're talking about awful people who can really act sporadically and do some fucked up shit. Therefore, it does not make sense that you would go around like SWAT robbing people, maybe robbing people, but swatting as a prank to be able to rob them.
Not as a prank. Wait, no. Okay, that is no. Everything you're saying is no, totally wrong.
Right? Because what?
No. When you are an addict that's selling drugs, you're not going around. He's saying in a silly way. It's kind of fucking ridiculous, like the way he's framing it a little bit.
Arguments nobody has even made yet.
Yeah, I know.
Let's hear the arguments.
True.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm sorry, but like,
just bear in mind.
There's nothing here to argue against.
Just bear in mind, like, for the most part, like, people are leaving because they don't trust him in general, not because his statements are so absurd he can't possibly be believed. Like, no one's talking about how big the fish is. It's just that Tom seems to have big fish that he's keeping.
No. But let's get. They talk about all this shit. I swear.
Yeah.
Just hit play.
Yeah, they do.
So we'll be fair. We'll be fair.
Or annoying to me that the guy who keeps running around calling me a sex pest and kind of fucking with my reputation in this way now has his co-host sitting there calling me creepy. And,
Later, Dave.
Yeah. So that's like how it like led up to that was he was immediately like, oh yeah, see, he is a sex pest. See, I told you guys, he's pulling up a girl's Instagram. I told you he was a sex pest.
Okay, so they say you're a sex pest.
Yeah,
I feel like my understanding is that was everyone just upset at you pulling up her Instagram?
Shout out to
like,
Philly
for
keeping the conversation
I feel like didn't it go on for
going.
like days? I feel like I kept hearing about the Tom drama. PB was like, thanks Tom, you know, you've killed the drama cycle on us.
At that point, yeah.
This rate will be here till 8 in the morning.
Like whether or not it's always bad to objectify somebody.
Totally
we were already arguing about it on stream, and then
that's totally fair to me. Who's
chat,
also
so they just tell
keeping
me
the
to
conversation.
I hop on. I go on there and argue with her. Kelly Jean
you interrupted the video. You paused champ too long.
But she kept saying, "This is about me. Talk to me." And so I'm talking to her. She's very frustrating to talk to. Like
Kelly can do no wrong.
She pivots. She like you can go listen. Like I'm very like calm and reasonable at the beginning, but the longer the conversation goes on, the more and more frustrated I get. The more and more she's like strawmanning and pivoting and like kind of obfuscating, and it was becoming more and more frustrating to where like yes, I'm yelling and getting louder. And then after the argument was over, it was framed as like he's yelling at somebody for calling him creepy. He's yelling at somebody for feeling uncomfortable about his weird actions, and that wasn't why I was yelling. I was yelling because of how frustrating she is to argue with. But the argument wasn't even over like whether or not she can call me creepy. The argument was over like whether or not.
Does he think that saying that she's frustrating makes him look any better? Because the point is that you're going into the situation where you know what the cards are on the table. It's been made clear to you that this woman is like saying that you come off like a fucking creep. But with the way you're pulling up her Instagram, and you know you're in like the same sort of social circles. So as like an adult, you generally have like the emotional regulation to handle that situation in a more diplomatic way. So it doesn't really make you look any better that you're saying she was frustrating to talk to. I mean, you cannot do that, but you've got to also accept the reality that it's very likely that person's going to hate you afterwards. So I just don't think this makes him look any better. He's like using it to explain it. He's saying like, oh well, no, I wasn't shouting at her because she turned me down. I was shouting at her because she was being annoying. It's like, well, I don't know that really makes much of a difference, dude.
Instagram on stream, and yeah, just from my perspective, everything kind of got reframed afterwards, and that then yes, other people were upset about this, and
can I just say something about that real quick?
Arguments about it over
So kind
time.
of like snowballed from there. What were like?
Just real quick. So Queen is saying that Tom should have like just not like defended what he thought he was right about, right? He's not saying that like those comments, those chat comments were awful. He's saying that like he shouldn't have been there debating her in the first place. I just want to make sure I understand his argument correctly.
It's hold on, let's check again real quick.
I think he was making a comment on the optics.
And I was shouting at it. I just don't think this makes him look any better. He's like using it to explain it.
Okay.
He's saying like, "Oh well, no, I wasn't shouting at her because she turned me down. I was shouting at her because she was being annoying." So, well, I don't know that really makes much of a difference, dude.
Instagram on stream, and yeah, just for
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, he is saying it's a bad.
The shouting.
It does make a difference. Well, yeah. So we can quibble on like if it makes him look bad to shout at this woman or not. In my eyes, I don't give a fuck, but I can see Queenman's argument. Like that's not good optics.
As a female who would just be saying this, if I put myself in her shoes, I'm saying that would be really aggressive to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
100%.
That's the other side of things that like there's like was Kelly like really big on debating before all this? That's one thing I don't know about her. Or was she kind of like just entering the space?
Yes and no. She was kind of in and out. She wasn't like a prominent, like common debater, but like she would jump.
She's known for being pretty harsh. Sure. From what Tom had seen, we had just watched a couple things.
Yeah.
But I don't think she'd been in the debate scene really.
She had been on Kick or Keep a couple of times as like because she's the producer. She filled in.
Oh, okay.
And the other thing is like Tom gives first impressions of being someone who wouldn't like go claws out at you.
I agree.
This is definitely the first time I've ever seen him behave this way with Kelly. So I think this harkens back to Kelly being the first one bring up this whole sex pest meme way back when this whole thing started back on Destiny's stream. She tried to bring it up on Destiny's stream, right? She tried to do that. Destiny said, he said, "Oh, I've heard about this," or something like, I know what this was about. Don't quote me. He said something to that effect and ended stream like immediately. So that
did he say that?
In my heart, don't quote me. Like he said something to that effect. He said, "I've either like I know what this is about, or I've heard this, or something that like or we're not going to start this, or something like that."
Yeah, that I think he said
to the
that.
effect of,
Yeah.
like, oh, we're not going to start this. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I think
So,
he said, "I'm not
you know,
starting this
yeah.
right now," and then just ended stream.
And that could be because he's already ending stream, right?
Mhm.
No. I'm not saying that Destiny did anything wrong. Like he shut that shit down immediately. But I'm saying that's where Tom's like sort of perceived perceived hatred for Kelly or perceived like aggressiveness towards Kelly. I think that's where that stems from. Is his frustration over that.
Do this on your own. He didn't imply there was something there. He was ending and wanted to shut. Yeah. Also, it sounded like Kelly was going on there to like ask, "What the fuck are you talking about, Jace Dog?" Like,
no. I'm just okay. I'm not implying that anybody was. I'm just trying to remember what happened. Okay, Kelly asked Jace Dog something about the sex pest thing, right? That's where this whole thing started from.
Yeah.
Well, that's where this whole thing publicly started from.
Mhm.
Okay, just put it like that. And then Destiny said, we're not going to do this, or whatever he said, and end the stream. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm just saying
Yeah,
that's where
okay.
Tom's frustration stems from.
Yeah, with Jace Dog. Yeah.
With Jace Dog, yes, and Kelly.
I don't think the frustration started with Kelly there though.
Well, where else is that aggressiveness coming from?
It was. I think the aggression towards Kelly came from
because she said he was
stream
weird.
and that stream alone. Yeah.
Because she said he was weird. That's literally all she said was he's weird.
Yep. Because
that would not make them say, "Oh, fuck this bitch." You should.
Well, because where she was saying it was on Jay Stock's panel, this guy who had kind of been needling him about this sex pest thing for months, or whatever, the rumors. And he had just gotten off that call of the fake AP person earlier, right before this too, and they just
That
played
was
it
fucking funny.
like making fun of him, basically. You know what I mean? I think he
Yes.
probably was riled
All
up
that
about a few
contributes.
things, is what I'm
Yes.
guessing. I don't know.
All that contributes. You're right. All that contributes. Yes.
And the worst part about this is we're missing the fact that hilarious AP prank happened.
I'm not missing it. I didn't think it was funny. I thought it was pretty fucked up. But
I think it's funny because Twitch pollers really, really are clearly shooting for professionalism, even though, like, if you really analyze like their streams and whether or not they would be professional material, 90% of them are no.
So
Are they
Tom
trying to
says
be
he knew
professional?
that he. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just trying to add an addendum. Is Twitch poll trying to be professional? Because I don't think a lot of people really give a shit.
I mean, that's the vibe that they'll put off, but as soon as they think that they're going to be interviewed by AP, they're like, "Oh fuck yeah, let's go!"
Okay,
Hype.
maybe.
So this just real quick before you hit play. This is another thing that they say. Like they say, you know, Tom lied about this because I've heard Tom say that he knew that this was a prank call. Him and Sass knew, like they were communicating, and that he went into this call knowing that this obviously wasn't an AP guy. Now they say, okay, Tom's lying about that because he played along. He took the call. He probably knew it was being recorded, so he fed right into this. So it is what it is. Right there. I'm not calling it one way or the other.
You just wouldn't have hyped it up as much as he did if you thought that it was fake, because otherwise you'd clearly be letting your audience down or leading them on either way.
what?
Why would you hype it up if you thought it was fake? Because then you'd be giving your audience like a letdown.
No one. It
or
was
you'd be
recorded
leading-
secretly.
I heard about it beforehand. It was being hyped up.
By Tom?
Where were you at?
Where did I hear this from? That is a good question.
So
You're probably on JStock's fucking server.
Yeah.
That's the only place this could have been.
Maybe. I just remember people were
It's
talking
fine.
about
I'm there
it beforehand.
sometimes too. There's nothing wrong
And
with that.
I was curious if it was going to be real too. I was like, wow, really? Like, because I remember there's also someone in chat pretending to be Joe Rogan. It was like, yeah, man, I want to have you on my show. And I didn't believe that. That was too ridiculous.
What?
Yeah, no, there was someone in his chat claiming to be Joe Rogan who wanted to have him on his show. It was just
Right.
There was no way it was.
You know
actually
what?
there.
I
There's
believe
no
it.
way. In like a
Not real
vacuum,
Joe Rogan.
I would believe it, especially with the way he covers certain things. It's very Rogan-esque. I'll agree.
No, the Tom drama seems like something Rogan would want to be a part of.
But this was before the Tom drama.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, hit play, please.
From my perspective, everything kind of got reframed afterwards, and then yes, other people were upset about this and just ended up having more and more arguments about it over
So kind
time.
of like snowballed from there. What were like the because somebody in chat was mentioning that your like mods were saying something, or like the reason it was creepy was actually not because of you pulling it up on stream, because like mods. I don't know what is that.
So it was a mod who asked me to pull up Kelly Jean's Instagram, and then so earlier when you guys asked me on the panel, like, hey, what is the what did you take from that situation? Blah blah blah. I was saying like, yes, we in my community, like we did have some chats that were saying shit like, tits on screen, or I forget what but they like, we advocate for respectful objectification pretty often, and those
So you had like a random, like it was just like a random chatter, because
Respectful
people were saying mod, but it wasn't just like a random chatter who was just like saying weird shit.
So the mod is the one who asked me to pull it up, from what I remember. I'm not sure if it was the mod who was making those chats, but I'm not really sure.
Okay,
Who said
okay.
what?
So some of your chat when you pulled up the stuff made comments about Kelly Jean as well. Like what comments? Like was it just like she's sexy, or was it like?
The main one I think was tits on screen that people were upset about. But if anybody
Was that the main one people were upset about? I thought it wasn't there one that said something like they want to put a baby in her.
Yeah, that was another one.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Wasn't
I
that one?
I
I
totally
thought that was.
understand being creeped out by that, even though I'll never have a baby in me, and I'm a trans woman, to be clear.
Yes, that was the one. It's not a secret.
Yeah, he's right.
Kelly mentions it several times on the stream.
And also when he said, "I'm just gonna put her up on my stream regardless, like every single day now."
Right. But so we're watching this because Tom's like obfuscating here, it seems, because he doesn't mention the one main one, I think. But maybe he doesn't remember it, but that was the one that Kelly mentioned several times that bothered her.
Okay, I get that.
To me.
But what Tom has said consistently here is that he brought Erudite on to talk to her specifically about how she feels about women in this space and like how they're treated in this space and bringing up their OnlyFans, blah 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 blah. And he said that he was not prepared for this, so that could have completely just slipped his mind. I don't think people are saying, "Oh, he's lying here. He's obfuscating. He's doing this."
I didn't say lying, but yeah, I just don't.
You didn't. But I've heard people make that. Yeah. You're
To
right,
me,
yeah.
that's the one comment that stuck out in my brain. If someone were to ask me what it was that bothered Kelly the most, she mentions it several times. So to me, I knew if there was one comment, that would be it.
This coverage. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to argue on that. I think you're right.
That was my impression. Maybe I'm misremembering. I could be misremembering.
Has the chats, you guys can send them to me. I don't.
That one seems
I don't remember
worse.
exactly what each and every one was, but there were like 2 or 3 where she was saying, like in the argument, she kept saying, I was being weird, I was being creepy. But then when I would ask her what it is I did, she would say like, oh yeah, your chat said X, Y, and Z. I'm like, okay, so you're not saying I'm weird and creepy. You're saying my chat was weird and creepy. And then she would say, no, this is your behavior, this is your community, blah blah blah. And so yeah, it was kind of back and forth. Where like I was willing to admit, like yes, there were some things said in chat that yeah, I probably it's probably not what we would call respectful objectification, and that we probably should try to like clean this up a bit and yeah, make it to where people aren't saying such explicit stuff. But
yeah. I don't think respectful objectification. I'm not sure that I believe this is a thing. Wouldn't we be talking about respectful
it's a bit of an oxymoron.
sexualization?
Yeah, I would agree.
Isn't objectification inherently disrespectful because you're reducing a person to an object? That's what the word means, no?
I get the idea of it, but I don't know that that's what he was doing there.
Well, especially like if it's ever going to be respectful,
so this whole
relies on
conversation
being self-aware. Like you can't just like objectify people and say, "Oh, we're doing it respectfully, so it's totally fine now." No, comes a point where like if Tom was being respectful, he'd be 100% taking accountability for the things his chat is saying and being like, I must not be forming a very respectful environment if people feel like they can say that shit about her in my chat and not consider
100%.
how that makes her feel.
Yep.
I feel like if the other person has a problem with it, then you probably didn't do it respectfully. I think when it comes to things like this, it's very personal because there's like no real way that we can discern how you should feel from something like this. So whatever way you feel personally about the situation, I would say is right.
Well, you gotta be careful there because respectful is subjective. So
Yeah,
one
that's
person's
my point.
respect is another person's disrespect. So yeah. Okay, so yeah, respectful. I get what he's going for, right? Like what he's saying is like, yeah, we might do some coon time, but we're like not going to sit here and like slut shame women or like say, even though that's exactly kind of what he did to Kelly.
Yeah, but for some people, just coon time would be like subjecting women, and they would find that misogynistic.
And that's the fine line Tom has been walking. That's the thing, you know?
People can find it misogynistic. That's fine. Like, I don't think he would, deny that.
Oh yeah, that would probably be a stupid thing to criticize him on, but I was just bringing up like eyes of the beholder. Someone could view just that action alone as misogynistic.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be inappropriate to debate you here on this, Philly, but did you say you think respect is objective? Because I don't know if I agree.
No, I said it's subjective.
Oh, okay, my bad. I misheard then. And I'm glad because now we agree.
It seems retarded.
Yeah, I think I heard you say that.
This is a linguist.
Queeman taking a rhetoric L.
It just seems like we're starting off on a bad foot anyway. Because we shouldn't be talking. It doesn't seem like he's talking about objectification. He's talking about sexualization. I don't know. Whatever.
Okay.
Because that throughout, like that wasn't a thing that I was really defending or arguing against. Yeah.
Right. So you weren't saying like, yeah, these chatters were based for what they were saying. You were just being like, you were just saying like, you're not always responsible for what's in chat, especially because it's like you might not mod that out if you don't think it's like that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And that's like basically the extent of it, is that like you went on, fought with her, which led to more people watching it, which led to more people watching it and weighing in and fighting. And probably you went on somewhere else again and maybe talked about it, which just like leads to like the drama snowball of like everyone's watching now the third inception of a new clip where you're reacting to the reaction of the original reaction or something like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, sure. At the time, from what I was hearing and from the most of the people that I was talking to, they didn't even care about that stuff with Kelly Jean and JCLK so much. That
D-Roguelike, as far as a base game, by the way, I'm like skeptical of it. Like, it doesn't look very fun. It doesn't look very satisfying. I'm going to be honest.
Solid
it does not
commentary.
look very. It doesn't look like my kind of thing. I've been playing a lot of
Honestly,
Tiny Rogues, so
I don't
this is
even
my,
know what the game was that you mentioned.
roguelike
You didn't
tangent.
enunciate it well at all.
Nightly roguelike tangent.
Feel free to find the good parts.
What, like after a panel, I'm getting ready to get off. Somebody sent total accident that fucked like a whole lot more shit up. That made everything a much worse deal. The Kelly Jean stuff didn't seem to like matter as much to people, but I did want to get like more perspective.
I think there is a part coming up that even made like Erudite
Basically,
pause. So don't
just
go
to show that
too
he did bring
far
up
ahead.
the messages that were in chat, and he did ask you about it, and he basically doubled down on them when he did bring them up.
Thing,
but I'm gonna wait.
Actually,
Jay, do I have a fun image that
where
pops
it
up on the
was.
screen? I'm so jealous. I want one so bad.
I know I don't. Not yet.
Damn. Oh, right, that's okay. All right.
So what's everybody doing here? What's up?
Okay, you guys. Okay, I'm coming through again. My mic was running. You don't have the picture yet, right? But Wolfgang will get on that at some point.
Who is that in top left? That is Emp Dave, former Tom moderator. Looks like the fat guy from Dune. What, Baron Harkonnen?
Okay, so here, I'll recap my understanding. And then obviously, Tom, if I mistell it as you told me, I want you to correct me because I don't want to put words in your mouth that are unfair. And then if you guys feel like he's missing information,
Dave
if you just like
left
want to let me know.
too
I'm just trying to get heads or tails of this now. So yeah, my understanding is Tom were you reacting to Kelly and just like, oh, you were reacting to Kelly and just like reacting to Wick drama about progressive victory, correct?
I think they were actually talking to Wick and Counterpoints at the time.
Right.
Yes.
And you
just to be totally clear, it was Counterpoints was upset with Kelly because Kelly was trying to get me to switch off of some interview he was doing, and she called him boring. Or sorry, she called the interview boring. She did not call Connor boring, but Connor interpreted it as her calling him boring. So they were just fighting. It wasn't anything to do with progressive victory yet at all.
Oh, okay. Regardless, so my understanding is you were kind of reviewing them fighting about stuff, and then my understanding is that you have tension with Jay and with Kelly.
Okay,
Kelly's bringing up points that you don't like.
bring this back. 1.5. Here we go. Jay's still in the call. Let's go.
Point, and then somebody in the chat says to check out her Instagram, so you pull it up. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I don't know that I ever had tension with Kelly before this. I don't think I ever had any issues with her before. But yeah, like we were pulling it up to watch the progressive victory thing. I think we had just pulled up the video. I don't know how long it had been on stream, but like again, this is like 3 weeks ago at this point. So I'm just telling it how I remember it. We pulled it up, and then like pretty shortly after pulling it up, somebody says pull up Kelly's Instagram. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And then you pull up her Instagram. You look at it for about 20 seconds. Do you say anything while it's on screen? There's comments. I've heard a famous glitch in now. There's a commenter that says like make it bigger and blah 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 blah. Do you make any comments about it?
Just what I said was the cancel this bitch. That's cultural appropriation. I'm pretty sure that's all that came out of my mouth.
Okay, and then there was a chatter. Sounds like his name is Glitchin. That said a bunch of stuff. And Dave sent it to me. Tom, pull up Instagram. Cool material while you talk ethics. I don't know, my YouTube stuff is circled. Looks like he's just talking about business. Can you at least zoom in on Kelly? Make Kelly bigger, please. I don't care. Put tits on. Tomfoolery. You're on kick. Pull up OnlyFans. Common Kelly W. Make Kelly.
Why the fuck would Tom go on and keep this going? Well, he didn't. Erudite just decided she wanted to have her shot at it. She wanted to do her relitigation of it for some fucking reason. But
She is literally like trying to act like an attorney right now. With,
Yeah,
like,
I think that's the
he's
point.
asking.
Yeah,
I don't think anything's wrong with that.
Some might call her a judge. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm not criticizing her on that part. Just like when he says relitigating, like the accuracy of that did like I'm remarking on it. I don't know. I don't think everyone needs to have their slice of the pie on this necessarily. For people who have dealt with Tom, yeah, but like I'm almost skeptical that Queeman really needs to say that much on this as someone who probably would hardly interact with him to begin with.
Needs to say anything? Of course he doesn't, but come on.
I mean, content's content.
It's Tom 10.
Listen,
I just want people to
it's
bear that in
content.
mind. I want people to bear that in mind that like Queeman's ultimately not affected by any of these outcomes. Aside from the fact that Tom currently takes up space that he wants to occupy.
Yeah, exactly. He's from overseas. Overseas people, they scare me because not only are they concerned about people and their BS drama, but they're in another country. It leads me to the conclusion that they're completely in this for loyalties and money or clout because
I
there's no
denounce
way that they
xenophobia.
care. I didn't say no. What? No. Overseas people that care about drama scare me because they literally have no stake in this at all. Why do you give a fuck about? Like I couldn't imagine caring that some streamer in Australia, might have lied to his editor about his relation. Like who gives a fuck about any of this? Like
I mean, I think people in North America or South America who are also doing this are just as inclined to be chasing clout or stuff like that. Like,
right.
Hang on.
Exactly.
I would
agree.
like to add an addendum to this. Just because he's ocean away doesn't mean he doesn't have an effect on Tom's life. Because
No,
let's say
he does.
Queeman made like 100 fucking hit pieces on Tom, right? Well, if Tom quits streaming because he can no longer make money, that's just gonna come up every time he does a fucking job interview or a background check or anything. Like he's fucked completely, and Queeman is purposely fucking him for content.
What are you talking about?
I think you're extending your logic a bit far, but Queeman's community is unpredictable, and you could totally have that outcome with that, like stochastically, right? So
My point is, I
Queeman
could
can
have
affect
a
Tom.
video. I could have a video from a random fucking dude, right? A complete random fucking dude. It could have only 10,000 views, but if that pops up during a fucking job interview, it looks bad enough. I'm fucked.
It's not, because it's not his real name on the channel.
I don't think this will come up in a job interview.
Yeah,
but
no.
I get what he's going for. I get what he's trying to say. Like
I have
so
no idea what
People
where
in
someone's
different
located
countries.
matters. Like I just don't understand that argument at all.
not an
My
argument.
point of bringing it up is location doesn't matter when it comes to the internet. No matter where you are, who the fuck you are, you can have an effect on someone's life.
Exactly.
My only point was that they scare me because I know that they don't care about this. Like there's a plausible deniability for everybody else, but I know that people overseas like genuinely don't care what
Quigamy?
happens to any of these people.
Okay.
Like they might have friendships with some of them, but like they just genuinely don't like day to day. Like I have no idea.
I
what
want to
his culture,
clarify.
what his
because-
day to day life is like what he does. Like I don't have no idea what his life outside of the internet is. Not that I should. I don't care. I'm just saying I know that he does not care at all.
And my other thing was that like their the actual content that they make. I know I said that Tom's just a drama streamer, but he does do more political or discussion based stuff. Whereas Queeman is a shit disturber, is like an agent of chaos, right? So like their actual performance styles, their content, so much just doesn't have overlap, which is why communities don't have overlap. So whatever happens, Queeman can just go back to his normal communities, and they'll probably
That
do
shit's
pretty much
fucking
the same
good.
architecture.
That's good.
Whereas he can totally
That's
do damage to Tom's community,
really fucking
because
good.
of how
Oh my
unpredictable
god,
and stochastic
Queeman,
his
fuck
audience
you.
is.
That's funny as shit.
I would argue people like Queeman are actually an extension to Twitch poll. The reason why I say that is people like Chud Logic, for instance. The only reason why he got popular is people used to make jokes saying he was the Destiny waiting room, because he essentially just covered whatever fucking drama was going on at Destiny with the
I've
time,
never
because
even
he
heard
always
of
had
that.
content.
That's funny.
Yeah, no, that Chud Logic, they used to call him the fucking Destiny waiting room. And my point of bringing that up is like, when it comes to all of these guys, they feed off the drama of Twitch poll, because Twitch poll always has new drama.
Yeah, I'm not condemning any of these guys for how they get their money. Queeman, get your bag just to go get your bag. Time, get your bag, do what you do. I'm just making it my observation as a person who views all of people that, I know in my heart of hearts that Queeman does not care. Like he doesn't,
I
that's
do
all.
care how people make their money. Sorry, Cankle. I'll be super quick. I care how people make their money because that can end up determining if they've scammed their audience or not.
Okay. Let me addend my statement. I don't care how you get your money as long as you're not doing anything wrong or bad,
Agreed.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I think the location thing could be. You could make the same argument from state to state.
Yeah.
Or
It
like,
wasn't
absolutely.
It wasn't an argument or a point against Queeman. It was just an observation that that I noticed. That's it. We can move on.
Okay. What the?
Sorry.
What the
I'm
fuck?
trying to drive you straight.
No, you're good. You're good.
One final Tom 10 arc. One final Tom 10. One last time, okay? And then we're done. For real this time.
Bigger. It's a partnership implement. I don't know why Jupe stuff is circled at all, so I don't want to throw Jupe.
The only reason that
Actually,
Jupe stuff
we
was
thought it
there
was
is because
him that
originally
said
they thought it was him.
Yeah, I thought it was Jupe that said pull up the Instagram. So that's like people were pointing out that it wasn't that Jupe wasn't saying those things. That it was Glitchin who said.
Oh, okay. So Jupe said nothing. Good. He's cleared. Name cleared. Okay, Jupe is not being pulled in. Glitchin asked you to make it bigger.
Wasn't Jupe the person who made the baby content?
What?
Wasn't Jupe? If I'm recalling correctly, wasn't Jupe the person? Who
No.
made the baby no.
Arachnid was.
Fucking Arachnid.
Yeah, it was Arachnid.
No, Tom, did you respond to Glitchin? Did you make it bigger?
I wasn't even like looking at the chat.
He
Yeah, I just saw it.
apologized.
You took it down.
Yeah.
You moved on with your life. Next day or same night, Jay and Kelly pull up this clip.
I think it's the next thing. Yeah.
Okay. They pull it up. Jay makes what I think my understanding is like
Not so erudite super chatted $1.99. $1.
The fucking person that made this alt turned the cigar into a hot dog. Lovely.
$1.99 from Not So Erudite. Bad Faith Stream.
Is that a photo of Not So Erudite eating a glizzy? Is that a photo of Not So Erudite with a glizzy?
Didn't need to point it out.
that you told me that he says it's a meme about you being a sex pest. And then they pull up the clip of you pulling up Kelly Jean stuff and just like leaving it on screen for a little bit. And they say, she says it's weird, or does she say like it's gross? Do you remember what she says?
Weird and or creepy.
Yeah.
Weird and creepy. Okay. And do you continue to make sex pest jokes, Jay, or is the sex pest jokes over?
At this point, I think I say not beating the sex pest allegations.
And then this is when you get into chat. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yeah, somebody else jumps on to start debating them. While they're debating them, that's when I pop up. In chat.
You go into chat and you start saying stuff. You say a number of things, among which are some of the very naughty bad
By the
things.
way,
that you
sometimes when
definitely should not have
actors
said,
go
or
over
you double down.
scripts, I don't know if this has any value, but like this is how actors will talk when they're going over scripts, and you're not actually like rehearsing it, but you're discussing what will happen throughout. There's no real name for that, but it's just something we like I would do in theater sometimes, and this is literally how you'll describe it. You'll describe it all as if it happened like this. And I don't think they're lying or anything, just to be clear. I don't think this has a lot of like interrogative value. But I think that the way that we're presenting this is always so linear, and that's what makes it feel repetitive for a lot of people.
What do you mean by that?
Like one-dimensional. Like we're always either just rehashing the details, or we're trying to hype stuff up and we're blowing up details and stuff like that. Instead of like this could have we could have like turned this into an Ace Attorney set. I'm just saying.
Oh,
I think that's just the nature of the beast.
Said that she's got. Yeah, I got all of them. I can show you. Do you mind if I show him the screenshots that I have, and I'll show you? I'm going to show everyone everything that I have because I love transparency. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just going to screenshot stuff.
Yeah, the ones that you read off earlier are the same ones that I think Dave sent me.
There's also
I sent Tom all the same stuff I sent
things
you.
go
Just so that he can
quiet,
copy.
and you definitely.
I'm just being pedantically clear.
I didn't send it to JStock because I don't.
Everyone, everything.
What was that?
There's some point where Erudite starts bringing stuff up, and they all just stop talking for like 5 minutes.
Yep, I know what you're talking about. I will.
So that's what I've received.
Based Ming.
Okay, so you say a number of things, among which is
The trial of the trial of
Tom
the
Dooney,
trial
Sandy
of
G
the
says,
trial.
You said you're gooning all the time. You agree with Sandy. It's not sexual harassment. Somebody probably in the chat says that you're doing sexual harassment for the begging dick comment, I'm assuming.
No, somebody
Or
on
is there-
stream, I believe, but
On
from what I remember,
stream
yeah,
says
somebody
you're
on
doing
stream.
sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Do you remember who on stream said you're doing sexual harassment, or was it the sex pest comments?
So again, it was a while ago, so I'm not sure. Yes, I was going to say
And
I wanna say it
another
was
missed
an example, but I don't
opportunity.
wanna- yeah.
The sexual
I mean,
harassment
she can
panda meme from
So that's who
South
you're sponsored.
Park.
Somebody did not
It's not
dox
sexual harassment, it's public
Erudite.
content. And then defend myself against what? She's
It's
a public
not
EGOT. She
dox.
exists for objectification.
Please get
Tails.
define Google define docs. Please, I'm begging you. Somebody did not collate personally identifying information for the sake of
got that
harassment.
reference.
Somebody
Not so
sent an
erudite
email.
super chatted $4.99. $4.99 from Not So Erudite. It's not Addy, you freaks. Day of the storm,
Mud Crab, I
lightning
said
showers.
she's already there.
Thank you for the
Fast
$4.99.
forward,
Thanks.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, you're right. I probably should have.
Not Sunday sent an email to and asked a question without naming her about the general position she occupied and what
My
would
thing
be
is, I didn't watch
appropriate
this
in
whole
that
thing yet,
position
and I wanna get
for
to the
someone
part
in
that I was
very
at.
hypothetical
which is a little bit further than this.
It's a docs
I
is
mean,
specifically when you
this is a
put
bunch of
together
bullshit until he starts talking
There's
about
stuff in between, and then I will keep Kelly's.
until they start talking about like the drug shit. There's really nothing going on.
He has been making good points.
Who?
Queeman. Of course he
Yeah.
totally poisons
Yeah.
it by like using the Arsler like an idiot, but
Oh, you're retarded.
Yeah, I haven't
His
really
tits-
been
yeah,
disagreed yet.
Cankles, you're bad at this.
You should check with my chat about that one.
That's what I want to get to is the disagreement because I agree with him up until this. Yeah, times he's taking optical L's, all that. Like that's not even important. I want to get to the good stuff.
Where
STV
were
only cares about Queeman being wrong. Got it.
True.
how far were you?
So I watched up to right where they start talking about the Tom's because Queeman right when Queeman started showing like Tom lying about him being a linguist or whatever, a debate coach. He showed a bunch of clips of that. I don't know how far along that is.
You want me to skip to that
I was
point?
no. You do whatever you want. That's why I hopped on.
Okay.
Because that's where he actually adds some clips and potential other evidence, right? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
But watch as you please.
Let's see. I'll watch a little bit. See what
I'm on my
it's at.
screen every time.
I wish
and
I
then
had
get on there,
maybe
Tom.
kept some timestamps.
yourself on, I guess.
Parts that I thought were important.
And so,
I probably
just like,
would've
do
if I
you
wasn't
pull
at
him in
work
at that time? When does he get
listening.
pulled in amidst all the comments? Is it after
If
basically?
everyone
your
wants to
lessons with John
say,
and Tom?
I think Sunday's creepy because he emailed people from Phil.
Like I was like again, I wanted to talk to JC. Okay, like it was him and who I guess it was Anna who was saying that it was sexual harassment. Those are the people that I wanted to get into it with. But yeah, I end up getting into it with her. And at first, like I'm trying to like say like, okay, from my perspective, you understand that like when I say this, like I'm thinking that your entire brand is like being an Instagram model. So like just I didn't because she's saying that that's not her brand or that's not her whole thing. And so I'm just trying to like get her to like understand my frame of mind and like saying like yes, pulling this up to me didn't seem like a horrible thing at the time.
Okay. So, Radical Code, first of all, it's not identifying information. That's not true. So, where is the private information? And what is the intent? Her full name was public, was it not? Her full
Equal,
name's
you
always
see
been public.
Queeman's comment.
Is it not? Or series. The video.
What?
You see Queeman's comment?
Is that like
He
255
tried-
or something? Oh, okay.
He's trying to give you a timestamp. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna skip forward a little bit though.
Yeah, at this point, the person who made the content is telling us to skip.
Yeah.
I took immense pleasure with how much mental pain Queeman was going through by the end of this, just trying to finish it.
I feel his pain.
He was taking serious
Phone
psychic
calls.
damage.
During lockdown between the people taking the orders at pizza restaurants and the customers.
You know what? We'll go back like a few
So that-
minutes, so we'll get a little bit of the
that they would be
context
connected
beforehand,
to
like why he
something
wrote
way
it up.
later down the line that would help
Yeah.
you.
Right.
And so yeah, you just ended up lying for no reason sometimes, just thinking it might
Yeah, I
be
can't
beneficial at
imagine.
some
Okay, I'm guessing that's the end of the clip, right?
There's the whole thing about him doing the SWAT stuff as well, which was, unless that was in
That's
there.
what I just
Again,
talked about. It was in there.
I'm not really following all along that much. I've seen it before though, so.
Okay. So I feel like so basically, just so you know what I saw, Jay, he basically he mentioned the SWAT stuff there, how he would like call SWAT on his bros and whatnot. And like
So here
pretend
we
that
go.
there's
Here's
like a
this
drug bust, but they
retarded
could like
fucking
reach in and like, get
argument
the
I have.
drugs. We used to dress up as SWAT
about
and
to
break
get
in,
there.
like fuck with them. I think we used to dress up as SWAT. That's what I heard. Is that the SWAT stuff you're referring to, Jay?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
By the way, that Keith person's a piece of shit for stealing Sean's PFP.
What's the purpose in this clip? Maybe you can explain this to me. I'm not
To
understanding.
point out that he's making up stories that are so unbelievable.
So again, it's one in many tall tales Tom tells for which he provides no evidence And we already see dishonesty in the things we can verify, so the things that are totally unverifiable, for which he will not present evidence, are called into question. That's the point. So the more Tom tells,
Jesus.
The more of those there are, the more unlikely it becomes that all of them are totally true. Yeah,
How
like
many
these are
tall
drug
tales could
dealers.
a Tom,
Like, not
tall
even
tales
Tom
Tom
says
tell
later on, I believe they weren't even
if a
successful
Tom
drug dealers. He was
tall
doing all the
tales
drugs, so
Tom
they didn't have a lot of money.
could
He was
tell
working at
tales.
Subway, didn't have a lot of money,
mute
spending it all
your
on drugs. Yet somehow they've got SUVs, SWAT uniforms, firearms.
I'm kidding.
Do it.
Convincing enough clothing to imitate SWAT uniforms properly to where no one's
did.
going to suspect it and not
And
just
I-
blow
She
their
muted
fucking heads off.
herself.
Each one of
I
these
got
stories
no credit for actually finishing
strains
that.
credulity.
Bullshit.
I think Jason says this. These all
You get none.
I don't know.
Counterpoints 40k super chatted $1.99. $1.99 from Counterpoints 40k. Vaccine.
Yo, I'm gonna take over your
Biden.
stream if you don't
Trans.
fast forward this
Who
bullshit.
will win?
Do it.
Right.
Believes him. This is completely made up.
Especially the way his
happened. Literally
TTS
nobody
like
thinks that,
repeats
actually.
the dono.
Nobody believes
That's
him.
really annoying.
Thank you for the 199.
That literally nobody believes him.
Of all the things Queeman could
Nobody
have
thinks
sped
that
up,
actually
he
happened.
doesn't speed
Literally
up his
nobody
own
thinks that
dono
actually
TTS.
happened. This is completely made up.
You don't believe that drug dealing addicts were pretending to be SWAT to break into steal each other's stuff.
Yeah, just like I don't believe he was a cat burglar who stole a bunch of jewelry from people. Aside from his parents.
Oh, thank you for the
So is-
refreshing memberships. Thank you guys. Thank you.
In my mind,
you
this
can
is
skip
where
past this
people
too. You can
went
skip
off the
past this.
rails.
Sure.
Yo,
My vision field.
Well, not that much. I just meant because that dono thing goes for like 30.
Yeah, I remember. What were you gonna say, Philly?
Oh, I was just saying that this is where J-Stalk went off the rails in my opinion. He was just dead wrong here. And I'll explain why. Keep going.
I agree.
Thank you.
Somebody who's worked in the addiction field. I'm not gonna lie, none of this is like really shocking to me. I don't know if it's true. I've definitely been
Okay, I have a
experienced to
serious
my
question,
clients
though.
doing significant.
If Wick fans are wicking out, are Gisticle fans jizzing out?
Oh shit! Hey Danny, thanks for the host. Appreciate it. How you been? We're going over the Tom Tent shit.
Going over Queeman, going over the time.
True.
I can already tell that whoever rated sucks because nobody in chat laughed at my jokes.
Well, now I really like them.
Significantly more extreme things.
Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Yeah,
from
they were
Freddy Wood
base.
too. Let's
Seriously,
fucking go.
Kinkles, you muted me for
Thank you.
that?
Let's go beyond the
Shut the
addiction
fuck
stuff. then. Tom, can you tell me about your work as a
Hey,
coach?
Ain't nobody mute you.
Gaza to Zaza. Okay, fair enough. 5 gifted.
this
That's
is
fair
an
enough for Gaza to Zaza, I
authoritarian
think.
state
We'll
with
take
no
quick.
free speech.
Or pussy, we partying.
This is actually
Make love.
I agree.
There's no job called a rhetoric
Of course,
coach. A rhetoric
everybody-
coach is a label.
Okay,
that
here we
I
go.
made
All
up.
right, here we go.
Like
Okay.
a cat
Gaza to Zaza is fucking based as fuck. It's so funny.
burglar who stole a bunch of jewelry from people. Aside from his parents.
So as somebody who's worked in the addiction field, I'm not gonna lie, none of this is like really shocking to me. I don't know if it's true. I've definitely been experienced to my clients doing significantly more extreme things
Sure.
than this.
Let's go beyond the addiction stuff then.
So that phrasing of that is right. That's fine. That's a fine thing to say. That's not. Just that story alone does not make me think he's a liar. That is a fine way to present that. That's not how she presents it the whole way. I'm pretty sure I heard her go much harder. She's something like, "You just don't know addict. You just don't know addict." But we'll see. I was like,
Tom,
the
can
only
you
one
tell me
stuff
about your
was
work as a
going on,
rhetoric
so I'm
coach?
like,
There's
my
no
recollection is
job called a rhetoric coach. A rhetoric coach is a label that I made up for fucking streaming, where I was going over
Counterpoints
debates
40k
and
super
coach
chatted
people on
1 dump bad.
for the 199. There's 5 Toms and those SWAT impersonators. Addicts have all
He's
these crazy
learning,
lives.
he's
This is what
learning.
happens. Like, you can say,
What?
I said you're learning. You're learning.
True.
yeah, addicts do all this crazy stuff. Addicts have all these crazy lives. This is what happens with addicts. But you can also say, yeah, addicts make up these tall tales. Addicts bullshit about their history.
Pause.
You can equally say both.
Can you? And do you?
It's more complicated than that. Typically, when we see addicts lie, it's because they're trying to mask their behaviors as an addict and show people that they're doing better, so that way they can continue to receive social supports.
I agree.
Hang on, we need a fact check from the addicts.
Yes, I agree.
We got 2.
And so, would you agree with what Queeman just said, though?
No.
Like, addicts, they can be telling the truth, but they just as easily can be lying about their addiction or whatever. Like, is that something that I'm just not aware
You
of?
can't use the addiction to substantiate him as a liar. No.
Can we go back in just 5 seconds? I just want to hear him exactly what he just said.
This is what happens with addicts. But you can also say, yeah, addict impersonators.
Heart.
So yeah, but thank you for the 199. So yeah, this is sort of my feeling on it. Everyone who's been to rehab or group therapy knows 5 Toms and knows SWAT impersonators. Yeah, it feels like you can say, yeah, addicts do all this crazy stuff. Addicts have all these crazy lives. This is what happens with addicts. But you can also say, yeah, addicts make up these tall tales. Addicts bullshit about their history.
Okay, all right. So
you can equally say both.
Addicts who are also probably pathological liars, and it makes them worse, but that's about as far as you can go with making that connection.
Yeah.
So, of course, right? Like, to become an actual heroin addict, there has to be something wrong. Like something, you have to have tons of what we call character defects or whatever, right?
Not really. No.
And one of them, well,
addiction is like
I'm just speaking in general. Not every single person who gets addicted to a substance is has character defects, but in general, most people who are heroin addicts, there's a reason that before you get addicted, there's something went wrong.
I think it's better to say environmental factors, because it sounds less like we're associating some sort of like subhuman trait to them.
No, you're not associating a subhuman. This is literally the language they use in rehab. I don't know what you're talking about.
Then it's not good language, because it's kind of like...
Yeah, it's probably not. And then when I say rehab, no, it's not. I've heard it in either like 12-step meetings or like addict meetings that I would have to go to. I would hear people use these terms. I never heard a counselor or a therapist or a clinician use it. But when you're reflecting on what made you become an addict, those are the terms you use, or we would use, but it wasn't in a dehumanizing way at all. It's acknowledging your what led you to addiction, basically.
Sure, the accountability part, right?
Of course.
I think it's fair to say that addicts do need to take some accountability, and also trying to mend the bridges that you burnt during that time as a result of your behavior is also another important thing to not carrying that with you going on.
What would you call pathologically lying? How would you describe that behavior?
Oh, so my understanding of it is somebody who both lies compulsively, but also does not believe they are lying. So they will literally self-convince themselves of that as like a second reality.
Would that be environmental?
No, that usually does actually come down to lack of inhibition in certain regions of the brain. Whereas like this person would be like a really great creative mind. However, they don't seem to be able to inhibit that during normal social conversations.
Okay, so I pretty much agree with what you just said, but and you took sort of umbrage with the term character defect when you really just described the same thing, but it's just
or the
that's the term
pathological
they use
lying,
for it.
but not the addiction. So not everyone can just become a pathological liar, but anyone can become an addict with enough exposure to an addictive enough substance.
So if you were an addict with the history of being a pathological liar, you would say, or in some of the rooms I've been around, you would say that this is one of my character defects, and you would identify this behavior.
I don't think it would make someone more predisposed to addiction. Whereas like the addiction
No,
would.
I didn't even say that. I said.
Well, then there's no need to take accountability for it. So I don't think it's necessarily
There's
something.
no, wait. If you're
like
an
not
addict in
within not
recovery, there's
within
no
the
need
frame
to
of
take
addiction.
What?
Like the only like
What do you mean?
what like I said, it's about taking accountability for why you became an addict. And so if that's not a factor, then it's not part of why and your behaviors as a result of being an addict. And that would be what they take accountability for, but that would be a case by case thing depending on what they did during that time.
Yeah, nothing I'm speaking is a clinical or it, this is like
Oh yeah, I'm not
something
I'm
that
not
is.
an expert in anything myself.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is like what I'm saying is not like every pathological liar is going to become an addict, or like every yeah, it is
Sorry if
just
I
one of the.
overinterpreted it. My bad.
No, yeah, it's just one of the things he identified in himself that he wanted to change about himself, like in recovery, right? And in
Right, that makes
rehab,
sense.
you would call that a character defect. That's all.
Okay.
But that's all.
Sorry, I didn't mean to like speak over you. I think it's just
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I'm obsessed with rhetoric. That's it. I'm
I
autistic. I'm literally
understand.
autistic.
I understand you. You're fine. Just hit play.
Okay.
Unless you were gonna unless
Shut
you were
up,
gonna answer.
Ankles. Shut up.
My
No,
fault. I thought you were just saying because you didn't know what to do next.
So it's sort of half and half. I was gonna ask you what the fuck, what was it that this started on? What was the question you asked?
I honestly forget.
Fuck. It's all good.
Since I derailed it, I will go back and listen if you guys just give me 5 seconds.
Ninetails, why are you trolling like this?
Can I just say that he calls himself, it's not pathological, it's compulsive, right?
He said pathological
At some point he
originally,
says
but it
pathological.
is compulsive. He meant compulsive.
Oh, I thought he said
He does
compulsive
say-
at first.
Well, hang
he's
on.
telling the
Isn't
story
a
to Erudite.
pathological liar just someone that compulsively lies?
When he's telling the story to Erudite, I think he says compulsive. I think she is right. But I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Just in case there's a difference, I just thought I would mention that's what I remember him calling it. But people do conflate the two probably, and I don't know if it really matters. So anyway.
Well, I could be retarded, but I'm pretty sure pathological lying is just you just do it, right? The word that you guys were just using, that's like what it is. You
A
lie.
pathological liar lies incessantly to get their way and does so with little awareness. A compulsive liar lies out of habit.
I feel like pathological would still be you'd have a compulsive need to lie. That's
There's
why
a
you're lying.
compulsive component, but they are separate.
Yeah.
I wonder which is easier to cure. But anyway.
The pathological liar, because it really like they just need to become
Yeah.
self-aware and start like self-intervening on their own behaviors when they notice themselves doing it.
Compulsive is just a habit. They just need to break that habit too, right?
No, compulsive is beyond habit. It means that there's some underlying force. Compulsion is more akin to like Tourette's than not.
Yeah, something's compelling you to lie.
And are either one inherently out of an ill intent or a devious intent, or can they be, you know what I mean?
Pathological liars are more devious because they are using it manipulatively.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too, but I think we've conflated the terms, or they have, so much that I don't know if it really matters. I just thought I would mention it.
Well, that's a big problem from at least from my opinion with this space is that the more we talk about this, the more we just muddy the waters about mental health and stuff like that. And it becomes harder for us to talk about.
Possibly
I don't
even
have
more
much
so
to
the
add,
latter.
except for I agree.
Thank you.
So it's just not a good argument.
You never intimated anywhere that you were paid to be a rhetoric coach?
No. The job that I worked
here we go.
linguistic marketing for franchisees that owned a bunch of different restaurants. And in that, yes, that's like the job, the only job that you could refer to. But no, I did not get paid to be a rhetoric coach. I coached people.
You don't think you misled people
politics.
about your qualifications and your job titles when realistically you were basically assigned to teach new people?
So I never. You're saying that? What was that?
Linguistic marketing for
linguistic
franchisees
marketing
that owned a bunch of different restaurants. And in that, yes, that's like the job, the only job that you could refer to. But no, I did not get paid to be a rhetoric coach.
I did not get paid to be a rhetoric
coach.
coach.
You don't think you misled people about your
So what Tom says linguistic marketing is that he wrote scripts for phone calls during lockdown between the people taking the orders at pizza restaurants and the customers. So that's his linguistic marketing experience, okay, I believe. And he also got training in it, I think he said, from a law firm he worked at, doing cold calling for remortgaging.
Qualifications and your job titles when realistically you were basically assigned to teach new Pizza Hut employees how to upsell combos?
Not new Pizza Hut employees. And
no, see, so the issue Tom's going to take care is he's not teaching new.
Maybe in the background, Canklemore, you can look, and I'll look too, or anybody who wants to look. I said it in chat earlier, and I haven't looked into it. But what I'd be really interested in knowing is if Tom has talked about this extensively on stream, like about this specific thing about.
Yes. So
Doesn't
at the end, at the end
pulls up
here,
clips from debates. He pulls up clips from like debates and other things.
There's a thing at the
from
end
what I
here.
saw, there might be others. Okay.
Yeah, it's all the way at the end. It's his conversation with Sick.
Queenman's got it covered. Cool.
Yeah.
New Pizza Hut employees. He's writing the scripts. That's
not. It was Domino's. Sorry.
Not. First off,
is this something recent? Sorry, the rhetoric coach stuff. Is this something that you promoted? Just because I have no context for any of this. So, but Jay, are you talking about something that he's promoted?
Okay.
This is why I watched some of Queenman's stream.
I think now's probably a good time to go through the rhetoric coach stuff. I think. So it should be fine. Nope, this isn't fine. Okay.
You don't even really want to know what platforms you're using for this stuff.
Rhetoric.
What do you mean?
Okay. The rhetoric.
Like just
all about the
for
claims about over
OPSEC.
time. We got.
If you have this, these clips stored somewhere, it's even safer to just not show people what platforms you're using to store files.
True.
A few clips to get through here.
That's getting cut out.
And we're just gonna go through them. Okay. So this one is I looked at the first two here. I think this one is pretty egregious. This one was not very egregious, but I've seen most of these before. At some point, I just don't really remember them. So we're just gonna go through and see how we feel. I'm not gonna make any firm statements. We're gonna evaluate them on the fly. That's what we're gonna do. I think that's the best way to go about it. That's the fairest way. So this one's from what I saw earlier. This one was totally fine.
Yeah. So I work in linguistic
mm.
marketing. One of the things that I have to explain a lot is concepts to people and the way that these things work. And concepts always have fuzzy edges. They always have fuzzy edges. They are never like hard lines like this is where you stop being a man and start being non-binary or start being a woman. Those things don't exist in conceptual ideas. It's not a thing. So for you like to bring those things up, it's not a point in your favor. You're just explaining how concepts work in general.
Okay. So a few points on that one, I think. Yeah, I didn't catch it the first time around. I don't believe he was currently working there at that point. So yeah, that is a slight misrepresentation, but we can't forgive that one. I think we can allow that one. My issue is the way he's using it, I think, here, because I don't think his experience gives him any position to talk about the way we talk about gender. And yeah, it's using it as like an argument defeater, as like an appeal to authority to talk about gender. I don't think that he has any backing to talk about gender in this way. See, I'm not too concerned. I'm not going to sit here and argue about like what is the definition of a concept and what.
No,
I'm not too concerned about the validity necessarily of what he's saying. It's more about the way he's using it. I specifically care about the way he's using credibility. So, all right, that one, not the worst, but that is a little bit. There are a couple points there where I do take issue with it. Minor. Let's hear this one.
That's a really cold start.
No, let
do
them
they
get,
not
let
even
them
care
get
about the
through
politics
them,
stuff?
and then-
It seems like they don't
I
even
feel
want it.
you.
Like
Yeah, but
they would
let
be
them- let them
happy
get
if
through
all
them.
politics just disappeared off the platform.
Doesn't
tomorrow.
Queenman know about
I'm sure they'd
SL
be much better
formats
off
and
for it.
231?
So I agree with you as far as like principally the way that we look at these things, but and I agree with you as like, I'm a rhetoric coach. Like, this is what we talk about. It's like breaking down this sort of stuff, and like people aren't convinced by logic and that sort of crap. But not everybody is capable of having these sorts of conversations. I get into debates with people all the time where they're like, no, we're not allowed to talk to people like Nick Fuentes. Destiny's doing something wrong. And I'm like, no, if you talk to Nick Fuentes, you'd be doing something wrong. Destiny's not doing anything wrong. He's fine. He can talk to him all he wants, but you can't talk to Nick Fuentes. And I think that's the part that's important.
That I think like this is like the one major criticism that if they nail right on the head, that this would actually like damage Tom. So I'm really interested to see like what the truth is here.
Sorry,
I really don't know yet.
He's talking a bit fast for me there, to be honest, because Cankle still has the stream sped up. Not criticizing, but what exactly did he say? I just had trouble parsing it all.
With people all the time where they're like, no, we're not allowed to talk to people like Nick Fuentes. I agree with you as far as like principally the way that we look at these things, and I agree with you as like, I'm a rhetoric coach. Like, this is what we talk about. It's like breaking down this sort of stuff, and like people aren't convinced by logic and that sort of crap. But not everybody is capable of having these sorts of conversations. I get into debates with people all the time where they're like, no, we're not allowed to talk to people like Nick Fuentes. Destiny's doing something wrong. And I'm like, no, if you talk to Nick Fuentes, you'd be doing something wrong. Destiny's not doing anything wrong. He's fine. He can talk to him all he wants, but you can't talk to Nick Fuentes. And I think that that's the part that's important. And YouTube seems to handle this very responsibly. I have gripers on my show. We get into debates about like Holocaust denial and all sorts of stuff. They'll take my video down, and I will challenge it and appeal it every time. And say, no, I am effectively pushing back against this stuff. I am very easily tearing these arguments down. I've done this for a long time. I used to be them. Like, I know what I'm doing here, and they'll put it back up every single time. They put it back up because I think that they handle these things very responsibly, and they look at it and they say, oh, okay, like some people actually can engage in these arguments, and so if they are, we'll put them back up. But the video that you showed that they took down, where you say like people aren't.
So yeah, one of the first problems with this is it sort of assumes that like everybody who goes up against Nick Fuentes is going to prove him wrong, and the problem is that Nick Fuentes.
That's the opposite of what he just said.
Well, he's taking issue with people saying you can't have this discussion with Nick Fuentes, and he's saying, well, that's just a skills issue on your part. Is that fair so far?
Yes.
Yeah. So. And the problem is that I personally think that there's at least like a huge standard to talk to someone like Nick Fuentes. You have to very much understand the material and exactly what he's going to say and what the counter is, because he's such a strong rhetorician.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, Tom is sort of opening the gates for just anyone to do it.
To do what?
To just debate Nick Fuentes for what he's saying. He used Destiny as a reference, but I think that's just because it's like household branding shit. In reality, he's taking issue with people saying there should be standards for who gets to talk to a frickin' Nazi who wants to do Holocaust denial, and some people may not be ready to take on that burden.
Yeah,
right.
That's true. Yeah, of course.
And he's putting himself at a high level enough to be able to do that, right?
Yes.
Which my interpretation as Tom as a debater is he's kind of mid, just saying.
Nick Fuentes probably would toss Tom around like a fucking kitten toy. Like it would be child's play for him.
Probably.
Unless
Tom is really good with good faith intellectual debaters. He's really great with them.
Yeah, he might.
Yeah.
Well, some people would consider him good faith, as in like he believes what he's saying. He doesn't think, he doesn't, he's not like lying about anything he's saying, but he obviously is seriously wrong on a lot of things, almost everything. He's very wrong, but
and he's spreading.
Like you said, he's a very but like you said, he's a very good rhetorician. He's very good with his words, and he's very convincing to some people, to a large portion of people, and it's dangerous. It is. You got to be very careful with debating people like that.
And I guarantee you, people like Nick Fuentes know what Tom's thinking, know what he's going to say, know what his problems with Nick are going to be, and Nick already has a script for Tom. I guarantee.
And that's no slight against Tom. Me too. If I were to talk to Nick Fuentes, he'd probably make me look like a fucking idiot. Like, not that anything I said would be particularly wrong. It's just, it's just the art
I'm
of
not
debate.
cut up. I don't think anyone here is cut
So-
up to debate Holocaust now
Absolutely.
because it is such a
I
shit
think-
show of a topic.
And I think the point is here that he's just kind of tooting his own horn that he'd be able to. And I think, is that all that Queeman's trying to point out? That he's appealing to this authority of this rhetorician debate coach.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
But that's the part that's important. And YouTube seems to handle this very responsibly. I have Groypers on my show. We get into debates about like Holocaust denial and all sorts of stuff. They'll take my video down and I will challenge it and appeal it every time and say, yo, I am effectively pushing back against this stuff. I am very easily tearing these arguments down. I've done this for a long time. I
According
used to
to
be
you,
them.
Tom.
Like, I know what I'm doing here. And they'll put it back up every single time. They put it back up because I think that they handle these things very responsibly and they look at it and they say, oh, okay, like some people actually can engage in these arguments. And so if they are, we'll put them back up. But the video that you showed that they took down where you say like people aren't smart enough to understand the difference, I would say like, yeah, that's kind of the problem, is that if we are platforming these ideas in an irresponsible way where nobody's pushing back whatsoever, then yeah, like it's kind of an issue.
So yeah, there Tom saying he's a rhetoric coach, and that gives him the authority or the expertise to be able to debate groypers, to be able to successfully defeat groypers and conspiracy and misinformation debates and all this
Monk
stuff.
super chatted
That's
$5.
not- no.
$5 from Monk. Great showing on Kick or Keep.
Great artistic marketing. So well, no, you specifically said.
Thank you, Monk.
So he's saying he's a rhetoric coach. So before he was saying, oh, I worked in linguistic marketing. So well, no, you specifically said that you're a rhetoric coach, and that gives you the expertise to defeat groypers, and you should be allowed to defeat groypers on YouTube when other people should not. Because of this, you're saying
Yeah,
you're better
but
than the average person. You're better than the layman.
I think
one might
everybody
say,
sees it for what it is. I don't
because
think
of
it's
this.
him. Like,
So I think that's a pretty poor use
so
of these credentials. I think that's pretty cool.
I mean, I see what he's saying, but like, come on, bro. Like, everybody here has watched Tom before. Has anybody felt misled about
next
that?
clip.
Has everybody felt like he like has positioned himself as some moral authority because of his background in quote unquote linguistics? Yes, I've seen him pull it out once or twice in a debate, but like, I don't feel that that's what he's done. Maybe like we'll see. There's a clip at the end apparently.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't care. It's that I tried to balance. I tried to balance, the entertainment value with the criticisms, and I don't know if there was like I can't think of like a better way of going about it, because I am a rhetoric coach. I like a rhetorician in real life. I could have just laid out the logic and been like ultra nice to them throughout the entire thing, and absolutely nobody would have watched it because it just would have been super boring and like like methodical in a way. And yeah, I don't think anybody would have watched it at that point. So I think I had to like add in a lot more entertainment value and kind of be a little bit spicier. I've gotten tons of comments, tons of DMs. I know Chud Logic has as well, from people who were fans of them, and like they felt like not only did the video make them think of them differently, but also them refusing to respond to it afterwards or even engage with the critiques afterwards made them think differently about them. And so I do know that it got through to a lot of people, and I think it did what it was that I was hoping for, but I understand that there's like, I'm not going to be able to please everybody.
So I think that clip alone honestly proves my point. I honestly think I could stop here and just be like, yeah, well, I'm just right. Because he's...
I could have just laid in. It's that I
need to listen to that again.
All right. That I don't care. It's that I tried to balance. I tried to balance, the entertainment value with the criticisms, and I don't know if there was like I can't think of like a better way of going about it, because I am a rhetoric coach. I'm like a rhetorician in real life.
I wonder what he was talking about before he starts talking about this.
I could have just laid out the logic and been like ultra nice to them throughout the entire thing, and absolutely nobody would have watched it because it just would have been super boring and like like methodical in a way. And yeah, I don't think anybody would have watched it at that point. So
I'm a rhetoric coach. I have a background in rhetorician or whatever the fuck he said. Who feels like Tom is taking the moral, like, like listen to what I say. I'm the moral authority here. I'm a fucking, rhetoric coach. What the fuck? Like, what even is that? Is that even a thing?
No, he
What
said
I
he
hear
made
that
it up.
as-
He said he
Well,
made
yeah,
up
what I hear
rhetoric
that
coach.
is what I hear that is what Queeman even says. You probably had a couple Discord calls with some streamers and said like this. Oh yeah, this is how you win a debate. Blah blah blah. Blah. Like that's what I hear that as. Now apparently, that's what I hear that from that clip. Now we'll go clip by clip and hear maybe there's other stuff, but that's what I heard there.
The closest thing, by the way, is like a marketing consultant who will consult you on your brand. And if you were a debater, for example, would give you tips on how to not necessarily win a debate. That's you would like find like somebody who actually does formal debates for that. But but they would help you stay in like keep your debate style within your brand.
Oh, hold on. Quimmin said something in chat.
I guess.
Let's listen.
I am a rhetoric coach. I'm like a rhetorician in real life.
The in real life
rhetorician
part.
in real life. So he says
sorry.
he
I meant to
says,
say marketing strategist, by the way.
now, all right, wait, okay. Let me just watch what Queen, because Queen is convinced. So maybe there's some he has like indisputable proof here. So let me just watch right now.
I could have just laid out the logic and been like ultra nice to them throughout the entire thing, and absolutely nobody would have watched it because it just would have been super boring and like like methodical in a way. And yeah, I don't think anybody would have watched it at that point. So I think I had to like add in a lot more entertainment value and kind of be a little bit spicier. I've gotten tons of comments, tons of DMs. I know Chud Logic has as well, from people who were fans of them, and like they felt like not only did the video make them think of them differently, but also them refusing to respond to it afterwards or even engage with the critiques afterwards made them think differently about them. And so I do know that it got through to a lot of people, and I think it did what it was that I was hoping for. But I understand that there's like, I'm not going to be able to please everybody.
So I think that clip alone honestly proves my point. I honestly think I could stop here and just be like, yeah, well, I'm just right. Because he said there, I'm a rhetoric coach and a rhetorician in real life. That's a fucking insane presentation, dude. Especially with the stuff you're using this for, the topics you're using this to express authority on. You're fucking out of your mind, dude. You're out of your fucking mind. You're out of your gourd.
I mean, listen, he can feel however he wants about this. To me, that is my takeaway from that. Like, that's what he means. That's what he's talking about. I get what Queen is saying, but it doesn't add any like authority to Tom to me personally. Like that, what he's saying right now, like I'm a rhetorician in real life. What the fuck does that even mean? Like that means nothing to me. Honestly, I'm being as honest as I can. That means absolutely nothing to me.
But Queeman, being a simple folk as he is, knows that a lot of people will also hear that as, stolen valor. Once they, well, no, it's like
no, you're not wrong. It's just
that it's like illegal to call yourself an engineer, right? If you're not actually.
Yes, because an engineer is a real thing, but I don't think a rhetorician is a real thing.
No, I'm not saying it's comparable, but what I'm pointing out is that they're
linguistic marketer. I did look that up. That is real. That is a sort of real thing, I guess. Real, like it is like a thing, right? So yeah,
sure, yeah. And that was the most accurate term I heard him use too. Especially because the marketing part is also more in line with what he said he did, rather than coaching, which to me would actually be more the expertise of a formal debater. But anyways, what I was getting at isn't necessarily that it's stolen valor to the same degree, but it just shows that occupational status can be used to brand yourself and mislead your audience to give you more I want to use words that nobody else uses.
Credibility. Just say credibility.
Thank you.
Okay. So
thank you for being my thesaurus.
I'll ask again. Do you guys feel misled? That's what I'm asking as people who also watch them. I don't know how closely, but whatever. You guys feel misled?
The less
Lied
he
to.
incorporates marketing as like part of his profession, the more I think he's straying away from honesty here.
With the amount of times I've heard Tom misspeak and use the wrong word, I wouldn't use that as the sole evidence.
But if he is a if he is a rhetorician, whether or not it's professional or not, you think that like this would matter to him.
Okay. I'm not gonna push back too hard on that because I don't think I disagree too much with that. Like, I guess like if you want to optimize for optics, yes, like this probably is not the right move. But like, as somebody who, I consider myself like I can see through a lot of bullshit, and like I just see this as a streamer. I see this as posturing, really. Like,
Yeah.
honestly, I
Also,
just
one
see it as
thing
posturing.
I think
Yeah.
doesn't really work
At
is
best.
the criticism
Okay,
of
at
if
best,
you're a rhetorician, then why do you fuck up your words so much? Or if you're a linguistic marketer, why do you fuck up your words so much? Because when you're doing that, you're not on the spot saying things. You're like writing everything down, thinking methodically about everything you're saying to like write out a script. You're like overlooking your words and trying to think about how things can be misinterpreted or whatever. You're not just saying shit on the spot, you know? That's a totally different thing.
So for us who have like this streamer perspective, because I agree with you, like they're totally different fields. That's easy for us to take for granted. But most people who are watching this from the outside in aren't gonna take that for granted when he's saying this, right? It's easier for them to conflate those two things.
So to be 100% fair to Kleeman and like good faith and whatever, this is a valid criticism. This is not an invalid criticism. So I don't know how far this feeds into the narrative of Tom as a liar. I think what Erudite said was very
There's still the part about Tom saying he wrote papers or something. Is that the part at the end? Because I thought that was in the middle.
oh, okay. All right. Well, okay. So for right now, I do not think this is a valid criticism for right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I didn't get to finish Cankles because I did want to make sure to bring it back. But just to respond to what you said a little bit more, I still think that the skills you pick up and the self-awareness is something that applies to just that general field of marketing, especially of being aware of what you're saying, being aware how that impacts your audience and impacts how they see you.
Okay. I see that.
Okay. Oh, also, Jube, should probably have a pretty good grasp on the English language and communication skills. Yes, but that doesn't negate on the spot, like quick thought. That and wit are not the same thing. They don't negate.
But we're not going to stop there. My point is not proven. My point will be
Wait,
proven
this
when I've
point
gone through
is
every
not
single
proven.
clip in this folder.
I understand what you mean, though.
Then my point will be proven. So we will continue.
It's a valid criticism. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
a ton of
DK
people that I
can go.
did
Let's
debate
go.
coaching with. I can't.
You can not be witty and also be smart.
If
Just
you
not
do take-
quick-witted.
Yeah.
It's a different thing.
Ever like talk to them
Wait,
or talk
you
about
don't
it
need
unless I
to-
go.
You don't need to
ask
ask
them
someone to
first.
be a reference to like say that you worked with them.
So that's
Yeah, there's a ton of people that I did debate coaching with. I can't ever like talk to them
Minecraft,
or
you're
talk
retarded
about
if
it
you don't
unless I
know
go.
You don't need to
that
ask
I'm
someone
right.
to be a reference
What I
to like
just said.
say that you worked with them.
A ton of
Wait, hold
Yeah,
on. So
no,
the
no.
dude was saying,
Okay,
dude was asking for references, and Tom was saying, I'm not giving up my references, and the guy was like, you don't need permission, basically, and Tom was like, no, because that was real quick.
Oh, well, let's do it again. Hold on one sec. Mudcrab, I think you misheard what I said. I said, or if I misspoke. I'm saying you can not be quick-witted and also be smart. You can be smart and quick-witted, or you can just be quick-witted and a dumbass. That's what I mean. They're not exclusive.
coaching with, I can't ever like
I don't
talk
think
to
you
them or
disagree.
talk about it unless I go.
You don't need to ask
them
someone to be a reference to like say that you worked with them.
Like
Yeah,
there's
there's
some
a ton of
quick-witted,
people that I
funny
did debate coaching
dipshits.
with. I can't ever like talk to them
Wait,
or talk
you,
about it
don't
unless
need,
I go.
you don't need to ask
them
someone to
first.
be a reference to like say that you worked with them.
A ton of people you debate coaching for. So I believe Tom has.
Can't talk about it unless I.
Then my point will be proven. So we will continue.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
a ton of
DK
people that I
candidate,
did
let's
debate
go.
coaching with. I can't ever like talk to them
Wait,
or talk
you
about
don't
it
need
unless I
to-
go.
You don't need to ask
them
someone
first.
to be a reference to like say that you worked with them.
All right.
Yeah, there's a ton of
please do
people
not
that I
watch
did
it again.
debate coaching with.
No,
I
please,
can't ever
no.
like
Oh my
talk to
God.
them
Wait,
or talk about.
What?
Bro, don't watch it again. He wait, do you really not, do you need to watch it one more time?
Yeah. I kept reading
Okay.
shit and talking. My
Gotcha.
bad.
Also,
yeah,
is
there's
it
a ton
still
of people that I did
1.5
debate
speed?
coaching with. I can't ever like talk to them
Wait,
or talk
you
about
don't
it
need
unless I
to-
go.
You don't need to ask
them
someone to
first.
be a reference to like say that you worked with them.
A ton of people you debate coaching for. So I believe Tom has clarified since this clip, or at some point, that he was never paid for debate coaching. When he says debate coaching, what he means is talking to other streamers in Discord about how to do a debate better. Which, okay,
probably,
sure, whatever you want to call it, man, whatever. That's okay.
Okay, has anybody
like, I-
substantiated that though?
No. I think
Interesting.
I have to screenshot this. Hold on.
at this point I would probably leak if I were Tom.
Because I would say if he said, "Yeah, I taught people how to debate," and then there was people that came out and they're just like, "Yeah, I learned how to debate from Tom," that would be a pretty cut and dry
Is that what he
case.
said? Like I don't think that's
Well,
is that what he
coached
said?
them how to debate. That coach, not taught. Wrong word.
I give people advice on how to debate all the time, but I'm pretty sure it's unsolicited advice.
President Sunday helped me edit one of my script once. Is he my video editor now? Like, I mean, like,
Yes, he is.
And your debate
writer.
coach and your linguistic marketer.
So, all right, like he's liberal with his usage of phrases. He probably has talked to a couple people behind the scenes and said, "You could have did this better. You could have did that better." Why he's referencing it over and over again, I don't know. These are clips, but I'm almost positive he's not just bringing this shit up. Like, like I'm a debate coach. But so the criticism, like of hit like the optics and like the marketing and like like this isn't a good look. I guess that's valid, but like is he running? First of all,
Can we make it through the clips before we ask this? Because it's a good question, but it makes more sense to ask at the end.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let the Philly man talk. Goddamn.
Yeah, sorry, these clips are all from the last 12 months or so, and it's been going on for 4 years. So.
Guess
Literally
I
what
can
I was about
understand.
to ask.
I actually was doing debate coaching for a while and helping people who I disagreed with make arguments that I didn't like, and I would or that I wasn't on board with. Right, I would help them try to get better arguments for what it was that they were trying to get across. I can look at somebody's argument that I disagree with or that I think is dumb and say it's a good argument. And so I think that yeah, she saw those as like conflicting statements. Meaning, like, if you say it's a good argument, therefore you agree with it.
So yeah, then again, that's more debate coaching. Okay, whatever. This will debate coaching, sure, whatever, dude. Fine. Let's hear this one. This is President Sunday Preston.
Because I'm curious, Tom, I forgot about this earlier in the chat, but you said you were a rhetoric coach?
Yeah, so I worked in a position called linguistic marketing for a while. So it's a where you study specific types of language to use for ads in the most convincing way, and they would do
study
all sorts of different ways.
Interesting
of, coming
phrasing.
to conclusions on these things.
Okay, so you went to school for that. That's.
No, I didn't go to school for it. I took classes on it, just specifically
classes.
for this business.
Classes.
But, yeah.
What's a class though? Because I believe it was a training course at a job. I don't know that you would necessarily. Would you
Probably a
call that class?
seminar.
Because class implies it's done in an academic institution. I don't know
It's
that's
probably
true.
a training course for a job, like he said. It's probably exactly that. Yeah. And Tom is saying classes. That's just probably exactly what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had plenty of jobs, so they just said you're coming. You have to go to this class or whatever. It's whatever.
And,
It's just a.
and if I'm not
semantic
mistaken,
difference.
these things can have mixed results on how much they actually affect, on how much they actually teach somebody, right?
Which job, guys? Which job and which courses?
Linguistics marketing. And it was for some law firm, he said.
No, the one. No, I'm saying you guys keep saying that it's a commonplace thing. I'm curious, like where another example of this would be.
I know accountants do that. I don't know in all states or whatnot, but yeah, like half the people that work for
insurance,
the government,
insurance salesman,
insurance.
I
have a great example. Everyone shut the fuck up. So if you work at a hotel, by the way, you can have a lot of guests there that need a lot of security. So you can get security training from security experts.
I did that too.
Through the hotel.
I was a security guard, and I had an insurance license when I was 18. I literally lost money at that job. It's hilarious. I was so bad at it, but I did classes for that. I did classes for my security license.
It's just for any multidisciplinary aspect to bring in more skill sets into the company. So literally any, like you can almost let your mind go with creativity on how companies would use something like this to make their workers more skilled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a class just to get forklift certified.
I kind of had a class to get forklift certified, but it wasn't. Now I wouldn't even. You know what? No, I didn't. It was like.
But most of these examples are too obvious, right?
Brief
like,
training.
The more interesting ones are like
mine was training more so as well.
Yeah, the more interesting examples are the ones that you wouldn't expect. Like you don't look at your hotel. Why can't I think of what people who work at a hotel are called? Concierge. I was thinking waiter for some reason. Well, you don't think of them as being somebody who's thinking about security while they're doing their job.
Ming had a class to serve alcohol. Allie, did you have a class to serve alcohol?
Oh, I had to get an alcohol awareness.
Oh yeah,
actually.
Yeah. Everybody to legally serve alcohol in Colorado. It's called like TIPS training, but every state has their own version of it.
Yeah, that's so funny. All the acronyms.
Yeah, bartending license. You take classes. Yeah, and that's
Which
exactly
you don't need to do. You don't need a license to bartend in every state, but some states you do.
Or here's another good example. Air traffic control has to make decisions not just for air traffic and people on the ground, but also for ecology, right? So there are air traffic control people who go to noise and its impact on ecology seminars, or even entire classes in universities, just so that way when they go back to the
35
work, they can start
viewers
making
and
even
only
better
13
decisions
likes.
that improve
Come
on the
on.
existing framework on how to do less damage. I can give like a million examples. I'll just shut up now.
Base.
Yeah, sure enough. Okay.
But I like the. Sorry.
You don't know what actionably means. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying I do know what actionably means, but I don't know. Somehow the way that she ended up meaning it is the same way that I took it, and I don't know if it's like a massive coincidence or what. But yeah, I don't know.
Okay, cool. So Sunday got a good press
Hey,
on him there.
food drops,
That was a
thanks for
bit
the
more
raid.
clear than some of his other ones. Still a little bit weird, but clearer than a lot of the other ones. Obviously, yeah, like Bug's saying, he knew that Sunday was not going to swallow his bullshit. He knew that Sunday would throttle him.
Hey,
All right.
will you zoom
Let's
in
see
on
this
that
one.
girl?
I advertised myself
Oh
as
my
debate coach
God.
or rhetoric.
What?
Are you? Hold on.
You told me to ask that, okay?
Are you Coomer brained?
She's not even okay.
Aren't we all?
She's not even showing cleavage. This joke would make a lot more sense if there was any.
No,
remote-
it's fine. It doesn't need to go further than this. It's fine.
It's just not landing for me.
Well, it did for the rest of us.
It's irritating me.
Come on, you're only on Kick. Funny. YouTube chat. You fuck.
Nine Tails.
More like
Baby.
nun tails.
Oh.
Weren't
I
you
just
just
realized-
giving me shit for a joke?
I'm gonna call you Nine Hiles from now on.
I'm gonna detail you.
Except my awkward comedy is a feature, not a bug.
You
That's
know,
a bug.
Cankle, I
It's a
hope
bug.
you
It goes from-
understand if you get popular, Ninetales is either going to be Hassan or Vosh.
No, Cankles, you're a bug.
Yeah, I am. I'm a cockroach.
And I don't mean the British slang term. I mean what we mean here in North America when we call addicts on the street bugs, which is that they're really loud and annoying sometimes. And
Yeah, I've never heard somebody call an addict a bug. I've heard people call addicts.
Here? Okay, so maybe this
cockroaches.
is even more exclusive to my region. Straight up, like, it's more of a jail term because, like, when you get people in cells who are still, like, really fucking high and, you know, still kind of, like, chittering and chattering and stuff like that.
FML.
That's the term that you use. Like,
FML.
stop being a bug.
FML. FML.
When I first started streaming, and so that's like mostly what I did was just reviewing debates and helping other people with their debates. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
It really bothers me. Like,
Okay, so advertise yourself as a debate coach.
You know what really bothers me? Porsche.
I've done this as well. So I've said numerous times.
Okay, cool. It may well be that something is referred to as a class
just
within
so
the job.
dumb.
However, the fact is that when you're talking about a field of study like linguistics, if you say classes, it carries with it the implication of an academic
Cankle
institution.
sees that
That's
and
the
is
point.
like, I can do stupider.
So it's within the context he's using it. It
There we
implies
go.
academic.
You wish.
I don't call myself a linguist, even though I'm like a linguist by trade. I don't call myself a linguist because that brings with it like the weight of a degree in linguistics. And I don't want to like confuse people by
So I believe we have heard him call himself a linguist.
ever saying
but-
stuff like this. So Tom doxing, not surprised. Yeah, I know. I'm always doxing people. But the
that's a linguist by trade.
I don't call myself a linguist for this reason. Sometimes I will say a linguist by trade, but generally I try to just say I've worked in linguistics.
linguist by trade isn't a smart thing to say.
Why?
Because if you're in a trade, then you are being paid to do it, and you're a skilled tradesman. At that point.
Yes. And
What's
he
a
was
linguist?
paid to do that.
Except he wasn't.
He was.
What's a linguistic marketer than Ninetales?
Sorry, what? What do you?
Is that what you're talking about, or
It is a skill, but I like he didn't go through like what a tradesperson in that skill.
no?
Or
It doesn't matter if you do it for work and you get paid for it. If it isn't one of those jobs that you need a certification for or whatever, you can call yourself that as a job title. I think.
No,
I mean, I know.
Like this has gone between him possibly just coaching people in private discords where it wasn't even like professionally relevant to now like he's calling himself a tradesperson. This is
No.
No,
Okay, no, you missed a whole
it
portion.
obviously, what I was gonna say, linguist by trade it probably implies a lot more than in people's mind. It would conjure up a lot more than just what was his job, like a linguistic marketer, quote unquote, for Domino's or Pizza Hut, one of them, like a pizza company, and he would like.
It was
train-
okay. So he later when Quimman pulls up the sick chat, he said he worked for a law firm. He was a cold caller, and then some of those cold callers were pulled off cold calling and were sent to a class to learn about linguistic marketing, and then
so that doesn't make him a linguistic marketer by trade.
Wait, let me finish. To write scripts for the cold calling, and I guess they kept him on that, and then he got fired from that job, and then later on he did some other job, and then realized he could be making more money delivering pizzas for Pizza Hut, and then from there he moved up to a managerial position, and then from there he moved up to a regional manager, or I guess he called it an area manager. I've never heard it called that before. And then from there he said he was talking to some of the franchisees that he was working directly under, and I guess this past job came up, and they decided, or I guess I don't know if he said they decided or they were already creating like a sector of their franchise for like working on scripts like that. So he was part of that.
Taking calls during COVID. They were having scripts for calls for delivery during COVID, something that the manager would already be consulted on for that sort of thing, just to make sure it would all fit into what they do and stuff like that.
Yes, and he said he wrote the scripts and he trained people like the managers and the supervisors on how to teach their employees how to take these calls and all this stuff. So it was linguistic marketing by that was the trade.
Wait, Canklemore, what's your opinion on the whole thing?
What do you mean, my opinion on the whole thing?
Like the trial,
I'm kind of in the middle.
Okay.
What's yours?
Fucking terrible. It's actually so bad.
What do you mean?
He doubled down on the list.
What do you mean he doubled down on the list?
He doubled down on the rape list, my dude.
I don't know what you mean by double down. Like what did he say that doubled down on the list?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he specifically said, "Oh, it's just a list. It's just a list." But like only when he's pressed, now it's like the list of the people that I want to fuck.
Wait, I thought you said rape list earlier.
Yeah.
Call it
That's
a rape
what
list. That's kind of stupid. And
but that's where the meme came from, right?
Yeah.
Like,
let's not spread.
No, I think that meme came from the list.
Really?
Yeah.
Like it called itself the rape
that's
list?
where that's where it originated from.
No, I'm saying
Bro.
the rape list
Linguistic
came
marketer.
from the list that he pulled up on stream.
Oh,
Not the other way around.
Who started the quote unquote rape list? Where did that meme come from?
Somebody took the meme list that he had the whole thing that happened. They created this they altered a meme about a rape list and turned it into a Tom rape list meme, where it just said all the women Destiny's ever fucked. And yeah, that's
linguistic marketer.
What I'm just saying, like, so he didn't create this. Is somebody did? You're saying somebody,
yeah,
and it became a meme, like he knew about it and he like played into it, like he like played.
No,
with
this
it.
was already after the him playing into the other thing, but
okay.
I guess he kind of played into the I have all the women that Destiny's ever slept with on my stream thing, but I guess a lot of them had like come on before they ever met Destiny and
yeah, no, I saw him play into that. Like I have a thing for bipolar women. And
yeah,
I've seen all that, and that like is whatever. Like some people are gonna call it weird. That's fine. Like, but
Queeman is saying you got the timeline wrong.
Yeah, I saw. Queeman, I remember somebody sending him that after the list. It was like a couple days later. The list was made on November 17th. I remember.
Who though? Is it just like somebody in his community? Is it somebody in Spicy Chat? Is it
I don't know.
or who made it?
I don't know who made the rape list meme, but I know that somebody sent it to him like a couple of days after he had that the list meme thing.
Did
All right,
he?
we have to do something. Go ahead.
Did he enable the use of the meme in his community?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought had happened.
I like saw it the one time.
Wait,
so what do you mean he's doubling down?
Why? Okay. Basically, when he's pressed on like what the list means, he basically keeps on saying, "Oh yeah, it doesn't really mean anything. It's just, it's just for the sake of self-reference." It's funny because people keep asking about it, right?
That list.
However, it's all like girls' Instagrams. It's all girls like links and etc. Right? So
it wasn't links. There was no links. There were no links on this list.
Does Queeman go over all
What
this?
do you mean? I'm looking at it right now. It's all
wait. You're looking at a totally different list.
Does Queeman go over this?
What?
Yeah. That's a totally different list.
About?
Okay, hold on. I'll show you what the list meme is.
From the 7 stream?
Yeah, I don't know if I should mention who, but someone in my DMs just
Wait, also,
showed me it, and it
wait,
is kind
with
of
all this-
innocuous.
Wait, with all this controversy going on, why the fuck hasn't
Link
he
it.
deleted the channel though? Like,
I'll put it
to
in
be
side
fair.
chat.
Okay.
Let the people see.
Okay.
Like it's still there.
Yeah, I'll show you. It's yeah, no, it's.
I think it's if it was spread around in the community, I could see it be more because the face is fucking funny. That's what makes me laugh, to be honest.
This is the list,
bruh.
That's the list.
Did you post it in general? Is that
No,
what you
it's
did?
it's in the screen share.
Click into the
And
screen
it's also
share.
in the side chat.
No, that's different than what's in this. Wait.
Yeah, we're not seeing what you think we're seeing.
Wait, no, that's
You're not seeing the stream.
It's in side chat, food shops.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm looking at it right now. Okay.
Cool.
I'm
Is my
saying
thing-
that right now I'm looking at the server and there's a channel called the list and it has a bunch of links on it.
Yeah, are you looking at my screen share as well?
Yes, I know what you're looking at.
This is where
You're
it
looking,
came from.
Yes, you're looking at the
Food shop.
notepad.
Can
That
you
is the
show us
notepad.
what you're
Yes.
looking at?
This is
Yeah, okay. I'll
this
show
was
you, I'll show you.
created
Yeah.
just to pull
Food
Seven's
Shop
name
was
off of
talking
it.
about Tom's server. I just
know.
looked at Tom's server. I didn't know about this. This is weird.
Yeah, there's literally a channel called the list on
Yeah,
Tom's server.
it's
still
because of
Okay, are
this.
these friends of Tom's? Are these like affiliated channels with Tom's?
I'm just gonna say no because I haven't seen any of them. On
Okay,
Tom's.
if the answer is no, that's fucking weird.
Wait a second, hold on. This channel already existed. He changed the name to the list because of this stream.
That doesn't.
Why
make it
would he
better.
do that?
Why
doesn't make it
not?
better.
What, are you fucking kidding me? Who cares? It's
What?
a joke.
What do you mean? Who?
He's playing into this, not the rape list meme. He's playing into this.
That would be like fucking Vosh renaming
what
the
is
server
that
the Goblin
list
Den.
referencing?
This list was literally typed up in 2 seconds to pull Seven's name off of it and then end stream. That was the reference. It was a list to pull Seven's name off of.
I'm officially lost.
Are you in
The
Tom's
rape-
server?
The rape list thing hadn't come out yet, correct, Kinkle?
Oh no, I was asking Ninetales.
I'm not.
Where is this
The
server?
stream wasn't created to remove 7, Jube. The list was created to remove 7. That was the point. Look.
Oh, I see
It looks like 6 lights aren't available right now.
He pulls it up.
It's too small. I need you
He
to like.
deletes 7's name
Oh, I see.
and then pulls it away. And
Okay, for the
ends
channel
stream.
name the list. What do you think it looks like from the outside?
This is suggest people for dating panels.
Which
He
always
talked
go
about
well.
that.
Yeah.
Which
Suggest
love
people
dating
for
panels.
dating panels.
Okay, and he called it the list to play into this meme with 7. Okay, that
Jube, you're trolling.
But what are you saying about
did
the
you not know
rape
the rest
list?
of
Like
the
I
stream?
see that picture, but that's completely
7 memed on
different.
him.
Like,
He
that
memed
has
back.
nothing to do with
That was the entire point.
So I see what everybody's saying. Like the list is now this meme, and
the transvestigation
calling anything
thing.
the list is not a good look.
You don't have to
considering
buy it. That is what happened.
Rape meme thing
Yes.
is out.
Yes,
Okay.
it's not a good look. Yeah.
Okay, got you. But
Yeah.
did he play into that rape meme at all? Like at all? Or did somebody just make that meme to fuck with the list or to
Somebody
you know,
made
to
that
say
meme
this?
to meme on
But
the
did
list.
he play into it? Did he play into it at all?
The rape thing? I don't think so.
Yes. That specific one that's
If by
inside chat.
playing into
No.
it, do you mean like him? You mean that clip of him saying,
he
"Yeah, I'm
not-
gonna rape somebody tonight"? You mean that one? But I know
No.
that's
Yeah,
not
should rape
related.
somebody.
But
I'm
like,
definitely gonna
Yeah.
rape somebody. Yeah, I'm for sure
Yeah.
gonna rape somebody. That's a really good idea.
Right. I've heard that. I'm talking
Okay,
about
but-
this.
but
That
with
wasn't
all the
because of that.
memes, Okay, but with all the allegations and memes going around, I don't think it's a good idea to have it named the list, right? Like,
Probably not. I agree.
Not anymore, but
what are you implying? That it makes people uncomfortable?
yeah.
Who gives a fuck?
Okay. Okay, I got you.
No, it makes the woman
Hang on.
the channel
Let me
feel...
back up food real quick. I don't think it's the fact that it makes food uncomfortable. I think it's more of the fact that it kind of
Not me.
acts up the
I don't
narrative
give a
that he's
fuck.
like a creepy fuck, right? That he's like being creepy around women and he's perverting them on stream, and now he has an entire fucking channel in his Discord server dedicated to showing different streamers that he has no affiliation with. It just adds to the narrative more and more, and it's kind of fucking weird.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm with you. Listen, there is like 2 hours of Queen's stream left. We had to pick Canklemore. You have to pick what you're gonna do here. All right. Is your plan to stay up all night? Just tell me.
What time is it? A little longer.
I'm here for it.
But
I'm here for it all.
It's whatever. I'm just saying, if we're gonna get moving, we should get moving.
But there have been a few times that somebody acting smug coming on here being like, oh, actually, Tom, you're wrong about that definition because I actually looked in the dictionary. I don't know why you didn't think to look in the dictionary before talking about gender. You could have just looked in the dictionary instead of just writing an entire document, giving an entire theory. You could have just looked it up in the dictionary and just seen the definition there. That's all you had to do, Tom. Just look it up. And I will go off so quickly, and sometimes, yeah, I'll be yelling at them like I'm the freaking linguist here, and I shouldn't do that. It's stupid. It's cringe. I sound like a freaking idiot when I do it. It is so bad, and I hate it. But it happens. Okay, it happens. It happens to the best of us. But it really can piss you off when people get really smug about something that you know a lot better.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
They're still gonna sit there acting like they know something or like they're telling you something. So it's
we've all fudged our credentials online, haven't we? All right, next clip. Keep going. No breaks. We will get through all these clips.
That and online politics. Yeah, I think it's team sports. I talk about this all the time. So especially when I was like doing more like rhetoric coaching and talking more about convincing language. I said this almost every stream. People don't choose their beliefs based on what is right.
So this one is just so bizarre to me. The way he presents it is like, how the fuck does your course in linguistic marketing for where you wrote paper or a script for Pizza Hut employees to use, how does that give you the authority to talk about this?
Rhetoric coaching and talking more about convincing language. I said this almost every stream. People don't choose their beliefs based on what is rational or what is logical. They're not convinced into them. People choose their beliefs based on the group that they want to be a part of. So say I am this like alien who just got transported onto Earth and now I'm a human. And I have all the human instincts and I'm just a human grown man. And I'm in Georgia. I'm likely going to be like a very Christian Republican type of person. That's because that's what's beneficial to me. It's not just that I want,
such a cope.
I'm being like brainwashed into this because that's what everybody else believes.
No,
It's
that's
also how
retarded.
it is
What
not
he
a
just
cope.
said
That is not
I am the
Before you both start coping-
local Florida man. I am from fucking Jacksonville. I am basically from fucking Georgia. There is nobody that's from a nice Christian conservative household that will openly talk about like boom shit, right? They'll talk about like, oh, you know,
wait,
find
you're
a good
totally
man. They'll talk
misinterpreting
about
every single thing he just said.
Okay, what did I misinterpret?
He just said that people will adjust to their surroundings, pretty much.
No.
They'll
He
hold
said-
positions in
No,
their areas.
okay, Cankles, you were half listening. So what he said is that people aren't convinced by by what you say to them so much as if you tailor what you say to them to the group that they're already a part of, then they're more likely to just automatically be receptive to what you're saying, right? And so the example he was giving is that if he were to take like a random shot at anybody in Georgia, that's the kind of person he would imagine by default. Whether that's right or wrong, it's debatable. But and so that's how he would tailor his rhetoric to try to convince them more. And this is something. Sorry, I have a friend who works in door-to-door sales, and that is something he does.
Also, Ming, he learned that from a law firm class that he transferred to Pizza Hut with, not a Pizza Hut class.
Because I want to have friends, because I want to I want to be able to make connections and network with people. I want
if I were
other
to
people
ask
to
Tom,
like me and
can you
believe what it is
rename
that
the
I'm
channel
saying.
to something else just to avoid
And
further
so I have to repeat
Yeah,
the same
that's
things that they're
fine.
repeating. I have to say the same things that they're saying. I have to fit in with them.
By the way, when I said who gives a fuck if it makes people uncomfortable, I'm not saying, I'm pretty sure everybody misinterpreted that. I'm going to clarify. I'm not saying I don't give a fuck if it makes the women on the list. I've fucking flubbed my words plenty of times. I'd rather clarify.
Clarifications.
Shut the fuck up, Avius. I'm going to ban your ass. I'm kidding.
Is
typical Cankle.
Yes,
Typical,
making
typical.
sure my words are understood. How dare I? No, I meant who gives
In
a
this
fuck if
economy?
general, like everyone or whoever, if a couple people are uncomfortable, not like the people on the list. Who cares if they're uncomfortable? That's not what I meant. I meant like, who cares if some people get weirded out by it being called the list?
You think
That's
this
what
is
I'm
your
saying.
stream or
Unrelated to the
something?
list.
Come on,
Just
get
a
out of here.
question. How come when you make a joke for Avius, you clarify that you're joking afterwards, but when you make a joke at me, you don't?
It's because I'm especially kind of retarded.
I think you're transmisogynist.
Who the fuck cares?
No, I'm
I think you're
leftist misogynist.
True!
I'm leftist misogynist.
misogynist. So just like a reactionary?
Yes.
Cool.
You're welcome.
Just like not holding up videos for 10 minutes or stupid medical.
I love it.
Hang on, if Ninetales calls you a reactionary, that means you're based.
Is this how Kate
And
like
we are
in general?
believing things for
I'm doing something terrible here. I'm killing this guy.
for social reasons. And then once we believe
I
the
should be
thing,
playing these clips.
then we figure out reasons to believe it. Most of our beliefs are backwards. We start off with a belief that we want to believe, and then we work backwards from there. So like all of the Kyle Rittenhouse talk, like all of those people, you can tell it's blatantly obvious. They start with the belief that they want to have, and then they try to rationalize it from there, instead of starting from like ground zero and being rational and then coming to a position.
Oh.
So yeah. That's why I think most people end up with weird beliefs.
No, Ninetales,
That's a
it's
bit
because
reductive,
you're
but
extremely annoying.
Well, next clip. Oh, this is a good one. I remember this one.
Where
I
did your
kept
definition
saying-
come from?
Oh, okay, so I work in linguistics.
Science and
No,
people
no,
specialists.
it doesn't. Okay, I work in
Specifically about the
linguistics.
Rittenhouse
Definitions,
thing,
we come
but
to
whatever.
definitions based
It's
on
easier to let
colloquial
it slide.
usages. Okay, gender is a word that we use to describe masculinity and femininity. And so with masculinity and femininity, those are words that we use to describe what is more likely from a male or what is more likely from a female, or just what we generally associate with it, like social what do you call it? Like social norms. I have papers on this. I have videos that are used in colleges and in universities.
Which
Like
colleges and
gender is my
universities?
specialty.
I would love to see them and read them.
I
You got
can
the whole
send them to you.
document out.
Yes, I
Great
can send it to
rhetoric,
you. I
Tom.
like this
Send
is
them to
my
me.
this is what I focus
I
on.
read
So
and talk
I
to
am
professors who deal with this shit. Like, I'd love to read the papers that
So
you're
are
talking
all-
about because it
are
sounds
all
like fucking
professionals-
garbage.
are all professors-
Hi, man, bad.
Oh, this is bad. This is really
Are all
bad.
professors going to agree? Are all educated opinions going to align?
So
About
the thing that they will
95%,
agree on,
you know?
yes, the thing that they will agree on is
It's
they
totally
will
true,
agree
Ozzy,
on the
you religious
process.
fundamentalist.
Yes, it is. They will agree that
Davey
there is a
fundamentalist.
process
this is so
to come to
bad.
definitions. That they will all agree that there is a process to come to definitions on words, and I am using the process that we use to come to definitions on words. That is what we will all agree on. And so-
At what point though does that clinical use become an obstruction to the actual discourse? Though?
So, Tom, have you
when
read
you
much of Ludwig
refuse to
Wittgenstein?
yes when you refuse to add in context, that's when it will become an obstruction, is when you refuse to allow context to change what
That's
a word
correct.
means. So
I agree with that.
you will always use the same process to come to a definition, but the definition will change based on context, and like in colloquial usage can even change based on what is colloquial, right? Like different areas have different meanings and different norms. Anyways, so the thing is that I like everything that I said
fields.
is scientific. Everything that I'm saying is linguistic. Everything that I'm saying is the process
It's
that we
not, though.
use
It's
to
not.
come.
You're literally
okay, what
ignoring
part?
science, and then everything you said.
Wait,
did not
I
have
didn't
to
say
do with
anything
your
about
religion.
science.
So you
I
just
didn't say
saying,
anything about
I am
science.
super
Yeah,
into
we
science.
just did,
yeah.
You saying I'm super into science, I fucking read science, and everything I said was
I
scientifically
didn't.
correct is
I
immediately
didn't say
fucking
this.
wrong.
I
It's
didn't
literally
say
you just
this.
taking-
You
Am I
are already
losing my
making stuff
mind?
up. I did not
He
say
said
this.
it's scientific.
Yeah, no, he did say it.
linguistic.
No, I did not. I said linguistically. I am talking about linguistic processes that we use to come to
The
definitions.
misspeak,
I didn't say
probably.
anything about science.
You just
You
said,
said it's based in science.
No, I think it was
The
a
science
Freudian
of
slip,
linguistics.
if anything.
No,
you
I
just said
didn't.
based in science. You just did, dude.
Is
Okay,
Right?
if I said
a
based in
fucking
science, I don't think I
liar.
said that. But if I
Which
said
was a
based in
huge
science,
thing,
my
and then I
bad.
called it out, and you're like, I didn't say that. You exactly
Okay,
said that.
I don't think I said that because my
For
issue
fuck's
the
sake.
entire panel, my issue the entire
And this is
panel
what you
was
guys
that
do. You people. What do you mean, you people? This is what you
my
do.
issue the
You try to
entire
use an
panel
institution.
is that this guy kept making up stuff for my positions where he kept arguing against things that I wasn't saying, right? So I at no point was actually saying that biology attaches to gender or that it's part of my definition. And I said it over and over, is that biology has nothing to do with my definition of gender. Like, it has literally nothing to do with it. It's not like attached to it. It's not the thing. And that if we all agreed, if it actually turned out
he's fucking
that
rambling.
literally nothing that is masculine is more likely because of biology, my definition for gender still wouldn't change because the colloquial usage wouldn't change. And so it is all the same.
Masculine and biology has tied those two things together to go against what you just said you were not advocating for.
So, are there any Tom sweepers?
Yes, because
Radical
it's
Coder,
on the
Canklemore?
spot, Podium.
Anyone that kind of sweeps Tom a little bit?
It's on the spot.
Is there anyone
It's
still
not
defending the
sitting
idea
there methodically,
of
like
him
thinking
using his
through
credentials
everything you're
properly, of
saying?
him?
It's on the spot.
Yeah,
It's not the
Cankle.
same thing.
Cankle, would you like to
You've
answer
been
this?
Have we got any
asked the
doubt?
question.
Is there anyone still defending the idea
Hold on.
of him using his credentials properly? Of him?
Cankle's cheating. He's finding answers.
Have
in
we
the
got any
chat.
doubt? Is there any doubt?
That's
We're going to
not
keep
what I'm
going.
doing.
I'm not relenting on the
I
clips.
can't remember what I
We'll
said.
finish the clips. I wanted to check how many there are, actually. So yeah, we're...
So he's cheating. He's
We will
looking
keep
up
going.
his answers from
But
before.
I'm just wondering, like, I'm getting a temperature check. Like, how are you? Does anyone who was skeptical about this beforehand, has their opinion changed? We'll keep going. We'll keep going.
Yeah,
there's
he
a
definitely
30-minute
tried
clip
to
there.
use.
So that's the sick. That's the sick debate.
his
That might be
credentials there
That might
as
be
a
one for
debate
later because that is
tool.
30 minutes long.
It's a debate
That is when
tactic,
Sick
and that
fully
was
presses him on his
pretty good.
credentials.
Yeah.
That is a classic. But that's like an enjoy. That's just something to have fun with. That's just have fun with.
When I was watching you watch it, there's a point where the guy in the bubble is telling me, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay, Canklemore, sure. You said I never said anything about stuff, but it's cringe. But the point is that it shows it's yet another point, or several, 22 points actually, in the pattern of dishonesty. I
didn't see
When
that
I was
before,
watching
Queen
you
Bee.
watch it,
Canklemore's vague posting.
there's a point where the guy in the
Who gives a
bubble is
fuck?
telling me, I don't know what I'm talking about. I've
True,
never
he
read
is
any
vague
of the
posting.
literature. He starts
Yeah.
asking me if I've read different linguistic philosophers, and I say, like, bro, I worked in linguistics for a long time. Like, I've written papers on this subject. In this case, so I say I never do this, but yes, in this case, I did do this where I'm like, I know what I'm talking about. Like, at least...
Also, Radical Coder, I didn't read you as clout motivated, but if that's the case, I'll keep that in mind. Fair enough. I'm still going to use you as a temperature check for the other side of the narrative, because there's not a lot of them in chat right now.
Like, I'm never saying it to say I'm the authority, so just sit and listen while I teach you. I'm saying I am worth engaging with here. I am worth
If I can
listening to
find
and then
a
giving a
linguistic
response to.
marking
Instead of
course
just
for
throwing
free,
away
we'll
everything that
watch
I'm
it on
saying
stream.
because you don't think I know what I'm talking about or you don't think I've engaged with the literature, I'm trying to defend myself to say, yeah, I know enough for you to engage with me here.
Is that what he was doing in that last clip?
I think that that's an okay thing to do. I think it's okay to challenge people on whether or not they have any education in what they're talking about. And I think it's okay to defend your education and defend your knowledge on something.
So yeah, this all just seems saying writing papers. This is total cap. Writing papers is either the gender doc or it's the scripts for Pizza Hut. We'll keep moving. Or maybe they wrote internal documents, maybe. But even then, this isn't papers. That's talking about education. Yeah. We need to skip the sick one for now because it's 30 minutes long. We got time for that right now.
I'm about
let's get on with this one.
90% certain.
I think that this would
he was
actually help you a lot.
originally
When I was
saying
doing
he
debate
has
coaching,
papers on the
I would
gender
always look at the
biology
people that I
stuff,
was going to talk
which is
to
probably
and
referring
think
to
about what
debate
it
prep.
was that that they believed, and then tried to like write down, like I would type it up, like, okay, what is it that they believe? Why do they believe this? And why do I think that they're not convinced of what it is that I believe? Like, what is it about their belief that keeps them stuck there and keeps them there? And then going into the debate, that third thing is what I focus on. Like, you only believe this because you're stuck in this like reality that maybe isn't real. Like, you're stuck in this bubble that's kind of got you so biased that you're incapable of seeing outside of that reality.
Okay, next clip. So again, some of these are like, more egregious than others.
Tomfoolery show that just Justical guy was trying to have his cake and eat it, it seemed, where he was like, I said it as a passing comment, but also I still am concerned, but also don't worry about it. Yeah, he was like, yeah, it wasn't a thing. I don't really care, but I'll stand by it. But also, like, I don't really have any proof of this, but also here's my evidence, but also don't take it so seriously.
I thought this one wasn't. This is in the wrong folder. This feels like. Jason reminds Tom of Queeman. We'll watch this. Fuck it. We'll just go through this.
Just make sure Jay Stalker is here for it.
Unless it's a folder of a name I'm not aware of. Does it include more than I think it includes?
Is that my accuser? Is that his name, Jay Stalker? That guy's freaking weird, dude. That's such a weird little fellow.
Listen, Bug
He reminds me of
luck, okay? Stop.
the other guy that hangs around Chud Logic all the time. What's his freaking name? The other guy that, damn it, dude, I hate his name. I always forget his name. He looks like the dirty kid from Charlie Brown that always has all the dust falling off of him.
Dude, he hates me so much. He hates me.
That
little Jay that scurries around Chud. Exactly.
Exactly.
That's what he's saying.
I'm pretty sure they think that like Sassafras and what's his name? Sassafras and Catnip and Raider's cat are all the same person because they all have a cat in their names and in their logos.
True. Alley Cat.
Riveting stuff, Tom. Classic Tom Foolery
stream.
stream.
We both have tails in our name.
Monotone Subox. Gonna kill me. Oh, yeah, this is a fella I know because he's in this chat all the time now. When was this clip? 17th November. Oh, interesting.
But aren't you a rhetorician, Tom? Well, that's kind of my point. Is that like I'm out of practice? Like I haven't been.
I'm out of practice. I'm out of practice.
But aren't you a rhetorician, Tom? Well, that's kind of my point. Is that like I'm out of practice?
Queeman,
like I haven't been.
Did you get the date on the?
I've
the rape list.
Gotten away from rhetoric for a long time and just focused on like the more logical parts because really
minimal
coming into this space, I was not good at logic or philosophy or any of that crap. And I think it's like probably what I'm more known for at this point. But he was back a long time ago, especially initially when I first was on Twitch, got banned from Twitch, when I was a 10 viewer Andy. For the most part, I just kind of focused on rhetoric and just making
I don't know why I said something.
Arguments that are gonna make the other person look bad. But,
I don't know why I said something.
And I was coaching people back then as well. So like I did a bunch of debate coaching where we would mostly focus on rhetoric, how to make the other person look bad, arguments to lead them towards so that you can get the dunk on them. And the same, it was around the time that I debated Hake that I think I decided I'm freaking sick of. I'm sick of like rhetorical arguments. Like I'm not great on the logical side. I'm not great on the philosophical side. And so I'm gonna start focusing on logic more. And I did, and probably did a little bit too much to like an autistic point.
There we go. Okay. Oh god, like see the
Top 40 show, come on, man. We all know you got your degree in linguistic marketing and the philosophy of language or whatever people make up about you. I did, yes. I have a rhetoric coach degree, actually.
Okay.
Okay, so he's trying to troll there. He's trying to play into the meme there. That's fine. But obviously with all the clips just seeing, it's like, oh yeah, nice, haha, funny, haha, except you do that.
I always tell people to do this. When I was doing debate coaching, I would always tell people to do this, is like actually come up with what you think the person's going to say and then have like well-worded arguments for all of that, like typed up and actually have it, there so that you can literally just have a list of rhetorically sound comebacks set up in advance.
Master debater.
Genius.
I mean, that's part of it.
You're going to have to be more specific than that, buddy.
That's day one.
I've been very clear. I'm a linguist by trade.
That's like very 101.
But I've always said on everything, I'm not like a linguist, meaning I have a degree.
I never went to school for it. I don't have like any like academic shit in linguistics.
Yeah, always said I'm a linguist by trade. That's not what he's been saying in many of those clips.
You can go look at my paper. It said that from the very beginning. Hasn't been edited. Hasn't been changed. Academic shit in linguistics.
Can you go back for a second?
You can go look at my paper.
Right.
In many of those clips.
You can go look at my paper. It said that from the very beginning. Hasn't been edited. Hasn't been changed. Academic shit in linguistics. You can go look at my paper. It said that from the very
so that's the gender doc that he wrote, the Google doc that he wrote about his thoughts on gender.
very beginning. Hasn't been edited. Hasn't been changed.
That's clarified at least.
You can go look at debates that I have with other linguists where I say linguist by trade. Never lied about it.
Never lied about it. Never, ever lied about it.
I would say, like, if we're
It's
looking at this
2020
from a
words
lens
are-
of branding, if we're looking at this from a lens of branding, which is what he's supposedly an expert in, then he's 100% trying to get his audience to see him as an expert in this field.
Yeah, and a lot of times he's mixing up his words, and you got a clip of him saying this here and a clip of him saying that here. What I'm seeing is like hubris mixed with a little Dunning-Kruger, but people like take that automatically as like a malicious thing that somebody's doing on purpose. I think that's what I'm seeing here. I'm not seeing some like malicious liar or like somebody who's like,
I think
trying
it
to
only
now with the
only works
marketing.
if he's lying, though. Can I just sorry, but
How
like
how what do you mean?
because if he is as much of a branding guy as he makes it out to be,
He never
actually
said
that-
branding.
That's what marketing is.
No, it isn't. They're two different things. I've been a brand strategist for the past 5 years. Before that, I was a marketing strategist. They're two different things.
Based. The credentials.
But just to be clear, what I'm seeing here, just to finish what I was saying, is I do see hubris mixed with a little bit of Dunning-Kruger. Like I think that he overestimates like his what he's good at. He thinks he's better at what he does than what he actually is. But I think that comes from a place of like arrogance, maybe, but not a place of like maliciousness, right?
Okay, so
like,
at best,
does anybody disagree?
At best, uncriticality. But Ali, if you've been a branding strategist, do you think maybe he is committed to the idea of getting his audience to
He needs a brand strategist is what he needs really bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's doing it wrong. If he thinks he's a brand strategist, he's doing it wrong. I don't think he's ever said he's a brand strategist though.
No.
I always thought of branding as a subset of marketing.
Brand is bigger than marketing. Brand is like your holistic, like your company mission, vision. It's who you are.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not an econ person. I do try to have more accurate rhetoric about this stuff, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little nuanced and not. I mean, I didn't get it until I got into doing it by trade.
I think I have a simplistic way to explain it.
Did you just say you have a master's degree in marketing, Ali?
No.
That's what I heard right there.
She's been a marketing
Well, I didn't say that. I said by trade. I said I've been an independent contractor consultant in the last 10 years. The first 5 years I did marketing strategy. I felt like that was very limiting in just marketing, and I learned about what brand strategy was, self-taught, and learned how to do it for companies. And it's more holistic, where you've kind of involve. It sounds like some of what he did, where they incorporated some data, some market outlook, some, customer feedback, that sort of thing. He could have done some of that in his field. I don't know, but brand is a holistic kind of business process.
So if anything, marketing could be a subset of branding.
Yep, definitely.
Well,
The
isn't a simple
messaging.
way to look at it like branding would be how you want your product to be seen, who you're going to be wanting the product to be sold, and then marketing would be how do you sell the product to the person.
It's also a way of thinking of it like, how do you get a household name? Is always how I've seen it.
The way I like to describe brand is it's what people say about you when you're not in the room.
Yep.
That's
okay. So this is the thing, right? So like, I think in terms of branding here, Tom has at least been misguiding his audience, whether he's intended to or not. because he is putting on a strong brand. There are quite a lot of clips of him saying this, to the point where it's reasonable to believe some of his audience may say that about him when he's not around to clarify.
So, but you said that you think he's doing it because he's lying.
Well, because he keeps saying by trade.
Mm-hmm.
And
no, if you're trying to reference something from your background and like you're trying to shorthand reference it, right? You would say linguist by trade or something like I did this,
yeah,
you know, for
that is
for
what I
work
was thinking
in
at the
past,
time.
right?
I guess I'm flip-flopping on some of these things just based on Queeman's presentation, admittedly, and some of the other things that are coming up as well.
Yeah, no, completely understandable. We can keep going.
My credentials, just to be fair, I graduated from journalism school. I have a media studies major, business minor, and a certificate in peace and conflict studies, if anyone wants to know.
Oh my god, I do want to pick your brains one of these times. I'm sorry if that's weird, but that is kind of interesting to me.
No, that's awesome.
Do you have a degree in neurology?
If you have a degree in solving the Israel-Palestine conflict, that would be great.
I do actually.
There we go.
I have a quick question. Okay, so would you say it's not right to call yourself a musician if you don't have a degree in it and you don't get paid to do it? It's just a hobby that you do all the time.
Of course not.
No, yeah, because
I mean,
musician.
no, it depends. It depends. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say it depends.
Music isn't really something that I think the establishment can own in that way. Whereas something like marketing or branding is very establishment created. And to be honest, like if you call yourself a musician, it's arguable if you're giving yourself credit or taking away credit. It depends. It's very subjective.
Okay, if I go to a 7-Eleven and I buy a coffee, when I go up to pay for the coffee that I poured for myself and it came out of a machine, it was literally mixed in front of me. When I go to the counter and I ask the person to pay for it, is that guy a barista?
No.
That is the least analogous thing anyone has ever said.
No, Neve is clearly the barista in this scenario.
Of course.
No, I don't know.
You were going to ask, am I the barista? I thought that's what you were going to say.
No, none of this shit. But I don't think any of this is relevant. We should just keep watching the video.
I don't think your mom is relevant.
Real quick.
Gotcha.
What I get from all of this isn't that it adds to the pattern of behavior that's like trying to be established. This doesn't add to like the compulsive liar thing. Pretty much all of the instances where he's like actually misrepresenting his position are in debates where he's like trying to get one over, like trying to like, you know, he's aggroing through it.
Yes.
And kind of misrepresents what he's saying. And the reason I think what I'm saying is like so much more valid is because of what Tom said on the Erudite panel. He said he's conceited as fuck.
Yeah, it's the hubris thing I was talking about. Yeah.
It fits perfectly.
See, I do see him as someone who is somewhat good at branding, and that's why I'm feeling conflicted. Like, I think he is pushing
Why
that
does
as a
this
brand.
matter? Why are we talking about marketing and branding?
He's not good at branding.
Ankles? I'm asking you specifically, not Neve.
What did you ask me?
Never mind.
I didn't hear you.
I just wanted to call you Cankles.
She asked you to hit play.
Okay.
Exactly. That's what
for me. It was actually really good. I spent like 3 years with like with moving from platform to platforming, like getting banned over and over, and then just sitting on YouTube for like a year with just 10 viewers, which was really rough after like doing really well on Twitch and then getting banned and then just sitting on YouTube with like 10 fucking viewers every single day. And then 2023 hit right at the beginning. My shit started to finally grow.
Keep getting banned? What happened? Yeah, what happened? Yeah, what happened with that?
I say stupid things I shouldn't say. Say really edgy shit.
I mean, was it?
The thing you got banned for was saying he's pro pedo porn.
Say, Tom, for being like a rhetoric coach, like I am amazed at your ability to get yourself in trouble. So
ever since then, Tom has,
Weasley
you know,
little
Jesus,
liar,
was that
dude.
starter mock? Becky's girlfriend just mock him? Jesus.
Almost makes me believe you more that you're a rhetoric coach. Like only
man.
somebody who's like a professional could fuck this up. Like
Yeah, that's so
Jesus
true.
Christ,
That's so
dude.
true. So true. You're
I
really
say,
smart.
but on YouTube, like I can say all the same
Becky's
shit,
girlfriend's
no
so smart.
problems whatsoever.
Yeah.
I can
We
say
love
way
Becky's
worse
girlfriend,
shit,
yeah.
no problems whatsoever.
She's
like,
so smart.
Twitch was just way more strict than any other platform I've ever been on, and I wasn't used to it. And
Am I crazy? I
I feel as if
Twitch
Twitch is
announced
like
like
silly.
It's a problem if you haven't been banned off Twitch. Something.
That's right. That's the thing. There was somebody who typed in chat and said, "Oh, Tom lies all the time. Did you know that he lied about being a rhetoric coach, and it turned out he was just a pizza delivery driver?"
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think that's accurate.
Like this is the shit.
That's like a straw
There's
that's
a-
been said.
I'm pretty sure.
That could be someone just being retarded though.
This is.
I'm pretty sure Tom took down the towers.
Oh my god.
He did actually.
But it is funny. Like,
This is
to
what I
say that,
deal
that
with.
is funny to say.
This is what I deal with people who don't like me. That like the best they have is just
That's
making
not
shit
that's,
up.
okay. Yeah, nice one.
Sorry,
retard.
Queeman is fucking
Yeah, straw manning the
hilarious.
arguments, try and knock it down.
Tom Fuller show. So anyone NSE disagrees with about a topic remotely related to psych issues,
the
then
last one.
anyone is going to take this stance. NSE is almost better off never mentioning her background. Yes. Well, I mean, this is like I've again had the same issue where I've said like, yes, I worked in linguistics, or I'm a linguist by trade, or something like that, but other people take what I'm saying to mean something totally different than what I've actually said. And so then they say, oh, you claim that you're an expert, you claim that you're an authority, you claim that you went to school for linguistics, you claimed you got a degree, you claimed like all of this fucking shit. And I'm like, I never said any of that. I'm just telling you about myself. I'm not allowed to like tell you about me and about my background and about my like about the shit that I've been through, or the like the you know, the information that I have, or any of the shit, like without people taking it to mean I'm an expert. Like if I'm an expert, I'm not fucking debating any of you pieces of shit. I promise you that. If I'm an expert, I'm not sitting around debating people. I'm not sitting around like having these quabbles with laymen. If I'm an expert, I'm gonna go debate experts on this shit. I'm gonna go debate people who have who have prerequisite knowledge on what it is that I'm talking about. I'm not gonna sit around debating a bunch of people on a Twitch poll panel. If I'm an expert, not happening. But because I'm not an expert, because I just have some information on this, I have some.
I mean, that's not even
I have some
true.
prerequisite,
He's not saying he's not a layman. To be fair, all right, we'll give him that.
Wait,
what's not even true?
Experience.
I can think of plenty of lawyers that willingly go on panels to debate law because they're lawyers, they're experts, and they like to debate it. And there's
also
plenty of
something
other
wrong with
examples.
lawyers. That's actually just proof there's something wrong with lawyers.
Well, like,
that's kind of
I know
totally
doctors, I know
lawyers, I
pharmacists,
understand, but-
I know a fuck ton of people that are experts in their fields that love debating in panels. Fuck, go to Destiny
Do they
server,
host-
you'd be
do they-
surprised the
no,
amount of
no,
people
no,
that
no.
talk to you.
Debating
Have
people
you seen their
occasionally-
credentials?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, no, they could be lying. You know, I never asked source, but you know, I'll take people on their word.
I
if
know
they
who
talk their
Pisco
shit.
is.
No,
I'm
obviously,
just kidding.
there's people like what's his name? That guy that got no, not Pisco. The other one, Redica.
Ricada, yeah, Ricada Law.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
he's a lawyer, right?
The real
Right,
problem is like,
so-
if you're like what I think Tom is referring to is more like we're not really having conversations that's going to give a lot of room for experts, because a lot of times these panels are more obsessed with content, and B, because we're like most of them will either just have to take up a lot of space just to get everything they're saying out. And the receptivity on a panel of people who just want to get their talking points out can be
But
quite
hang on, no. What you just said is exactly
True.
why there
Legal
is
Eagle just makes
experts
videos
within
for,
these
like,
communities.
educational purposes
Because
and, like,
imagine being
explaining
an
things.
expert
He's not, like,
watching your
debating
favorite
people.
streamer, and there's a bunch of dumb fucks talking about a topic they have no idea about, and you are literally an expert in the topic. Yeah, it would drive you fucking crazy.
That's
if you're the type
unironically
that
why
wants to
Destiny
debate.
is on top. That's unironically.
Yeah,
why
I can't
Destiny is on
imagine
top.
what that would be like. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm gonna stop Vic Post and just ask, what the fuck is wrong with specifically with Lactoid? That guy is weird.
I have no idea.
I don't know. I
don't know anything about the guy.
Got tits.
I don't even know.
What
who
do you
that is.
think? Say
I know
what you
it's
got to
great,
say.
isn't
If
it,
you got something to
Podium?
say. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh me.
If it's off topic, save it for another stream.
That exactly. That's what I was
That's
saying.
also true.
Base.
That's also
I'm just
true.
I'm going for the
That's also
content
This is why
here.
Fucking the content. First degree cucking.
experience. I'm just mentioning this more so to say that this is why I have an interest in these areas, or
But
this
that's
is why I
not
talk
okay.
about
That's
it a
not
lot.
how he used
This is
it.
why I
That's
did
a total
rhetoric coaching or
We've
debate
seen him
coaching.
We literally use it as an authority, as a point of expertise numerous times.
Like that's about it. But it's not me saying like I know everything. I'm the one you have to listen to on
Yeah,
this.
so he did do that.
I have done that before. But that's more so it like
Yeah,
I
no,
think
I have
that
done
it's,
that before.
I
Okay.
think in
Many
areas
times.
where you're just trying to let somebody know that you just happen to have a little bit more information on something just to get them to like take what it is you're saying seriously, I think that's okay as well. So,
But it's okay that he does it. It's fine that he does it. It's actually fine that he does it. It's actually justified. Okay. So that's all the rhetoric. These are all from about the last 12 months. That's all the rhetoric coach clips in the last like year or so that the diggers, top diggers, could find.
Could we just see erudite
So,
spaz on just?
haven't watched that.
I just want to see that.
Let's get back to the VOD.
Oh, there's erudite.
Keep moving through this. And we'll take a detour for. Do we have other detours we want to take? We
Say
might do
what
the
you
6
will
stuff.
about
I don't know.
Kleeman,
I can't
he
wait
is
to get the ton of stuff
soldiering
we've done
through
tonight,
this.
So we might do it all. I'm not sure. There's like these random clips. Are any of these relevant?
It is easier when you're by yourself.
No, I
Fair.
don't think so. And then there's the Reddit
Nah.
stuff, obviously, which we'll go over. Obviously. All right.
Voted like
Pink
since starting
loves
streaming and
us.
stuff? Like, is it a service or what's the rhetoric? Okay, so since he started streaming, he probably uses a stream to promote the service as well as like a rhetoric coach. And
Oh
what
no,
is he?
this was him saying he had experience as a rhetoric coach.
In the
That
past,
basically
he
he
worked
misled
with that.
people on his qualifications to do
Oh my
certain things
goodness.
and be like his professional qualifications, the titles he's held, in order to make himself seem better.
this is just
Okay, and
not.
so-
Yeah, this just isn't true.
so-
I've always been very
It's
clear.
just
I
not
don't have
true.
qualifications.
Always
I
been
don't
very
have a degree.
clear. Always been very clear. He doesn't have qualifications, doesn't have a degree. When he's saying he's written papers on this stuff, he said he's written papers and researched this stuff.
He's
Without
no, he-
clarification.
wait.
Oh my god.
Did he say that?
Hang on,
Did
hang
he
on.
say he-
No,
wait,
he
wait.
didn't.
He's
I was
written
listening
papers
specifically
on this
for
and
that.
research.
I think it was
Anyone can have a Substack. Everyone can say they've written papers on something.
I think
no,
he said
that's
he
not even
has
that's not even what's
papers.
going on. Avius, you're losing the plot. So Queeman already admitted that when Tom was saying that, he was probably referring to biology and gender. And I don't know
Yes.
why Queeman has like moved his own goalposts here, but like I've been listening for that specifically because that piqued my interest when I was listening the first time. And Tom was not clear about that. He certainly blurred some lines with saying he's like he does it by trade, as in the present tense. But I don't
Yes.
think I don't think he said
And
he
we've
wrote
all- and
papers
we-
or anything.
Yeah, no, he didn't, and we've talked at length about the problems with what he was, the kind of blurring of the lines he was doing. We've kind of sussed out the problem with that, but it isn't that he's like maliciously trying to lie about this, or he might be misleading his like. I will give that valid criticism to him. Like it could be interpreted as him misleading his audience, but he definitely didn't like say he wrote papers about it and like he has an academic background in it.
I just think
hungry.
Freeman's being bad faith here.
Where was it that he said the thing about papers? How far back?
There was 2 times. The because of us talking, I have no idea.
Because of you talking.
I think it was during this.
Okay.
I'm killing this guy.
For social reasons.
It's my panel.
Let's blatant.
It was during the part with the guy with
Science.
the float,
And he
who was
worked-
floating in this part right here.
Okay, I work in linguistics. Definitions, we come
Don't
to
give a shit.
definitions based on colloquial usages. Okay, gender is a word that we use to describe masculinity and femininity. And so, with masculinity and femininity, those are words that we use to describe what is more likely from a male or what is more likely from a female, or just what we generally associate with it, like social. What do you call it? Like social norms. I have papers on this. I have videos that are used in colleges. And
I have.
Oh, that's
Now,
a big one.
I don't. Now, the worst faith interpretation of that can be interpreted as, I have written papers about this. The papers that I've written about this are in colleges. What I think he meant to say, and he didn't say it properly, probably, but like, come on, like what I think he meant to say was that I've done research on this. I have like sources for what I'm saying. That's what I took that as.
Yeah.
It is clearly related to the prior statement about gender and biology.
Jube, you're coping so hard.
You can tell Jib to get in here if you disagree with him.
Yeah.
We need the cope.
Come on up, Jube. You have roll.
Sweep dance.
Jiggle them jubies.
Get the fuck out of
stream,
here,
on
Ninetales.
camera.
Holy shit balls.
True.
Juby juby doo. Where are you?
Server me it. Fuck you.
and in universities, like gender is my specialty.
I would love to see them and read them.
I can send them to you. Yes, I can send it to you. This
Send
is
them to
my
me.
this is what I focus
I
on.
read
So
and talk to professors who deal with this shit. Like, I'd love to read the papers that you're
Are
talking
all
about because it
are
sounds
all
like fucking garbage.
Are all professors? Oh, excuse me. I don't know why my are all professors going to agree? Are all educated opinions going to align? No.
Even what he just said, he interpreted it as I have
Nobody else there was
sources.
like, "Oh shit, Tom, you wrote papers on this? Like, what papers did you write?" Like,
Yeah.
that's what I would expect the follow-up questions to be if other people interpreted that as what Tom was saying.
Yeah.
True.
Me personally.
Yeah.
This is context clipping.
Is this a clip chimp?
So the thing that they will agree on, yes, the thing that they will agree on is
It's
they
totally
will
true,
agree
Ozzy,
on the
you religious
process.
fundamentalist.
Yes, it is. They will agree that
Dave, you
there is a
fundamentalist.
process to come to definitions.
Just being retarded though.
This is.
But it is funny. Like,
This is
to
what I
say
deal
that
with.
is funny to say.
This is what I deal with people who don't like me. That like the best they have is just
That's
making
not
shit up.
okay. Yeah, yeah. Nice one, retard. So yeah, straw manning the arguments, try and knock it down. Obviously, yeah.
Tomfoolery show. So anyone NSE disagrees with about a topic remotely related to psych issues,
the
then
last one.
anyone is going to take this stance. NSE is almost better off never mentioning her background. Yes. Well, I mean, this is like I've again had the same issue where I've said like, yes, I worked in linguistics or I'm a linguist by trade or something like that, but other people take what I'm saying to mean something totally different than what I've actually said. And so then they say, oh, you claim that you're an expert. You claim that you're an authority. You claim that you went to school for linguistics. You claimed you got a degree. You claimed like all of this fucking shit. And I'm like, I never said any of that. I'm just telling you about myself. I'm not allowed to like tell you about me and about my background and about myself. I'm not allowed to. You claim that you're an authority. You claim that you went to school for linguistics. You claimed you got a degree. You claimed like all of this fucking shit. And I'm like, I never said any of that. I'm just telling you about myself. I'm not allowed to like tell you about me and about my background and about my like about the shit that I've been through or the you know, the information that I have or any of the shit like without people taking it to mean I'm an expert. Like if I'm an expert, I'm not fucking debating any of you pieces of shit. I promise you that. If I'm an expert, I'm not sitting around debating people.
Going the
I'm not
wrong
sitting
way,
around
Canklemore.
like.
I think this
You're
is
going
the other
wrong
one.
way.
We'll keep
No,
going.
please,
It's a sick debate.
please,
actually.
Yeah, you should go back to that.
I think this is the
Okay,
other
I'm
one
sorry.
where he says
If y'all
papers.
trying to see something. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Did we miss something?
It's honesty.
I'm sorry. If we
The
missed
pattern
something,
of
go back.
dishonesty.
Yeah.
When I was watching you watch it, there's a point where the guy in the bubble is telling me, I don't know what I'm talking about. I've never read any of the literature. He starts asking me if I've read different linguistic philosophers. And I say, like, bro, I worked in linguistics for a long time. Like, I've written papers on this subject. In this case, so I say I never do this, but yes, in this case, I did do this where I'm like, I know what I'm talking about. Like, at least...
Ouch.
Also, Radical Coda, I didn't read you as clown motivated, but if that's the case, I'll keep that in mind. Fair enough.
I'm genuinely curious what he meant by I wrote papers about it.
But that's
about
like an
this.
enjoy. That's just something to have fun
What
with.
could he be
That's just for
referring
fun with.
to?
The gender doc.
When I was watching you watch it,
Is that what he's referring
there's
to?
a point where
Yeah.
the guy in the
For
bubble
the
is
most part.
telling
Everybody
me,
has a
I don't know what I'm
subspec.
talking about.
Okay, Canklemore, sure. You said I never said anything about myself, but it's cringe. But the point is that it shows it's.
There's a point where the guy in the bubble. When I was watching you watch it, there's a point where the guy in the bubble is telling me, I don't know what I'm talking about. I've never read any of the literature. He starts asking me if I've read different linguistic philosophers. And I say, like, bro, I worked in linguistics for a long time. Like, I've written papers on this subject. In this case, so I say I never do this, but yes, in this case, I did do this where I'm
I've
like,
worked in linguistics.
I know what I'm
I've
talking
written
about. Like,
papers
at least,
on this subject.
Also, Radical Coda,
In
I
this
didn't read.
subject.
Hold
I've
on.
worked in linguistics and I've written papers on this subject. This subject was that what were they talking about?
What he's saying, he's just he literally said, and in this instance, I said this.
That's what I'm hearing. I'm sorry. I'm really trying to hear what Queenman's hearing right now. But what I'm hearing him say is the same thing he's been saying. I worked in linguistics, blah 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 blah, and I've written papers on this subject talking about his gender doc. Weren't they talking about like gender, and weren't they having like some sort of debate on gender?
Yeah.
And that's what him and Beckett are talking about right now. Is this subject would be
They're
gender?
talking about the debate that we just went back to.
Yes, yes. And when Tom says I've written papers on this subject, what this subject is gender, correct?
I believe so.
Or
that's
is
what
he
they were
saying
talking
this
about. Yeah, they were
subject
talking about gender in the debate.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I understand. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because here he's
or several 22.
He's not saying I wrote papers. He's saying I said I wrote papers.
And even though he's saying he wrote papers, what the paper he is referring to is the gender doc. Okay,
Yeah.
I got yes, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, Sulfur.
Hey, I just have a question for you.
What's up?
Is that substantially different? The I wrote papers versus I said I wrote papers?
I mean, yes and no.
I don't even think that's the issue. Because what he said was, I'm a linguistic, and I wrote.
He's
papers
changed
on
it a few times, right? He said that he's a linguistic marketer. He said that he's a linguist. He said a few different things, right?
Yes. Yeah.
The fact is, he's never written papers on linguistics.
But that's not what he said. That's not what he's saying. That's what I'm.
Is that the implication, though?
I thought
You
he
don't
was
think?
talking about writing papers on gender.
The only
No,
thing
that's
that
what he
matters is
was
how
writing.
comes off, right? Like it just matters how he comes off. No.
When enough people are confused reasonably, when somebody kind of bounces between terminology, whether it's linguistic marketing, linguistic branding, I don't know, you guys looped a few times in a few different parts, but no, when enough of an audience can be confused, I think it's probably good to be distinct and say what you mean and say what's real and honest, right?
Oh, yeah. I don't think anybody's arguing that.
Mm.
I agree with you 100%.
Okay.
And just to reiterate, we've already said that like he has been confusing and like very cloudy and muddy with his description of his background, but in this certain instance, I don't believe he's saying he wrote papers on linguistics.
What do you think he was writing papers on by the context of what was said?
I think what he said was, I'm a linguist, and I've written papers on this subject. This subject being gender. Now, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but is that not what he said?
Do you consider papers to be lists? Then if so,
Oh my god. By the way, the reason I'm making the distinction for this specifically is because it adds to the point that I was making before about it being a mid-debate heated thing, not like he's explaining to somebody that he wrote papers on this stuff. He's like explaining what he said in the debate, which was what he said while he was heated. But
tomfoolery saying he writes papers is like some guy saying he's got hoes in Atlanta. Like it's
yeah.
There we go. Do you think hubris is a compliment?
Hubris?
Yes.
No, generally speaking, the idea is that hubris, goes before the fall, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And we've talked about I've talked about how I think that this is what we are witnessing right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. He seems it seems a little too deliberate consistently for me to just be a hubris moment, but certainly
not
the
a
fall
hubris moment, not a hubris moment, hubris person, like a guy that displays hubris a lot. Like that's like
no, of course, but I would say that
but not malicious.
the conversation with Sick, it's not just these. I don't know how many of the clips you guys actually watched from the video. All of them. Okay. And so you're still confused how people might have difficulty.
Oh no, I totally
parsing?
understand.
I said Queeman has valid criticisms.
Yeah,
but he's
Queeman
wrong.
kind of constructed I don't know about that.
This whole thing about the debate coach thing, that is a valid criticism of Tom. I've said that already.
Yeah.
Okay.
However, he is wrong about what Tom is saying right here. Tom is not saying I wrote papers on linguistics. At least that's not what I've seen.
He says I'm a linguist.
And I've written papers
on this. Sure.
This subject.
So one might assume that from the lens of linguistics, he might have written some kind of document on gender, right?
Yes.
That's
yes.
That's what we're saying.
right.
I don't.
Wait. Okay, hang on a second.
How is a word user?
The allegation is that he's a malicious liar, not that he's confusing.
Let me just say
he's lied a lot, but yeah.
Okay.
No,
let me just say one thing really quick.
Podium, the gender paper is
that
like
this
public.
is easily understandable. We're not saying how could people not understand. None of us is saying that. There wouldn't be a panel of 20 people with 20 different opinions on what he said saying that. I don't think so, anyways, that anyone is arguing that this is like coherent, what he's saying.
But your issue is the intent? Like whether this is intentional lying or obfuscation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I guess that would be
malicious intent is my
argument. Malicious intent.
A pathological
if you're
liar would
intending
imply
to, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
What are you gonna say? No.
No,
if you're intending-
the idea, right, of malicious intent is great when the action is neutral, but if the action is to deceive or to lend some or lean into a credibility that you don't have, right? Does that? I don't know why you painting it as malevolent.
I didn't say malevolent. I said hubris, and I said, and also mixed with Dunning-Kruger. Like there's other things I've used to describe this, I mean, we can disagree. That's fine, but this is the opinion I hold of the guy. This is, I mean, yeah. And you're completely. If you think he's just lying, like bad dude that you don't want to associate with, I am not trying to convince you otherwise. I'm telling you what I see. I'm just telling you what I see. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, just from the outside perspective of people, generally speaking, when I would hear a student or someone else like that refer to like a paper they've written on a subject matter, usually the idea if they've then kind of the preceding marker is I'm a linguistic student or I'm a linguist or I'm a rhetoric coach, the idea is that you would take it from that perspective. So he is just lying.
I don't disagree that you could interpret it that way, but that is not, I don't think what he was trying to paint off was that he is this linguistic academic and he wrote papers on it. Like, that's not what I'm hearing. I'm sorry. Like, it's just not what I'm hearing.
I think he's largely been clipped out of context here, and that's something we have to bear in mind.
No.
So with the first one, it seems to me he was referring to having a document about gender and biology. The second one, maybe I have to hear it again, but I also, when I heard it the first time, I got that impression the second time around that that's what he was referring to. Like, I hear what you're saying from the academic standpoint, and yes, like, rhetorically speaking, if that was said in academia, that would be the impression he gives. And so you wouldn't even try to put those statements together in that way. That I understand. I think for Tom, he's just not aware of how people are going to perceive that stuff. It's possible.
He's definitely aware. He's kind of fought back against all of this, right? For probably the last, I don't know, 8 months.
Yeah, and
Right?
the problem is if the more we have to take for granted that he has had some training or worked in this, the more then we do have to hold him accountable for what he's saying specifically. So it's kind of like something I'm flip-flopping a bit on, but I certainly think he's discrediting himself one way or another.
Oh yeah.
Also, I think like all of this shit is just proving how like unaware he actually is of how people will perceive shit. Because there's no way he would be saying and doing all the things he's been doing this last month with fully being aware of how people are going to be taking it. So it's
Yeah,
he seems
especially
like
if
pretty out of
you're
touch
worried
with what people would react to.
If you're remotely worried about being clipped out of context, this is entirely irresponsible behavior.
Or maybe it's intentional, right? Probably betting at some points of this whole mess that people would talk about stuff and come in and engage with the content and engage with him and, you know, kind of stir stuff up. But
Yeah,
anyways.
that could be. Especially
Yeah.
since he's a streamer or whatnot. Yeah.
I just looked this up. Hubris, exaggerated pride or self-confidence. It could also refer to dangerous overconfidence and complacency, often in combination with arrogance.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty spot on.
We agree on that. I think
that's what I'm seeing, though. But you're saying it's more than that. You're saying no, he's lying to
But
us.
he's being told. That's the difference, right? So that's the I guess that's probably
now he is.
Well, yeah, for the last little bit.
At this time, it was that's not.
I think some of these clips as well are upwards of 6 months to a year old.
Yeah.
It's an issue that's existed for him, from my understanding, for the last 3 or 4 years. So,
I feel like it's hilariously ironic too that he can't quite figure out the words to like portray what he means while calling himself a linguist at the same time. It's like the irony is just freaking huge.
How did I end up on the Tom Defense Committee panel?
Oh no. Anyways, I heard you guys were talking, and I was a little riled up about the linguistic paper, but I'll let you guys get back to it. Cheers.
All right, you can pop in anytime. Fucking jump in whenever you need to. Fucking push back.
Oh, she already left.
I know.
Valid criticism.
Probably heard it
that
anyway.
Tom is very, very imprecise with his words and could do a much better job of clearing that up. And
Infallible
not,
fool, my brother in Christ, I blocked you, LMAO.
Not misleading his audience, intentional or not, right? We all agree he can do a better job at that, and these clips don't help that. But I just don't see maliciously lying here. That's just not what I see. People can call it
I think there were
sweeping, they can call
times
it
where he
whatever they
played
want.
it up, and
Of course.
when you do work in academia, that is a lot more like offensive.
But
than-
why are we? He doesn't work in academia. Why do we keep saying that?
No, I'm saying like for people who would hear that from that who work in that and have that mindset.
Ninetales, it's irrelevant.
Okay. If you say so.
2 points actually. In the pattern of dishonesty.
Irrelevant.
In the pattern of dishonesty.
When I was watching you watch it, there's a point where the guy in the bubble is telling me, I don't know what I'm talking about. I've never read any of the literature. He starts asking me if I've read different linguistic philosophers. And I say, like, bro, I've worked in linguistics for a long time. Like, I've written papers on this subject. In this case, so I say I never do this, but yes, in this case, I did do.
Yeah, okay. I've written papers on this subject. Okay. Yeah. That's
this where I'm like, I know what I'm talking about. Like, at least.
Hang on, but the context he's saying that he's invoking like a level of authority, because he's saying, "I worked in linguistics."
Yeah. No, we agree.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So Silver was right on that.
Are you sure he didn't say Limp Bizkit?
Yeah, he worked with Limp Bizkit.
Neve, you talk about derailing.
Oh, with the
Very
bang,
close
the
to
bang,
it.
biggie, biggie.
Can't believe I got muted for my Juby-Doo bit and Neve gets away with that shit.
Neve is an admin.
You know what? Justified.
Bitch.
Read you as quite motivated, but if that's the case, I'll keep that in mind. Fair enough. I'm still going to
3 to 4 words.
True.
I interrupt with like 3 to 4 words.
The other
You
side
talk
of the narrative, because there's not a lot of them in chat right now.
Like, I'm never saying it to say I'm the authority, so just sit and listen while I teach you. I'm saying I am worth engaging with here. I am worth listening to and then giving a response to. Instead of just throwing away everything that I'm saying because you don't think I know what I'm talking about or you don't think I've engaged with the literature, I'm trying to defend myself to say, yeah, I know enough for you to engage with me here.
Is that what he was doing in that last clip?
I think that that's an okay thing to do. I think it's okay to challenge people on whether or not they have any education in what they're talking about. And I think it's okay to defend your education and defend your knowledge on something.
So yeah, this all just seems to writing papers. This is total cap. Writing papers is either the gender doc or it's the scripts for Pizza Hut. We'll keep moving. Or maybe they wrote internal documents, maybe. But even then, this isn't papers. That's talking about education. Yeah. We need to skip the sick one for now because it's 30 minutes long. We have time for that right now. Let's get on with this. We might do the sick stuff. I don't know. I can't wait to get the Tom stuff all done tonight. So we might do it all. I'm not sure. There's like these random clips. Are any of these relevant, really? No, I don't think so. And then there's the Reddit alt stuff, obviously, which we'll go over. Obviously. All right.
Voted like since starting streaming and stuff. Like, is it a service or what's the Okay, so since he started streaming, he probably uses a stream to promote this service as well as like a rhetoric coach. And what is he?
This was him saying he had experience as a rhetoric coach.
In the past,
basically, he misled people on his qualifications to do certain things and be like his professional qualifications, the titles he's held, in order to make himself seem better.
This is just not.
Yeah,
this just isn't true.
So,
I've always been very clear.
It's just not true. Always been very clear. Always been very clear. He doesn't have qualifications. Doesn't have a degree. When he's saying he's written papers on this stuff, he said he's written papers and researched this stuff without clarification.
Okay. Well, besides what Queeman just said, what Tom should have said was, I could have been clearer in the class. No, just real quick. What Tom should have said is, I could have been clearer in the past about this, but here is like the full truth, and I don't want to revisit this.
Yeah,
he should have been pretty clear about it. Yeah,
probably adding to the hubris thing because he's in the middle of a debate with JSCLK, who he doesn't want to really give any leeway to, right?
Yes.
I think Tom has fallen victim to over embellishing himself during debates. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
I literally had this conversation with
my silence is agreement.
Based
about the differences in how she was kind of getting in trouble for like degrees and shit like that. And I talked about the fact that, like, yes, I don't have a degree and I never claim to be any sort of authority.
See, this feels almost like a manipulative trick here that he's trying to bring Kyler in. He's trying to basically put Kyler in a position where she feels like if she agrees with the criticisms of Tom's presentation of his credentials, then she's tacitly agreeing with the criticisms of her own credentials. This is very slippery. This is a very tricky move from Lex Luthor here. Very, very, very conniving.
Job where I bring it up, and because it sounds super official, people start putting some sort of like idea that I know what I'm talking about. But even if you go, like, I have it even on the, I have a bunch of clips of it. I have it on the doc about gender, where literally at the beginning it says like I'm not a linguist. I don't have a degree in linguistics. But
I missed that when I was listening earlier. Sex Luthor. That's kind of funny.
Job that gives me an interest in
That's
language.
pretty
That's how
funny.
I always explain.
That's a good
But
one.
you definitely brought up multiple times on stream that you were a rhetoric coach. And not went on to
Silver looking
hold on. I actually just I just want to
call
hear.
himself
So the issue that I'm trying to figure out is it reasonable to conclude that you're?
You know what I was like nearly pissing my pants laughing at earlier? Was Mantis was in chat and she was like, why are we listening to this fucking bowling ball about Dave?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And she called you out for laughing at it.
Yeah, she goes, Cankle like that one. Yeah, that was fucking hilarious. That killed me.
Audience would have thought that you had some level of education, that you leaned into it for some level of authority that you maybe shouldn't have. Like, these are going to be like the main things, obviously, that matter. So my question is, since you were a viewer at the time,
we're saying a rhetoric coach isn't an official label. So there's no guidelines on how you use it, right? That's the point he's trying to make. Because it's like Erolite says that in where is it? Which says that in whatever state she's in Canada, the psychometrician or whatever, whichever one it is, psychometrist, I can't remember which way around it is, isn't an official title yet. There's only a degree or a postgraduate diploma in psychological evaluation. So there's not guidelines on how a professional should use it. So that's what he's trying to invoke here.
When he talked about being a rhetoric coach, do you remember how, like, did he bring it up as just like a past experience? Did he bring it up as like, no, trust me, guys, like, I know what's what? Like, okay.
He would use it as an argument defeater sometimes when there was like a stalemate and people were arguing about definitions or something like that. He'd be like, guys, I was a rhetoric coach. I understand. This is how language works. And then try to proceed from there. So as an appeal to authority is the way that I saw it being used.
Yeah, sounds like. Would you agree, Tom, or would you say like that's a vast misrepresentation of the situation?
Yeah, so the few times I can think of one time that I did it, and afterwards I said like that was cringe. I shouldn't have done that. Like that was stupid. There's other times where I did it where people like there's a specific debate that I'm thinking of where people kept like pushing me on like you haven't
just
read
this one time,
Chomsky,
just
you
this
haven't
one
read this
time.
person,
It
you
just
don't know
happens
anything
one
about this, and we
time.
were arguing over how we.
It's just everyone has a moment of weakness, don't they? Or 20.
Come to definitions, and so I kept saying like, guys, I know what I'm talking about. Like I've studied this shit for a long time. I've done this, I've done that. I promise, just go look it up. It's like I'm right. You can look it up. I promise. Like it was more so to try to get them to engage with me. But I think overall, in general, maybe not each and every single time I've said these sorts of things, I give a big long clarification. But I think in general, I've been very honest with my audience that I am not any sort of authority on these things.
Okay. And so, MJ, do you agree that he's also done like the qualifications? Like, has he done both of these things, or has he?
What'd you say?
I think that generally lines up with what we saw. There was only one clip where we were like, okay, he's definitely saying that there, and I'm guessing that's what he's referring to.
Yeah, because it never seemed like preaching to his audience about something different. I could understand how sometimes it's definitely like.
Oh, he's definitely bringing it up as like some sort of like credential, but
yeah,
like his actual like firm statements about what he's done. You know, that's that where it's no longer like gray zone. It's only been one, and he said that there's only one that he can think of. So that at least tracks for me, and it seems like he's being honest at this point.
Yeah.
Really,
I don't really catch a lot of the qualifications. It might have been more of a point before I came around the community. Maybe he talked about it more then, but since I was part of the community, I didn't catch a lot of that.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, you're not the sole. Yeah, you're not the sole witness. I'm just trying to get a feel of how like the audience might have perceived these sort of things. And do you remember, Dave? What was your thoughts about like the pathological lying stuff, like the clip that we just watched? I feel like I half wrote down your quote, and I just want to make sure that I don't.
I'm pretty sure I was pretty accurate in what came up on there. I covered pretty much everything I said about it. It's just him saying that
the issue that Dave's going to have is that he said present tense. Tom is a pathological liar. That's the problem he's going to have here. But Tom in that clip said past tense.
The pathological liar, and he likes the game basically. He enjoys playing the game.
Because she has roles, like she can just join whenever she wants.
Hot minute. But I'm going to say it now. Okay, guys, please remember to like, subscribe, donate, buy a membership, gift a membership, buy a super chat if you can. Thank you very much. Go to discord.gg/Queeman or twitter.com/Queeman as well. A great places to go. Also, there's merch on my channel page. If you go to the store on my channel page, you can buy hoodies, mugs, t-shirts. If you want to get something for your money. Thank you.
I was 17 years ago, yes.
Well, and it didn't say in the clip when he was using, so I didn't equate it with using.
Well, Boots, okay. Sure, I don't necessarily disagree with you with this assessment. Why would you believe an admitted pathological liar when they tell you to finally stop lying? But what Erudite's going to say is, in this conversation, she's already defined it as any behaviors that someone's exhibiting in their addiction. You can't criticize them on post-addiction. That's the parameters that she's set for this conversation, and she's going to just fucking virtue signal and lambast anyone who tries to use anything from that time.
And I don't necessarily equate dealing with using. I know
Even though I also brain blast, Jimmy Neutron fucking brain blast. So Erudite, how come you keep calling Lav a liar when she was fucked on clonopins? Huh.
I don't think these things match. Like at all. I think they're like close, but it's a little different.
Yeah, there's overlap, but definite difference.
Yeah.
Really makes you think. Curious how she doesn't hold this fucking standard for Lav when it's someone with the black mark of DGG
thing.
A marked woman.
I clipped the part of that
Clean
Trump
shot.
speech and sent it to my buddy. That shit was hilarious.
Curious. The DGG Dirty Sancho. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. That's gross. That's disgusting. That's ill. You're ill. But yeah, how come this standard isn't upheld? How come this is such an inconsistent standard? That's curious, isn't it? Really makes you fucking think.
Or not a speech, I'm sorry.
I know that Tom is a recovering
video that
former
Trump
user,
put
but,
out.
I didn't equate that with what he
said
said.
about
I don't think that
Biden.
had anything to do with what he was
Don't
saying,
equate
in my
me
opinion, from what I
with
saw.
the mental
Yeah, gotcha. Just so you know, I'm just trying to get all the
midget.
pieces together. I'm trying to put all this. I'm just trying to make sense. I just want to make sure that I'm like quoting people
That
correctly.
is your leader
Okay,
or something
just
like
going back
that.
to the stuff. So the sassafras, the rhetoric coach stuff. I feel like I need to flesh that out a little bit more. So he's saying he
New here send.
but that he actually's gone out of his way to also
Thank you.
lean on the authority a couple times, and that was cringe and bad. But that he actually's gone out of his way to also clarify that he doesn't have qualifications. And it sounds like you're being like bull fucking shit. Can you now that you
I
have
didn't say bull
context
fucking
for this?
shit. I said
No,
that
sorry,
some
I'm
people
being
had the
hyperbole.
impression from him in the past that he had these qualifications, and maybe since he's been criticized on that, he started going out of his way to say, no, I like listen, it doesn't actually mean what I previously intimated, which is fine.
So when you say a bunch of people thought that he had these qualifications, were
Sorry,
they
a bunch
like
of people, at least Chud and a couple other people from back then who Chud's referenced. I'm just leaning on Chud for that. I can
Yeah.
go open up the stream and try to find the timestamp for when he references it. But the next thing I go on to is probably the stock public accounts and then his excuses for those stock public accounts, the Reddit accounts.
Oh,
yeah, let's.
Are you familiar with this one?
I don't actually follow Drama Space very well, so you're gonna have to catch me all up on all of it.
I know, because probably most people who do follow drama would be sweeping for Tom here.
Just real quick, on the Reddit accounts, there were 2 accounts that were kind of put up by Queen that were said to be mine. My sister came out pretty quickly and just said, hey, that's my account. A couple weeks later, maybe 3 weeks later, I got a video from the other person saying, hey, this is me. I'm in event. I'm the person who did the Reddit stuff, not Tom. But I just didn't put it out because I didn't want to drum everything up again. Kind of kept it behind the scenes. People who had questions, I sent it to them, showed it to him. It's got his face in it and everything. Kind of, my sister got harassed over the Reddit accounts, got banned from Reddit. Like, they took a bunch of screenshots of her like prayer groups and were posting them all over Twitter saying,
dude, it's so crazy the victim narrative he runs with here.
This is Tom. So I kind of regretted ever including people from my real life in my community and didn't want them
We'll get
to
into
harass
this.
over
We'll get
so
into
for the most
this.
part, I just kept everything behind the scenes and talked to people about it behind that had any questions about it. But that's
Okay, Twitter, thank you for pulling this up. Do you mind, Jay, if I send this just to Tom as well, just so that everyone has all the
Sure.
receipts?
It's a Queenman thread. He knows about it.
Yeah, I figured you did.
So let's go over it. Let's do it now. So what have we got? Oh, brother. All right, so obviously this is where it... Wait, no, this is where it starts.
I don't know that I give a fuck about the alt shit. Do we want to watch the alt shit?
I don't.
There's only one part of this entire thing that's important, and it's once you get to it, it's the doubling down of the list part, which makes people uncomfortable. But everything else, I feel like, is not very important.
For a story like that.
Chops, you're awake? Holy
Get
shit.
back to it. I think that's...
Just been silently listening.
Streamer Destiny, streamer and
Yeah,
Destiny
I'm
Orbiter Tom
proud
Foolery
of
has been
you.
caught red-handed using stock account to post positive things about himself on subreddits. Proof shown below.
Good job.
And this was because the roommate in question shared the computer with the same Windows account that you used.
multiple of them.
And
What was that?
then press login.
I don't know if I want to do that with all the accounts.
With all the accounts?
Yeah, there we go.
Like, so we can't see it here, but it doesn't...
And with like the line between like interpersonal stuff, does it seem to you like he lies in such a way, like, because that would be exaggerations. That's probably like lying by omission or like lying by details, like make himself not look so bad. Would that be how you kind of phrase the interpersonal lie stuff?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so exaggerates everything he does and downplays his responsibility.
Like a lot of these stories just seem
Maybe
to
Tom's.
completely, yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, again, there's people asking why I don't know. Again, this is like 15 years ago, 16, 17 years ago for me. Like, this is all from when I was fucking like 18, 19. I'm 35 now. But yes, I don't remember each little detail. But yes, the ways that I tell these things is exactly how I remember it. And from talking to my friends about these things and other people who were there and kind of like getting details from them and talking about it over and over, like reminiscing on this shit. Like, this is just, yes, this is how it is. This is how I remember all of this.
Okay, gotcha. So I guess I'm curious to know, because this pattern definitely looks such a way to me. Sorry, I'm just getting some DMs about the linguist stuff.
Food shops, does she help?
That is apparently from I just got that clip and I started listening to it and I'm not
Does
sure
this
if that proves
help?
anything. But
Okay,
look
gotcha.
That's what
Didn't have a folder. Didn't have a folder.
with the I'm a linguist by trade thing, it's actually someone else saying that. Oh, but they're saying I'm also a linguist by trade because you said you have a focus on linguistics.
What's up?
There's some links that I can.
Oh,
send,
cat. Okay. All right.
with specific timestamps.
Does it help?
Help with what?
I don't know. Your boredom.
No, I'm not bored. I'm just listening it.
There was one thing about the prison story that was criticized by Queeman. He said about solitary confinement, it's possible that Tom wasn't in solitary. It's like there's something that people say is solitary because it's very similar, called WITSEC. You are sort of in solitary, but you're not in solitary because it's not like a punishment. It's like you're getting out of Gen Pop and going in a cell by yourself. Also, I don't know if in a jail they would put you in WITSEC for like medical recovery, because they can't put you back in Gen Pop.
Well, here we have something that I think is sort of like what you're saying called suicide watch.
No.
And okay.
WITSEC is like
WITSEC
witness
would-
protection.
I was gonna say, yeah, as somebody who's been to jail, anything with anything close to that name would be witness section or witness separation, witness
I see.
segregation, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, we would obviously need proof of that. Yeah.
Yeah. But could it be possible for him to conflate the two, solitary and WITSEC?
Yes.
Okay.
But I doubt that's what happened.
But what about like medical?
No,
recovery?
there's no way
Medical
to conflate
segregation
the
is a thing, by the way.
Yeah, but there's no way to conflate that with solitary confinement.
Okay.
Well,
people purposely go to the medical place because it's considered nicer or whatever.
Oh, and they stay.
If you're on
in
a
the...
long term, no. If you're on a long term healing, like if it's going to take months to heal because you have like a major surgery, you can get put into solitary, so that way they can free up beds. That's something that happens here.
Okay, I guess, yeah, that's possible.
Ming, what are you talking about?
I haven't looked at shit the whole time.
I only look at it when I make jokes to see if they land.
That's...
I don't even know how many people are watching.
Sligan said if Tom had broken his kneecaps, he wouldn't be put in solitary. They would put him in a hospital with guards in his room. If they
For
have a
little bit, and
medical
then they would
unit,
ship his ass right to his room. They would for a little bit. He would go to the medical unit.
Yeah.
If they had one, you're right. But they probably would. He would go there for a little bit, and then they would take him back to his cell when they feel he's ready to go. Not when he's actually healed. When they feel he's ready to go.
Yeah.
That could be whenever.
Also,
Well, much like when, like the same timeline that you'd be released from the hospital, they're not just going to release, like he's still healing, so they're not just going to release him in a general pop, right? They're going to release him somewhere where he's safe. And if it's the sort of jail system,
not true.
It depends on the injury.
No.
Okay.
Listen, I'm speaking from Philadelphia experience. It ain't shit normal here, so
true.
I'm from Canada, so.
If they brought him to a hospital, and not just a medical unit, there would be guards in his room.
And then, can I clarify the apology stuff?
To me, is like the preferred like way to say it. And when I said like yes, I like saying linguist by trade is something that I'll only like say on the internet because like it's there's like a fear that I would have like a degree or some sort of like special knowledge on a topic instead of just having experience in an area. And so yeah, linguist by trade is like the preferred way to refer to it.
These are not mine, by the way, of somebody else who sent these. So.
Okay, yeah, Posh Redneck said I'm a linguist by trade.
I mean, can you send me a clip of that?
I'm gonna go back. I also am. Is he responding to Andrew here, or is he responding to Tom?
He's responding to Tom. If you go up, but I literally like listened to it and I was like, I don't have any reason to share this because it's Tom saying here's like a focus on linguistics or something. I don't think it really proves anything.
Okay, gotcha.
I just wanted to point out though that this is all just on the Tom lies thing, and we still have to go through all of the sex fest stuff. We haven't really gotten to any of it.
Yes, exactly.
Oh man, we need to speed through this. We need to get through this. I'm getting very much done.
So to me,
I've gone through my stuff now. So
yeah, the most important thing to me is you keep saying you have apologized and that you tried to apologize. Did you try to apologize in the initial stream that you had when you jumped onto Flix after you made those like inappropriate comments?
Yeah,
basically.
We are 4 hours in. I mean,
okay. So what I want to understand is when you were talking to Kelly, just did you try to apologize? Just like, do you believe that you tried to apologize? And she said, I don't want.
I just got a rip.
I'm trying to understand when you went on Just Lick's thing right after posting the comments about showing her tits on stream, choosing celebrities like that. When they brought up your comments, it sounds like you did not even attempt to apologize in that. Is that correct?
Yeah, in the first one, no.
So you doubled down and you remember that the same day?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then the next question is, when do you claim you made the apology?
Oh,
on this.
So
I'll just tell you in DMs because, like I said, I don't want.
As we're going through this, someone please try to remember whether this is worth watching or not, or if I want to skip over it because this is 2 more hours. I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's worth it.
This link you just sent me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna send it to Jay.
Look at that.
I feel like I've gone over the stuff that I wanted to present for this, and now it's back onto the Kelly stuff. It's like I've said my thoughts on the Kelly stuff 600 times in 600 different videos. I'd rather not do that again.
So then we should also be clear that after this, you went on stream and said, I'm not actually apologizing for anything, right?
Right. Yeah. So after this Wick thing, you apologized, and then you did the stream. Why did you do that?
So there was like 10, 15 different things that I was fighting against at this point. So I already made those apologies, felt like I stood by themselves. So when I say later, I apologize for nothing, I didn't feel like I was taking those away or taking them back in any way. I already said them, so very publicly in front of everybody, like that, yes, stood by myself. And I'm pretty sure even on that stream, I reiterate an apology. So I, yeah, like towards Kelly and that stuff. So yes, I wasn't like taking it back on that same stream. I reiterate the apology.
Okay.
So again, I'll just say that this was a month ago. I'm kind of dying here. I don't really remember when. Sorry, I don't remember the first stream very well. So any characterizations I have on it are just going to be if I think something wildly different from how Tom recalls it, I'll point out.
Yeah, same. I don't.
Sorry, position Kelly. Yeah, sure. It's weird to pull up Instagrams, but I mean, who cares really? But if a girl says she's uncomfortable with it, you either have to kind of just stop and give it up, or expect she's gonna fucking hate you and think you're a total perv freak. Yeah, I did do a Bridges reaction, but it was, well, it wasn't really a reaction. There was like a separate segment to that video.
I have like a great memory of all this at this point.
That's super fair. Just no sense of apology.
It was a few nights.
Kelly says that you made an initial apology, which then started to feel that way, which I agree is not an apology. Not an apology at all.
From what I saw, I did go back and forth from I apologize you feel that way, or I apologize for making you feel that way, and it was.
Okay. Could you understand why most people, if you oscillate between those two enough, are not going to feel like it's an apology?
Yes, of course. Yeah. And I talked about this a number of times since. Yeah, that wasn't a good way to do it. Yeah.
Most importantly, do you think what you did by posting those things going down, do you think it was like incorrect?
The stuff in chat, yes. You're talking about the chat messages.
Yeah, the stuff in chat specifically. Yeah. Okay. And so then later on you make the stream because in your mind you're fighting a whole bunch of stuff. I suspect you're probably not
yeah, you spugged out. We get it.
Okay. Sure. So when I say that, like, you don't have the best relationship with women, I think that probably implies a lot what I'm trying to say. So I apologize.
Okay, here we go. So this one, not sorry, that's giving like an evaluation.
Really I think it's fucked up. It sounds like you have trying to.
Oh my god, this is pathetic. This is pathetic.
Whole other thing. Like, yes, I apologize for nothing, and like I was in the midst of a whole other thing.
And do you still think
you built this entire community that does?
It seems like there's a number of things, to be honest. It seems like at times, I don't know if you always have the best relationship with truth from everything I'm seeing. It seems like sometimes you'll definitely downplaying certain things. For example, when you were talking to me and just me, I had basically all the receipts from the beginning. I just kind of wanted to see how you were going to explain it. And I do think that your first description of the situation to me definitely downplayed your responsibility and the things that people were actually upset about. Right? It took me like prompting a fair bit for you to bring up the comments about you and Kelly, that you made about Kelly and stuff. And so I do think that there's probably this tendency, probably because you're being defensive, to probably under or omit certain little details that probably paint you in a worse way than you are.
Is she saying that as if he's just done that with this one example of the Kelly stuff? But no, he's been doing that the whole time with the rhetoric coach, debate coach, linguist stuff. He does that every single time he's been pressed on that. He's done it with the alt stuff every single time he's been pressed on that. So, but she's not willing to extend it past that. It's like, okay, well, there's these other crazy claims he's making for which he can present no evidence. But we can't extend the same pattern of behavior, which is established there, to these other stories for some reason. It just doesn't make any sense why she draws a line there. And it's just this weird, it's insane virtue signal about his addiction. It's totally nuts. It's fine, but if she doesn't care about it, she should say, I don't care if he's telling truth there. I don't think it's irrelevant to evaluate. She should say that. Instead of going like, you don't know addicts, this stuff's totally true. Well, she doesn't, I don't know if she says that specifically. But you get, that's the vibe you get from it, right? We'll watch through it. We'll see.
She was that. Number one, I think spicy things are I think it's really gross that people are trying to use you talking about your addiction as anything other than you talking about your addiction. I really, really, really fucking hate it. I think it's fucked up. It sounds like you have.
Yeah, so here we go. It's really fucked up. People talking about your addiction. It's really fucked up.
Worse way than you are. Issue is that number one, I think spicy is clip chimping, if I'm being completely honest. I think it's really
so clip chimping. Where was the clip chimping?
Gross that people are trying to use you talking about your addiction as anything other than you talking about your addiction. I really, really.
So she's referring to the pathological liar clip, which I did not clip chimp. I watched almost all of that conversation on stream, and I didn't even comment specifically on the pathological liar thing as it played. I was just like, look, just let it play. He said it was in the past. That's what I did. So this is total bullshit to say spicy, because obviously, spicy. What are they saying there? Really, my stream's going to be considered, if there's shit like that's going on, they're going to consider stuff on my stream to be kind of part of spicy. That is not what happened at all. No one was clip jumping it. The person in this conversation who said the most damning thing about that clip was Emp Dave. And Emp Dave's not spicy. Emp Dave's not from Spicy Chat. He's completely separate. And he was the one who said that Tom is currently a pathological. He phrased in present tense. So this idea is just totally out of nowhere. No, you did. Tom said he's a pathological liar. You phrased it in present tense when you first said it. Jay Stalk said it in past tense the whole time, said was a pathological liar. You were the only one who said is a pathological liar. Oh yeah, saying nope, not spicy. Yeah. Yeah, sure, nope, not spicy, sure, true. So this idea that it's spicy clip chimping, no. People have seen that clip. Some people run with it and say things that maybe aren't founded based on it. Sure, I'll agree with that. But this idea, spicy clip chimping, it's just pointing to the boogeyman. It's just pointing to this this boogeyman that they can tar the criticism with, tar the talking points with, to try and make it sound bad. But it also makes fucking... it's also like you're attributing things to people, or a group of people, that they haven't actually said, or people that you don't know that they've said.
I mean, Spicy Chat
doesn't
do itself any favors.
It's just like concluding, just
not
assuming.
worth
Oh yeah, that must be Spicy saying that, because I don't agree with it. That's kind of fucked, really.
really fucking hate it. I think it's fucked up. It sounds like you have not the healthiest relationship with women broadly. I'm not going to get into it because all these women are asking not to. But in the private information that I've been given, I think that you need to be much more clear and explicit with women about the nature of your relationship and what you're comfortable with. But I don't actually believe that egregiously inappropriate with women.
I'm sorry.
Always broadly.
That's a bit of a statement. Can I get some sort of justification for that? That seems.
My understanding is that when you are in flirtatious relationships with women, it's not always clear to them the nature of the dynamics. I don't want to go into it. Just to be clear, I don't.
Tom, after the last month, still needs to explain to him he has a bad relationship with women. That's wild.
Think you're a sexist.
Okay, I know
As a good example,
people have said this about. I have a whole host of DMs proving that is just not the case.
Well, wouldn't one
Literally
example be
having to do
Mantis?
something
Mantis calling you her boyfriend? Like, wouldn't that be one example of this where that is not clear, and then you on the next day on screen saying, "No, don't call her my girlfriend."
I don't have a problem with her calling you her boyfriend. I'm talking about the ways that this projects a specific type of relationship on a stream. If she calls me that, that's fine. But it's like the problem that I had was that people kept projecting this intimacy and this long-term relationship that just wasn't actual, wasn't reality. And so yeah, I didn't like the ways that people use labels to kind of add this grander relationship than what was actually there.
Sure, but she's the one who used that label for it, right? It seems that she was under the impression that your relationship was that way.
From what I understand, that's the way everybody else was referring to her. That's just the way that she referred to herself. But that's it's not like a huge problem for her to say that.
Sure. So maybe
her and I, because I can promise you, her and I have had these conversations numerous times, and that there is not confusion between either one of us.
Sure. So when I say that you don't have the best relationship with women, I think that probably implies a lot more than I'm trying to say. So I apologize if that seems really, really strong.
It was more
do not think you're a
the labeling of the relationship, so that I could lead people to believe something. Whereas I promise, if
I don't know if that's true.
That is not the case. Yes.
I got this clip that Ming sent. I'm gonna speed this up. Minute and 40 seconds, I guess.
This is kind of a military style prison, so everything had to be like, sir, yes, sir. We had to make our beds in a certain way. We had to polish our boots. We had to our.
No, I'm just kind of remarking on how crazy that is. What in the world did you do to get sent to that prison?
You have to lift up your penis, then lift up your ball sack. They squat down and get really close with a freaking flashlight pointing it at you, and then you turn around, bend over, spread your cheeks, and then cough twice. And that makes you your butthole. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm telling you, we had to do this every day. You had to turn around. I start to lift up my hand to cover my mouth so I don't sneeze. And literally the second I move my hand, he grabs me around my neck and picks me up off the ground by my neck, like in a chokehold. Commotion starts breaking out everywhere. I hear everybody screaming and yelling, and there's pushing and all sorts of stuff. I start to hear banging on the other doors. The other inmates are literally trying to break down the door now. Busted my head, hit my knees first, shattered my kneecap, sprained my other knee. I got blood coming out of my head, and I'm laying there with blood flowing into my mouth. So they grab me by the cuffs and drag me over behind the counter. Yes, I was screaming bloody murder, dude. And you can see my kneecap is all mangled. You can see it. So yeah.
Dude, that was one of the fucking craziest stories I've heard in a long time. I'm really, really sorry you had to go through that, man. That's
Yep. Yeah, I think even moving, I lived in New York, right? I grew up in the ghetto initially.
And with that, I'm going to head out and continue packing.
All right. Later, bud.
Catch you guys later.
I don't want to leak things because I'm happy to send people things behind the scenes.
So the reason I'm saying this is when I see a consistent pattern of confusion about these things, probably more explicit conversation is going to be needed. And it's possible that your burden as a streamer.
This is
I'm stealing his spot.
Not bad.
Point out that he made a reference to spread your cheeks and lift your sack from fucking Chappelle. That's a classic. I don't know if it happened to Tom like that, but that's a classic. Anyways, sorry, you can keep it going. What do you say?
Wait, have you ever been to jail?
No. Actually, well, let me be very clear. Been arrested, been in a cell at a station, not been to any sort of actual jail or prison. And that was very much just being facetious because it was when he said lift his penis and then his ball sack, I was like, if he says spread your cheeks in a second, that's just, I just love that it's a Chappelle reference to the classic, the way that they pull over black people versus white people. Yeah, he's like, they asked for your ID, right? He's like, yes, I'm just guessing. But yeah, it's
okay. Just to be clear, that's standard procedure for any county jail.
Yeah, they got to make sure because people are smuggling shit in and all sorts of stuff all the time.
And they literally say lift your nutsack, squat, cough, all that humiliating shit. Yes, they do.
Yeah. They might have to go in and check, man, just to see, because motherfuckers will go to extreme lengths to get what they can and do what they got to do.
I'm so glad we reiterated these details.
Sorry, yeah, I know I'm a little late, but I'll make sure I don't divert.
That's the ultimate bro coomer job.
Oh my god!
Just lend me a hand, dog.
Bro on bro.
I'm losing interest.
Means that you have to have more artistically explicit conversations with women. But the fact that there's never been a women that seems somewhat confused about the nature of the dynamic probably means you need to clarify that a little bit more. But to be clear, I've never been made to feel uncomfortable around you. That doesn't mean that women haven't. I certainly haven't. And it also seems like you have really good relationships with specific women. I also think what's happened is there's been an absolute aggressive kind of confirmation bias / smear campaign from individuals that are being absolutely unfair to you. I think bringing up a pathological liar clip, even the way that Davis talks about it, he keeps talking about it in present tense when the entire clip you were talking in past tense, and it is obvious if you watch even 30 seconds, you are not glorifying this behavior and you don't think it's good. It is possible.
He absolutely was glorifying it. What the fuck? He was saying that he enjoyed the game and it was he was portraying himself as a cool, manipulative guy. It's Machiavellian, just like Destiny. That is absolutely what's going on there. That's crazy. It's crazy that she's in DGG and doesn't realize how people play themselves up like that.
Just because you are recovered now, you might still have a behavior pattern left over. You might still
Destiny does that on stream, like non-stop.
A little bit tenuous with the truth, which is why I'm saying that might legitimately be a little bit of an issue. I'm not super sure. However, I think that people painting you as like sexual predator pariah is just so beyond the line, not okay, and way more egregious than is realistic. And I think it is
He was
actually
comparing
so
himself
wrong.
to Light Yagami while he's going through his divorce. It's so base.
By using things like, well, he said that they're lying, they said that they're lying, we don't really know. I want to make sure that when you talk about like relationships, obviously you need to make sure that everyone's on the same page, and it's possible that maybe you're missing like subtle cues. So that's super possible.
See, like, I feel like I am very good at this. Like I feel like I'm very good at it, and like I feel like I make sure that people understand that I consistently have conversations with people that like these are things that I worry about a lot, and I like that's the only reason that yes that I would want to keep pushing on this is because yes I feel like in any case where people would bring this up, I feel like I can be very like proof that this is just not.
Yeah. So when I'm saying this, I guess I want to put it in the couch of I am not confident that if we like hyper-artistically analyze everyone's dynamics in the space, that we would always find issues to exist within there, right? I'm not saying that it would be the same nature. However, I really do believe that people were drumming up a lot more content than was necessary, and I think you were really bad at PR. You're not going fucking horrible at PR, and you should have never said those things about Kelly. Ever. Just, it doesn't matter if she does like sexy stuff online. If she says she's not going to do it, right? She's not going to do it. That's kind of the end of the conversation. I think people saying that high stories are a lie. We have no way to know. I think people being shocked about you imitating drug dealers, swap people to fuck over other drug dealers and not believing you have no idea about addiction. I just don't even know what to say to that. And I also think that smearing you based on
You compare yourself to Light off going on a date with a girl. Yes, but I'm doing that. I'm referencing Destiny when I do that.
your past that you try to overcome is really, really, really fucked up. Just to be super clear. I do believe that Jessica has engaged in a fair bit of confirmation bias, but I still think that I'm like, this is a little bit obsessed with the truth. Queen has done what Queen does, which is like trying to drum as much controversy as possible.
What? I think Queen's narrative overlaps entirely with mine. I don't believe in that story. I don't believe it's one story. And I don't think you don't know anything about addiction. All right, he's done the same pattern with like a dozen other stories that all strain credulity, but this one apparently has to be true.
Yes. J-Stock spitting. God damn.
So the issue is that, what do you mean he's done this with a whole bunch of other stories? You've like the problem. The stock account is the main one I agree that's going on. But again, that's in the pattern of I think he tends to omit information to protect his responsibility, and I think that he tends to like sometimes like do things like problem solve. Having an alt account to like make yourself seem awesome isn't even that big of a deal. If he's lying about it or not, I don't actually care that much. Who the fuck cares if he's like making a cringe alt account to like promote himself? I literally do not care unless he's lying about it. But to be honest, why the fuck would he lie about it?
He spent months in solitary confinement.
2 months in solitary confinement is completely plausible. You do realize that, right?
I don't think it's possible for this person based on the way they engage with the truth at all times.
Based on what? Especially when you're talking about his addiction. It sounds like when he was in the midst of his addiction, he did a lot of bullshit.
Was he addicted when he was in prison?
He was charged over like criminal and like addiction related charges, were you not? Obviously he was addicted there.
How's he addicted after the first month in solitary? I don't understand.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be really big. You do understand what were you abusing?
Or are you gonna say that you're always an addict? Like that's fine.
No, I'm not going to say you're always an addict. I'm going to say that it's important to understand that people have been addicted since they were like 12 to 14. It typically takes a minimum of 2 months for them to even start acting normally. And just because he's in jail, it doesn't mean he's in recovery. Because the pattern of behavior that's making him criminological and drug addicted isn't going to change just because he's in jail and because he's not actively addicted to the substance. What recovery isn't just sobriety, but it's looking at your past behaviors and all of your flaws and all the fucked up shit you did and going, how the fuck did I end up here? And how the fuck do I stop doing this? And so it's fair that you don't know this about addiction, but I'm being super hard on here. Do not use his past addiction and the things that he's done to try to steer.
I just quickly Googled that because it didn't sound quite right. 2 months in solitary isn't even out of the ordinary. Right, the average stay is 27 days. So that's more than double the average stay. I mean, I would. And 27 days is twice the number that the UN believes constitutes torture. Okay. Whatever, man.
Now, it's so beyond fucked up.
He wasn't addicted when he told this story, right? He's telling a story about being in solitary years after he got out of prison, no?
Yeah, but you're saying that you think he's lying about the story?
Yes.
Right. Why? You just don't think he was in solitary for 2 months?
No.
That's not even a regular thing. That's not even how
it's really not. Why do you think he was in solitary for 2 months?
Because whenever he tells stories that he's the only one who knows the answer, he thinks he's the only one who knows the answer, he misleads and lies by omission the entire time. Just like he did with you when you didn't have the receipts for this entire
Yeah, so he went through 4 times what is believed to be a torturous amount of solitary confinement.
Like, the way that he was a different conversation with her. I wanted to have like a philosophical conversation with her about like women in this space and what it is that like we can do to make things inappropriate. And literally the reason I didn't want to get into those details is all you guys jumping on to have this running.
Really, he could provide documentation for that, right?
Are you fucking kidding me? What is wrong with you? Why the fuck do you have documentation from the warden who put him in solitary confinement after the guards injured him? They claimed that he assaulted him.
Report from being in prison.
He might have a medical report that was naive. That wouldn't prove whether he was in solitary or whether or not it was the guards that caused his injury. Do you have a medical report that's naive?
They don't have any of those things.
No evidence, nothing ever. No, of course.
They have to document putting you in solitary. I have a friend who's a prisoner. Yeah.
They would have to document that he's in solitary. I'm not sure in the States if it's solitary, since it's a private corporation. Do they have to release public records of how long prison mates had to spend in solitary? Is that a thing in the States? I'm not sure.
To release it? I really have no idea.
Can I just say this real quick? So the fact that people don't believe him doesn't matter. Like, nobody's going to convince Queeman or anybody to believe Tom, right? But there's no world where what he's saying is out of the ordinary or outlandish or anything that is unbelievable, right? Now you can think he's a liar, that's fine, but we can't sit here and say that like solitary confinement is like 2 months solitary confinement is like unheard of. Like there's no possible way anybody could get that. Like
if I can interject real quick, I'm just Googling, trying to check the USA because my results come up for Canada. In Canada, it says 15 days is the limit. So I don't know if they could do 15 days, take them up for 1 day, put them back in. And if that's like, whatever, I need to look more into that to see what's even viable as a function. If he's saying it was like 60 days straight, again, I was like loosely listening to that, right? So 2 months of solitary. It doesn't seem like that could have been consecutive.
When?
So that's just one thing I want to clarify.
By the way, Jude, based on recent prison actions in the U.S., I'm pretty sure there is no limit in the U.S.
Well, I'm just going off the Wikipedia like top results, so forgive me. This is the least in-depth research possible. It says that hold up, several others use limited solitary for no more than 15 or 20 consecutive days. So And many numerous states have passed bills banning the use of solitary confinement for vulnerable groups, including children, people with disabilities, pregnant people, while several others have. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. So that I want to just I'll get back to you guys in a second to make sure that this whole comment isn't strictly about vulnerable groups. I want to know about like just an average guy, what they could put him through. So
and you got to take into account that it was like 18 years ago as well, so the standards might have been completely different.
That's true. Like I said, this is the top Google, so like not in depth,
White dude
canon research,
for
but
the win.
What's up?
White dude representation for the win. I'm here for it.
Hopefully his white privilege helped him back then. But anyways, you can keep the tape going. It seems like it's a long time.
I do know that he wouldn't have his knee busted completely
if consecutive.
Have any treatment and not get any report on
Sorry,
it.
good.
Where do you think he would be getting these ideas about prison? Like where do you think that he's pulling these ideas from? Is he just like trying to make himself seem more hard?
Yeah.
Okay, where are you
Documentation? You're fucking disgusting. It's crazy.
getting your ideas about addiction in prison from? Where's your like experience or knowledge of these things? I'm not understanding. Because maybe you know a lot about this shit and I'm fucking dumb.
What claims am I making about addiction in prison?
You said it's ridiculous to imagine he's in college for 2 months. It's ridiculous to imagine that he
Yes,
forced
I don't
suicide.
imagine anyone that gets put in solitary unless it's literally protect him from other inmates. I have no idea. I'm saying that I don't believe anything he said about his past. Pretty much everything he said about his past, I'm positive he's lying about because anytime he has all of the facts and people are asking him for any sort of indication of what actually happened, he misleads everyone all the time, constantly.
Yeah, but your evidence for misleading all the time is, I'll grant you, he does omit certain bits of information that make him a little bit more responsible. That has nothing to do with him lying about his past addiction behaviors. Are you kidding me? I've already granted you that I think he does lie by omission. I think that he does try to somewhat underplay his responsibility at times, probably because he's being defensive, right? I've already agreed to that. I'm trying to figure out why you think that this somehow would translate to him just lying about his addictive past. And like the things that hurt.
What am I? Sorry, his addictive past. I'm talking about when he was in prison. I'm talking
That is part of while he was regularly doing drugs and in and out of jail as a result of being criminological and drug related.
What? Okay, you know what? All right, if you believe all this, that's fine. I don't. And I'm going to maintain
There's other people who have met my friends and who have talked to them and who like have verified these things. Like this isn't like a rare thing, and I'm happy to have other people talk to them, offering behind the scenes people who I trust that aren't going to record shit and go pass it around. But yeah, like I have a problem with people talking to my friends who were there for these things, who know about this shit, talking to like my family members who had to deal with my fucking busted knee and all the being in the hole.
I'm just gonna offer one more thing, and in good faith. I think a lot of people don't understand what addiction looks like because why the fuck would you? And all the people in addiction know exactly everyone knows about it. Nobody really understands the field. And so
you're being
you can tell
manipulated
me
by somebody who's an addict. I think
you're being manipulated by Queenman who has an active interest in constantly smearing people for content.
Yes. I'm like Light Yagami. Yes, I'm like Light Yagami from Death Note. Yes, that's me.
Offer one more thing. In good faith. I think a lot of people don't understand what addiction looks like because why the fuck would you? And all the people in addiction always act like everyone knows about it. Nobody really understands the field. And so just
you're
like
being
you can tell me
by somebody who is an addict. I think
you're being manipulated by Queenman who has an active interest in constantly smearing people for content. That's what I think is going on for you.
This is blood libel. She is trying to kill me. She is a Nazi. I think I've got reason to believe, I'm getting suspicion that she's a Nazi.
Oh my god.
Yes, very Hitlerian vibes.
Somebody mute Wick.
I'm not saying she's a Nazi. I'm saying there's no smoke without fire. Literally in her case. That's a stolen line. She is trying to kill me. Given any opportunity in the 1940s, she would kill me. She would have me dead. That's what she's doing right here. She's calling me snaky and sneaky, saying I'm manipulating.
So J-Stock isn't.
I think a lot of people don't understand what addiction looks like because why the fuck would you? And all the people in addiction always act like everyone knows about it. Nobody really understands the field. And so just like you can tell me
by somebody who is an addict. I think
you're being manipulated by Queenman who has an active interest in constantly smearing people for content. That's what I think is going on for you.
That might be true.
And
but
my
I asked
issue
him for
just
some of the timestamps, and he said, "No, I'm too tired. Fuck off." So he didn't even care enough to come and try to skewer Tom here at all. He just was like,
probably because it's a month old and it's not a benefit to him anymore.
Well, it kind of is because I'm doing it today, right? I'm doing it today. I just didn't want to organize all of my fucking. I didn't want to get the folder out. I have to go through the links to figure out what they wanted. I can just lay it all out when I've got time, when I can chill. I ain't doing that shit when I finish stream. I've been stacking paper tonight.
This aside, this doesn't mean that you haven't engaged in confirmation bias with Queenman. So I need you to understand, you keep saying in jail he wasn't addicted to substances anymore. And it's possible that you just don't understand this. I'm not saying once an addict, always an addict.
Reminds me, guys, please remember to like, subscribe, down, buy membership, buy super chat if you can. Thank you very much. Remember to go to discord.gg/Queenman, twitter.com/Queenman. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Typically, when young boys do lots of crime stuff and it's drug related, they will get thrown in jail pretty periodically. As somebody who has worked with those boys in jail and in mandatory lockups for drug decompression,
dude, she's like having
jail pretty periodically. As somebody who has worked with those boys in jail and in mandatory lockups for drug detox, just because the substances are out of their system and they've fully withdrawn, the criminological and antisocial behavior that they're often inclined to do, which is facilitated by both the drug drug addiction and the criminological lifestyle still occurs, which is why recovery typically requires people to move out of the city that they were a part of, and they have to not just stop using substances, but particularly if they're relapse prone and criminological, they have to change every single thing about their lifestyle. And so it is absolutely possible that he got into a fight with the guards. I think he said he was being sassy, which wouldn't surprise me at all. The guards went in and kind of fucked him up, and they probably did a little bit more than they planned to, and then they threw him in solitary because it definitely doesn't look good for your guards.
Okay. So even here, she's acknowledging that he's probably being dishonest about the story, because if you go and listen to him tell this story, he presents as if he had no fault, he got the shit kicked out of him, thrown away, there was a massive conspiracy to cover it all up, and he could never do anything about it ever.
Sorry, Cankles, can you
That is the
for a
story that he
second? Do none of them seriously address him saying he was in a military-style prison? Like, did he serve ever?
Not a military prison, a military-style prison. Those are different things. I went to a military-style high school.
Wait, what the fuck does that mean?
That means you wear uniforms and like do military shit, but you're not like actually in the military or have anything to do with the military.
I don't think that applies to that part. I don't think it applies to prisons though.
It's a private prison.
They have something called boot camp, right? Which they offer to like first-time offenders or people who they feel like they can rehabilitate. And in Philly, we call it boot camp. But what it basically is a military-style prison. It's not jail, but it's a it's not. Excuse me. It's not like your typical like jail or prison. It's a military-style lockup, which like you have to wake up super early. You have to make sure all your bed is made and your room is like perfectly clean and manicured, and like your day is filled with activities, and it's like mandatory workout, mandatory a lot of shit. Like it's military style. Like so that is
okay.
Completely plausible. Sorry. Go ahead.
I think that's fucked, but I have no reason to believe it doesn't exist.
So what they usually use this for, like as an alternative to sending you to jail for 2 years and losing you to, what usually happens in jail is you become a repeat. So they'll do, instead of 2 years in jail, they'll do 6 months in this boot camp. Like that's your decision. You take the 6 months in boot camp, or you go to jail for 2 years. So
correctional boot camps are in-prison programs that resemble military basic training. They emphasize vigorous physical activity, drill, and ceremony, manual labor, and other activities that ensure the participants have little, if any, free time.
Yes.
Gotcha. That's like the cliche shit in the movies where they're all like working out in the fucking middle section, where the fuck it is, as opposed to whatever, when people are just chilling, I guess.
Pretty much.
Don't send Private Pile there.
More
He'll blow his brains out.
Else. But even here, she is saying that she thinks that would be dishonest if he said that. So she's already acknowledging that Jay Stalk's right. Because that's exactly what Jay Stalk, I think Jay Stalk would necessarily say that entire story is just completely made up. It's just there's no evidence for it. Well, I mean, maybe he would. I don't know exactly what Jay Stalk said. But I would not say that story is necessarily completely made up. Just that it is, once again, another tall tale that strains credulity, where some of it might be true, but it's impossible to tell how much, and given the amount we've seen him lie already, there's no reason to believe it without evidence.
Would beat people up, and this does happen, and it's established. It is possible that he's lying by omission and is making it seem like the guards were just crazy, when in fact he was like slinging shit at them and doing way worse things. That is possible within Tom's pattern of how he talks about these things, but I don't believe that he's just full on lying about his addictive past because of the nature of how addiction works. And I'm not like super mad at you about this, just like I'm just saying all of these things he's describing that he could have possibly done, the SWAT dressing up, all completely makes sense. I'm not shocked to hear any of that shit because of the shit that I've heard my clients have done. Insane shit that people do when they're in the mix of addiction and criminological lifestyles.
My audience is full
He says
of
boys because she's talking about blacks.
And people who have been to prison because I share my stories about these things, because I talk about this openly, who all know that this stuff aligns completely. There's not like a bunch of prisoners and addicts running around being like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. This sounds outrageous. This sounds like, like,
yeah. Welcome to the internet, my man. It's a fun place.
Like, I don't know if you were here earlier when I said this, but I was an unknowing getaway driver for 2 bank robberies, 2 days in a row.
Nice. It's always good when they fill you in on the plan.
Yeah. I didn't know what was happening until right after the second one, where when he got in my car and dropped a bunch of cash on the floor of my car. It freaked me the fuck out.
A fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Because I didn't know that he did it the first time.
You didn't know you were getaway driving the first time?
Nope. No idea.
If
So-
you've been through this before, I don't want to make you go through it again.
No,
on stream.
I haven't gone through it on stream. I'll explain. I'll be quick about it too. The first one, he was a tattoo artist, right? He told me, I'm going to my buddy's house, picking up some money. We're doing a tattoo soon. He's giving me payments. So we drive behind. I was on drugs, okay? I was retarded, totally fucking brain dead. We drive behind an accountant firm, and I didn't notice that there's a bank right on the other side of the bushes. I thought there was like an apartment complex or something. He walks through the fucking bushes. He comes back in the car. He goes, okay, we can go. And we just drive away. Then we go to Walmart. I ended up running into my buddy in the parking lot of Walmart. And he's like, yo, there's a bank robbery over that way not that long ago. And I was like, what? There's a bank robbery over there. And he's like, yeah. And then the next day, we go to a gym. And he's like, I need to pick up money from my other buddy. I'm doing another tattoo for this guy. He works at this gym. I'm going to see him on lunch. Stop in. And we go there. He's like, he's not at lunch yet. We're going to come back in like an hour or two. So we go back in an hour or two. I drop him off at this bank. And he's like, go around the corner. It's not like a block. It's like kind of suburbs. It was a weird setup. It's like a huge parking lot, and you go back on the road, go to the intersection, and then take a right. And there's like an apartment complex over there. He's like,
Rudem, you crab tipped $4.20. Tom looking Dr. Evil as fuck right now.
Thanks for the tip, Mo Crab. So I go into this apartment complex, and he's like, I'm gonna go in here, meet my buddy. He's gonna drive over to here. We're gonna go in his apartment. I'm gonna grab the money, and I'm gonna hop back in your car. And I go over there, and I'm waiting, and then I see him running through the fucking swamp that was in between the bank and the apartment complex. And I noticed the bank when I was driving from the gym to the apartment complex. And I was like, I started getting worried. I was like, I think he might have robbed the bank, because I think he got arrested for robbing a bank before. And then he gets in the car with all the money, and he's like, okay, we gotta go. I was like, I've already been through this with the police, Trib. I'm fine.
So was the friend that robbed the bank Tom?
Funny. I live in New York, not in Georgia. But the way that this guy did it is he just like put his hood up, wrote a note, handed it to the cashiers. And
my buddy's older brother, like we used to play Smash Bros. Whenever when I like swapped high schools in the middle of shit, and that guy's older brother, years afterwards, went to do that same thing. He put his hand in his pocket of his sweater. He slid a note, and he had his hood up, and it just said like put money in the fucking bag, and he just like tried to play it cool, and bro obviously immediately got arrested. I was like, are you retarded? Why can't, like, they told me the story, and it was just like, where's your bro? He's like, oh, he's gone for a while. I was like, and then when they told me, I was like, this is a joke, right? Like, okay, psych, fucking pranked, but no, bro was just retarded.
Yeah,
There's no way to really do that without like a heist and a die pack, because you're gonna get a die pack.
He
Bro,
didn't
I have
get
no
die
idea what
packs.
this guy was thinking.
He just got cash, straight up, no bags. But no bags. He just put it in his hoodie, and then he dropped it on the floor of my car. But this guy was my friend's older brother, who was also dating my other friend. He like joined our friend group, kind of. It was new, and
What about the first time? Did he have bags the first
18.
time?
What?
Did he have bags the first time?
No, because I didn't notice that he robbed a bank the first time.
So he was carrying stuff like money in his sweater, and he just didn't notice.
Yep.
Oh.
He was in the backseat
He's
of
not
my
the
car
most
the first
observant
time
guy. All right, leave him alone. Why you gotta?
I was on heroin.
I wasn't planning on questioning
Yeah,
this.
see,
part.
bro, this guy was driving on heroin.
Yeah.
This guy was woozy. He's half
But
asleep.
not even
one
that
eye
I was
open.
driving on
fucking-
heroin. I was just like just
in
a
the heroin
drug
phase
addict.
of life.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly. And 18.
Even when you're sober off heroin, you're not quite
I was
crisp.
I was
Yeah.
18.
Yeah, you were the dude that the the bank robbers would call up to unwittingly be their getaway driver.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
This guy won't even notice he's our getaway. Let's go,
Yeah.
bro.
I was a
Let's
fucking
go.
moron. I cried like
That's
a
too
bitch
funny.
talking to the cops too. I cried like a bitch talking to the cops.
Correct. No
Yeah.
balls.
No balls. None.
All no balls over here.
Yeah.
Accidental bank heister.
Yeah. Glad I fucking cried like a bitch though, because I left my heroin
let you
phase of
off.
life with no fucking record whatsoever.
Nice.
So
Yeah, I definitely got lucky. One, that I was 17 when I got booked, and two, that my parents were crying in the lobby. They probably, the combination of me complying with them and like them just being like, it's just some retarded kid, and then my family being like, oh my god, our lives are ruined. They were like, all right, just fucking, people make mistakes. Stupid people make the same mistakes twice. Don't be stupid. Get the fuck out of here. And like signed whatever
Ming, in
shit.
what
And
way
it was
did you
low stakes
stick
shit
it
right
to
there.
the
Again, I wasn't
man?
doing crazy criminal shit. So
By getting his
hold up, my
kneecap
headphones.
fucking
Nope,
busted?
my headphones didn't do
Sticking
that
it to
thing.
the man. That makes sense.
Why can't I hear? Canklemore.
I muted myself to say something.
Okay, sorry. I saw your face on stream, and I was like, "Oh no, my headphones did the thing where they broke."
No,
and
you're
then I
good.
heard a click. Yeah. All right, cool. Sorry, I'm gonna put some background sound so I have something consistent to play off of. But
Yeah, I was I was kind of insane. I was fucking brain dead back then. I was so stupid. When I was like 21, when I finally got clean. I mean, I like went in and out of being fucked up. 3 months after I got clean, I felt like I just woke up. It was really weird. One day, I just felt like I had an epiphany, and just like everything, I felt like I didn't understand any of my prior decisions at all. Everything just. How the fuck do you drive on heroin? By not doing a lot of heroin. Also, have you ever
That
taken a
day.
painkiller? You ever taken like a hydro for your like wisdom teeth?
not with a syringe, to be fair.
Yeah, well,
Nor
you say that.
Nor through the nose.
You say that, but
Uh-huh.
like when you're doing it,
I do say that.
when you're doing that, like often, like you can dose yourself out, like, and not get super fucked up. I wasn't the heroin addict that liked getting insanely high and nodding all the time. I hated that shit. I liked being like a functional heroin addict, like physically functional. I was still a mess. Like driving drunk was far more dangerous than driving on heroin. Far more dangerous.
I have no thoughts.
It
Not
sounds
even saying no
crazy.
comment, I'm just like
Driving drunk.
I can't process the comparison right now.
Driving drunk is easily the most dangerous form of driving. Almost every other drug,
Yeah, like
you can
hammered
drive
drunk.
on like
I would actually-
semi-safe.
This
To a
is
large
just a
degree, I would
misrepresentation. of
It's
the
all
dangerous
fucked,
driving.
but like drunk driving is so much more fucked.
This is like, as a cyclist, I know this firsthand. This is a misrepresentation of the dangerous
Damn
driving,
cyclists.
where
Sorry, go.
you're treating all the driving as being dangerous, and therefore the fact that you never encountered a situation where you needed to use quick decision making or deal with something that wasn't within the normal flow of driving, so you're just using the habits.
No,
you've already
that's not what I
formed.
mean. What I mean
I would just say,
is
like,
when you're
oh,
drunk
go for it.
driving, you're like woozy and all over and fucking
Yeah.
you will like veer off the road. When you're on heroin, you're just gonna have slower response times. You're not you don't go all limp. I mean, that's
It's
not-
like the classic, pot smoker. Like, yeah, they're still fucking. I think people are slow to react, but
Yeah.
they're generally gonna like drive below the speed limit more than they're gonna like do a bunch of swerving in a way that a drunk driver is notorious for.
Hey, what's
So I'd say
crazy-
uppers
I've had
versus
limited
downers.
experience with opiates, but I have had opiated hash but without being told that's what it was, and it was actually hard for me to stand up and walk straight afterwards.
I thought you meant on heroin.
So that would be like that would be your motor cortex and your balance, right?
My impression of heroin is that it would be a horrendous time to try to drive, even just mentally focusing on the road and like your 360 perspective. Not so
really.
much like necessarily because you're sitting in the seat, but
Well, you just said you were less observant because you were on it, right?
Not really. Yeah. This guy doesn't know that he's in a bank heist. I'm not taking your fucking.
Yeah. Well, to be fair,
the money
I
was
had
in the
no,
pocket.
I
Next
had
thing you know, you're in
no-
the bag.
The guy was sitting in the back seat, and there was no like I couldn't see the bank. I didn't know there was a bank there at all. There was a like fucking.
I just
huge
feel like
hedge.
he would have gotten in the car with that. I just robbed the bank energy. You know what I'm saying? Where you
No,
kind of
he
get that
was
like, yeah, we
so
should get the fuck out of
calm.
here real quick.
So
We should
the
definitely
first
hit
time,
gas
the
immediately
second
and
time,
run, 'cause
the second time, yes. The
12
first time,
cops coming.
the first time he was so calm. He's like, okay, we're good. Just very calm.
Here, I'm gonna do the thing I was
high
doing a
on the
minute ago in
copium.
chat, but because it's 7:11 in the morning, I do think we should proceed with the content if you're down.
Like they all know.
Your
this is-
streams
Yeah,
don't
watch
watch
that.
What I think is actually
ads.
happening here,
You
and
know,
I'll just lay it out. I'm pretty sure that Erudite is taking her clients and projecting how they were weak and they were taken advantage of onto Tom, and I think Tom is a completely different breed of individual.
Based on what?
So,
Based on what? Based on what?
Based on what? Based on all of these stories that are fake. I don't believe.
You don't have any proof that they're fake.
I don't believe it.
Okay.
You know what,
thing
though?
is-
we're gonna get to the sick thing. We're gonna go to the sick thing. So Philly can see this part.
I'm gonna try to get some sleep.
Say 20.
Good call, yo.
I've
Good
been
call.
an insomniac lately. Good night.
All right, night.
Have a good one. Yeah, this is a circadian
Finally.
mistake right now, but fuck it. And I miss Neve. Better late than never, they say, but fuck me.
Yeah. So maybe this did get addressed, and because I was listening at 2x speed, I passed over it.
Okay.
But yeah. Did you ever get asked by Queeman about the claim that you became a rhetorical coach off the back of a course on marketing for work, and that it was regarding Pizza Hut?
He did not ask me about that. No. Can you send that to me? So I can.
Here, I'll
Okay.
just send you the link. I've got it right here.
So I worked for a law firm. It was called Gant and Associates.
I sent it to your DMs.
Okay, I'll look at it in a minute. So we had a marketing division where the main thing that we were doing was selling. Crap! I'm blanking on the word, but it's pretty much like remortgaging.
Oh, were you selling? Were you guys like trying to get people on like? I forget the fucking name. Yeah. Never mind. We'll skip over it. But yeah.
Okay.
real
So
estate.
anyway, so they had a sales team calling these people and pretty much saying like, hey, we work for a law firm. They're going to go to the court and they're going to battle for you and make the banks renegotiate your contract and blah, blah, blah. And so they started this thing. They had like a bunch of different offices where everybody was doing cold calls from. This is like shortly after the housing crisis. So like everybody was doing the remortgaging and all of that crap. So then they...
Wait, are you just trying to say refinancing? Is that all you're trying to say?
Yes. Sorry, I am trying to say refinancing. That is one of the
Okay.
things. But there's
Okay.
there was a bunch of different things that they offered, but that is what I was trying to think of, yes. So this is in, I want to say 2013.
Okay.
And so I'm working for them. I had other friends that worked there. They got me the job there. And everybody else that worked there, they were like freaking cokeheads and just like degenerates. They were all pieces of like sleazy salesman type guys. And so they ended up, the like actual head office
Not like
said,
those
we're going to have a
respectable
course
drug
where
dealer
we
guys.
want one person from every office to come and we're going to send them through these classes. And they're going to then start writing scripts for everybody else. And so we did the classes. I don't remember how long it took. It wasn't long. It was maybe a couple weeks at minimum, maybe like 3 or 4 weeks at most. But so then once we started doing that, like they sent me from our office because of my background in like being a convincing person. So they sent me, I went and did it. And then when
This,
I
like,
came
4-week class or whatever.
Yes.
Being a convincing person.
Sorry, just to get into the specifics. Was it like for instance, when I did training for HVAC before I ever started the career, I had like a 12-week course, but we were there every single day for like 4 or 5 hours.
Yes, we were there
So
for every single day for 4 or 5 hours, exactly.
Yes. Okay.
And so then after that, then I went back to the office, and then we had somebody who came and did on-the-job training and would show us like how to do it. And so mainly the biggest thing is once you write the scripts, you have to actually go coach everybody on like inflections, how to say things, like tone of voice, all of that. And I eventually got fired from there. And I think then I started running a car wash. And then I realized I could make more money as a delivery driver at Pizza Hut. So I left and went and became a delivery driver at Pizza Hut. And then they asked me to, like the manager quit. And so they asked me to become the GM. And so I started running the store. And then I moved up to what was called an area coach, which means like you run the managers of the stores.
Right,
And then,
yeah.
And then once I was there, I think this is 2017. I'm working like with the office, all of the top dogs and the franchisee. And so we were talking about what I used to do for that company. And they said, we've been thinking about starting a division like that. Do you want to help? So I was like, yeah, sure. So we started like a linguistic marketing sector of the company, and they put a lot of money into it. And we designed like entire processes for coming up with scripts. So we didn't just do the stuff that the other company like taught us to do, but we also started using like polling. We started using studies. We started using all sorts of other crap. Every possible thing at our disposal to try to find out like the most efficient, most effective words, letters, colors, like all of that crap. Once we finished our stuff, we still had to send it to other people to get approved.
Hold on.
They would do
Pause. Unironically, the most damning thing about this whole fucking thing that you just said was that they put all this fucking research into like figuring out even just like the colors for all this shit. Because that that panel I'm in with the floating head guy when he's talking about writing the papers and shit like that, I'm pretty sure it was that night I recommended to him, you should use brighter colors that pop off your thumbnails, because use that dark purple with the black outline, and all of his thumbnails, like I could appreciate that color scheme. I like those two colors together, but they do not pop off your thumbnails in a way that is eye-catching and deliver your fucking title or the extra text. So literally that thing alone, I'm like, no fucking shot. And because I know it was him making the thumbnails, because it was him that started changing it. But anyways, you can hit play. But aside from a bunch of this stuff being like, you did like research and development and created the whole thing's already fantastical, but that one little detail is already like, it's just that triggered me a little bit. Sorry.
But then we also went and did the on-the-job training, where we went and worked with managers in stores, shift leads, assistant managers, and then like showed them how to teach the employees and like how to talk to the employees and all of that. This is like answering phones, helping with customers. And so once in a while you would run into like a really big issue, and we would have to so like, you know, when somebody calls Pizza Hut and they answer the phone and they have like a list of things that they say, and they'll give you deals and crap like that, right? So we're telling them like exactly what order to say things in. We're changing the wording of things to make it sound a little bit different, to make it sound better than it actually is. When COVID first started, one of the biggest problems was that they were canceling deliveries left
Ali,
and right.
you're in the VC.
Because
Say
nobody had delivery drivers. So every Pizza Hut had like 2 to 3 hour wait times. And so they wanted the customers to come pick up the food. But every time they did that, customers were saying, if I have to come pick it up, I want it for free. Like, I ordered delivery. That's what I was.
Allie.
What's up, Canklemore?
Allie,
You stopped
Allie,
Are you guys Allie something?
Yeah, you're in the VC. You can just say it.
I didn't want to interrupt. This has taken a long time. It's
Say
okay.
it.
Based, Allie, based as
Just
fuck.
say
That's
what you
awesome.
said in
Oh.
chat.
I just reopened the
So I was just going to say that usually, like with what Jude was saying, that what Tom is saying could still be true, because like what he's talking about is a lot of research-based stuff, consumer research and A/B testing, and food marketing is going to be different than a YouTuber marketing, and it's just going to be a whole different demo and psychographic, and all the testing that you would do with a big company with money would be different than if Tom has an eye for design and colors and things, you know?
Sure, that's definitely fair. It was when he pointed out that one little detail and the way he's described as if he was kind of asked to, I don't want to say necessarily lead the charge, but like, I worked my way up because of my background as a convincing person, and then we were doing this, we were doing that, working on the color schemes of this, and it was like, okay, he's like speaking about it in the way that like I've done a lot of shit on the back end of like building
Ming,
stages
again,
or working on
what
this
he
other
said
production shit.
is
which
that it was at a
like
law
where I've
firm,
developed
and then he took those
and
skills
practice
to Pizza
whatever,
Hut.
gotten any amount of my ability, which is still dog shit amateur,
didn't
pulling it
learn
out my
it at
ass,
Pizza Hut.
self-taught
Sure.
basically. But anyways, yeah, it was just one of those things where I'm like, I don't question mark. I mean, even just the idea that he kind of was this involved with this level of like creating a new wing for Pizza Hut and shit. I don't necessarily believe it, but I'm not leading the charge of thinking everything's a lie. To be fair, like a lot of this
I just
stuff is
don't
like I
think
just didn't care.
he
and
was
it's all-
leading the charge necessarily, but he was a part of
I'm
this
phrasing
team,
that strange.
you know?
I'm misphrasing that. That he was just saying to be involved with it. That's
Right.
definitely I don't mean
Like
to
he
misphrase that.
understands
That's my
what goes
7:30 a.m.
into
brain
it.
right now. Yeah, and the way he's speaking about it and the amount of authority he seems to be like putting to it, whether it's the linguistics alone or that was kind of like an offhanded
Yes,
comment
Ming.
because of me having given him a tip in that direction about that one thing, thinking like this is a thing I've pulled out of my ass from observing YouTube shit, but
it does sound like
overall
it was a lot of data he was working with. From what he's saying, I don't know at all.
It sounds
but
very official. It sounds very professional. It was linguistic. This is where the linguistic marketing
right,
part
and
of the
this
list
to me
of his qualifications.
sounds like he's working with a branding
you're getting a flat
company,
rate.
like a
Working as a delivery
agency,
driver,
likely,
you're
and
getting a
not
flat rate
him.
plus
You know what I
tips
mean? It
plus
isn't
gas.
like
Well,
his
he was saying it was
ideas.
like the head
Plus, it's
office
Pizza
working
Hut,
with
so it's
all
a
like
chain,
the big
so
guns.
most likely-
because he
Right.
became a general
You're gonna have
manager
more
or like the
consistent
coach
work.
manager or a bunch of general managers. So he was like worked his
The
way
area
around.
Most
manager,
likely,
sure.
the base
The
rate
one question I have also,
of
what's up, Mike
driving
Crab? The one question I have
is going to be
and
the
then,
same base
and then,
rate
you guys go and
as
we
the
can push
gas
forward.
station.
But he mentioned COVID as a timeline. It's
Yeah.
like wasn't he already streaming when COVID started? I don't know because I think he's been involved.
Well, no,
for like
there was a build.
3-4 years since doing podcast stuff in the early days.
Not
That's just,
really.
like
That's not that
been
crazy.
in the online space. So I just didn't know that he was doing this simultaneously with that. And unsure on the history or like the timeline
really.
of all that.
It's not
But
that cra- it sounds
wondered if it made sense for it
far-fetched,
to be
but, like, if you have
during
prior
COVID that what he
experience
just referenced a second ago
and stuff like that.
I know
And you were a
delivery.
delivery
Well,
driver and
I
the
worked in
job
restaurants
has your
during this
resume,
time when COVID hit.
They might look at
in,
that.
in
and
that
go,
industry. That's my background, and
you have sort of.
and I know that
like,
a lot of the delivery-based
some sort of experience,
businesses
you've been
were going
consistent.
insane during that time. You know, like
Yeah,
if so,
it's
if he
not that
was
long.
already
The
working
things that
in
people are
that,
saying are far-fetched are
I
not
don't
that
know.
far-fetched. I just don't.
Yeah,
I don't
well,
understand
I
why
just
people
didn't know if
think they're
the
far-fetched.
timeline
Like
of
I've
him
experienced
being,
way crazier
like,
shit
quote
than
unquote
some of the things he said.
presently employed as this linguistic marketing manager.
Like,
Yeah, I don't
people
know.
that do stuff
was like
regularly,
while
like
COVID
what he
happened
said
and while he was making content. And
about
I didn't know that all these
the
things
SWAT
were happening
uniforms.
simultaneously. I assumed it was prior. But
I know people that
yeah,
do shit
again,
like
I'm
that
not
a lot.
pointing at it as a lie. It's more a question mark because I'm just unaware as full like lore and history.
I don't know.
Like gang members.
But I will just say that this combined with like the conversation I'm in with the floating head guy where he says he wrote papers and videos and stuff for the universities and colleges to use, like all this stuff is very like authoritative statements of respect my authority. I did very official things with very official companies and higher education and all this type of shit. He is absolutely trying to like signal to the credentials effectively. But yeah, I don't know if you want to say anything, Mudcrab, coming in or just popping in to like hop in and hang out.
What do you
but
mean?
I'm
My
good to
age?
continue. I don't want to cut you off, Ali, if you had a response.
But yeah, while holding.
No,
a
I'm
full-time
good.
job.
Rude mud crab, you get the floor.
Dude was just a
Somewhat
telemarketer. Come on, be real.
Hey man, I'd buy
Oh,
extra
okay.
Coke and a dipping sauce. Let's go. Make it extra large.
Oh, I totally fucking missed. My bad.
He wouldn't have had any official like roles.
Oh yeah. Like you're saying, he didn't actually become
Yeah,
this like top
he
dog
would. He
chilling
might have
with
been.
the fucking
Yeah,
big.
he might have been working there, but fuck, man, if he was anything above a telemarketer, I'd be surprised.
What do you
Just
mean?
cold calling. Just cold calling. Hey, we can refinance your home.
Oh, with the law firm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all he fucking was.
Well, yeah, but
What do you think about with the pizza place after that? Do you think that
I
he
think
climbed
all
his way
Tom's
up from the
story.
bottom?
Dude, I don't believe fuck all of Tom's stories. Like you can analyze them individually and say, okay, that's believable. But you
Yeah.
fucking look at every story and you put it all together. It's a fucking movie. It's Train Spotting. It's Forrest Gump. It's not real.
Is it?
Fuck yeah, dude. Like what?
I know people
Okay,
that
so
have lived way
okay,
crazier lives than that shit. That's not that crazy.
yeah, but I know
I
people
do
who
too,
live
and a
crazy
lot of them
lives
are
too.
dead. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's a matter of if
Same.
Tom is the actual person of that story that those stories are lived
I
by.
know dudes who have lived that life, but they have broken fucking noses. They have like they don't look like some dude who's just been sitting at the back of the class listening to everyone else's stories.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole or like too deep on it, but it's very reasonable, I think, to think that like a lot of this stuff is bullshit. But I'd say this is the one thing I talked about in chat a second ago when the I wrote papers and did videos for the school thing came up. That's like the easiest, most non-offensive thing to prove. Just show some like email correspondence from whatever the fuck university, being like, yeah, thank you so much. We're commissioning you this many $1,000 for your fucking incredible research. We appreciate your work, or whatever the fuck. I don't care what the wording is, but like some form of documentation that showed there was this thing you did with a fucking school that you worked with. No shot you don't have that kind of thing from a university or college that you did some official collaborative work with. There's no shot.
I don't know if this is possible, but I'm gonna throw out like
Oh,
a
and
possible, maybe a possible scenario.
Sorry, super quick to Trib. Yeah, show it to me. I'm actually not a bad faith actor, even if he wants to think that I am. Y'all can call me a hater, whatever the fuck it is. I'm making judgment on what the fuck's in front of me, but like that's not like incriminating personal shit. He showed his real name in his Facebook on stream. I know, like he tells us his real name. It's not like I'm not asking for any revealing information. I'm just saying, just show me the linguist thing if you have whatever. Yeah, okay, but Phil gets it and then just tells me on like microphone that this is all worthless. Like Brittany Simon pulling up her phone under her table, looking down, going, "You guys can't see it, but yep, it all looks real and legitimate to me." That's not giving anyone who you're trying to convince otherwise credibility. It's just like it's a weird little. Anyway, sorry, can't go. I'm like one guy and hogging your stream microphone.
What I was gonna say is, what if, say, he did this stuff through the job he was working at, and the job submitted this stuff or put it online, and a college reached out to the employer. So Tom doesn't have any email correspondence. It's all through the job, and he just found out that they like told him that this happened. He doesn't have any actual correspondence because he wasn't the one that submitted
That'd
this stuff.
still make him a lawyer.
Wait. The correspondence was with the lawyer thing about the papers he wrote for the school in college?
Or like through Pizza Hut, like if he wrote it while he was there or something.
Do we know that the thing that got him the college papers and videos that he made, like the thing that got him that gig was his Pizza Hut gig? Because I would imagine it was on his resume and he went and applied for this other thing and got a gig just doing whatever fuck. There's no indication. We are filling in a lot of gaps to say that the college paper, the quote unquote papers and the videos he made for the colleges and universities that he was telling the floating head guy, that has anything to do with the law firm thing or the fucking Pizza Hut thing. I'm not saying that they're not connected, but I have no reason to think that they are connected and that would obfuscate him from having access to the emails that like. There's something that he got somewhere, like a paycheck for the fucking documentation or for his research, or there's something somewhere that says, hey, or show me the videos that you like edited on your computer that you like have in a folder somewhere. Just something like there's no, or the papers, like where are the paper, like show me your papers that like show me your research on linguistics and shit. I'll actually read that one.
Dude, you don't even have to like try and believe a single thing. Like honestly, if you do the math, you add up all the stories he's told. Like, if I don't believe one of them, I don't believe him at all.
Yeah, a lot of it is just like, yeah. Sorry, go for it.
For real, Cankle. Like, have you like added it all up? Have you like laid it out, looked at all the stories he's fucking told, and gone, yeah, okay, no.
Not totally. No, I don't. This is the only thing for me is the
linguistics
the
thing?
paper stuff. All the other stuff is not that crazy.
Okay, so
It's super regular.
Okay. So the dude got robbed by drug dealers at gunpoint, fought him off. He's dressed up as SWAT to rob other drug dealers.
Uh-huh.
He's been a con artist.
Mhm.
He's fucking gone to prison, spent 2 months in solitary confinement,
Yep.
did nothing wrong. One of the guards attacked him because he was friends with another guard who was getting special treatment from them, and the dude was gonna kill him, and then a riot started that stopped him from getting killed. He was working at a law firm. He was working at a law firm, and then he became some linguist teacher for Pizza Hut to like work on some shit for Pizza Hut so they could make better
Driving
sales.
because that makes more money first, and then working up to that.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's so many things, dude. I probably covered like half of it because I really don't watch Tom. That's just the retarded shit I've picked up on.
Again, like the
This is
linguist stuff, I'm a little like iffy on, but
that's what you're
the
a little
prior
iffy on.
stuff. Yeah.
Wait, so here's a real quick question for you. Okay, I appreciate that you can at least highlight the one thing that you're like, all right, this is giving me some like raised eyebrow moments. But the list with 7 on it. So I was saying no shot in chat, right? And it's because I vaguely remember, and I want to make sure that I'm clear. I have not reviewed the footage to check. I vaguely remember seeing him type up the list on screen, and so like 7 would have been mentioned on it, in the process of that, and then later, after the tweets and all this sort of thing, it was like, oh, okay, miscalculation, I messed up. I'm going to remove this person from the list. I don't think the list was made specifically for the sake of memeing her the idea and concept of removing her from a list that didn't exist prior to it.
No, it wasn't
That's the
made
part that
on
kind of
screen.
fucks with me. Right. Well, I'll have to review it to check, but like for the sake of argument, like we'll just kind of, regardless, it's almost unimportant. Because the issue becomes when Erudite's asking him in this fucking thing, like, what the fuck is the list? And he's like, oh, it's not even a list. It's just like words on a screen, which is like the funniest type of like abstraction from what it is. It's like it's a list of attractive people, famous or otherwise, and then any chick that like Destiny's hooked up with or whatever, which is obviously a meme leading into like the I like crazy chicks, I like the laugh Anna, like the that whole. Yeah, it's very clearly a list of either attractive women or, as men like to do, have sex with attractive women.
Yep.
Women you might want to fuck. So, it's like the way he kind of points at, it was it's not literally objectively a list of people I'm going to have sex with or want. It's like, it's not. Bro,
You know what I see that as?
Just answer the question. Being retarded.
Hubris, not wanting to give an inch to Gisticle.
So I don't think that's hubris. I do believe he is stubborn. I think there's an ego issue. He absolutely does not want to concede or be seen as incorrect, as at fault, or as weird. He is unwilling to accept the perception of himself as any of these things in fucking public. And
It's
I
more
actually,
about looking good than being good.
Yeah, and actually, is Ryan still in here? Yeah, you made a comment earlier. Forgive me jumping around a lot and yapping a bunch, but he talked about if you go back and like a time machine or whatever and tell Tom like, yo, people are gonna be way more pissed off about this than you think. Do you think he would change his course of action? I think if you told him, people would feel more whatever. He wouldn't give a fuck. If you told him your numbers, your viewership is gonna drop dramatically, like 50 to 60, whatever the fuck, a large percent of people are gonna be gone, and your Discord's gonna slow to a crawl. If you told him the consequences that would come from it, then he would have absolutely fucking protected himself. Explicitly to protect himself. He does not give a living fuck about anyone's feelings. And when I was trying to talk to him in public, and then he's like, only in private, and I was like, okay, fine, but I'm gonna record that shit just in case, and we can talk in private, and then he fucking ghosted on me. He made this like weird statement about like, oh, I'm not gonna go apologizing for shit and like, explaining myself to anyone, blah, 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 blah. It's like, I didn't even say that. I just said, talk to me and actually be open-minded, because you've refused to fucking engage with anyone honestly. And he was telling me that he thought I had some insightful points that he actually could, agree with. Anyways, I went on a bit of a ramble there, but...
Use sentences, more sentences and less paragraphs.
Yeah. That's where do good.
Like honestly, this whole thing with Tom, like Tom's gonna be Tom. He's gonna do whatever the fuck he wants to do, and like no one can really care or complain. The only issue I see out of all of this shit is he doesn't actually give a fuck, which is fine. But people are sweeping and acting like he does give a fuck.
Well,
Like-
he gives a fuck because his numbers are dropping, but he doesn't give a
Yeah,
fuck
like-
on any
yeah,
emotional
like-
level. Again, to be
like-
clear, like the same shit as saying
The only thing he is sorry about is how this has affected him.
him. Yes, like when he apologized to himself, he's like, I know that I could have like been whatever rhetorically better to help myself, and it's like, wait, that's you're sorry to yourself. Incredible.
But, like if
He's
people
still
have a
sorry to
problem with
himself.
that, if people have a problem with any of that, just you don't need to fucking make 5-hour streams and whinge and bitch and act like fucking moral frog. Just
Do you mean
watch
like the people
someone else.
reacting to him?
Yeah, just watch some other shit. Like I don't
Yeah.
understand why people go into fucking streams and sit there and complain about the person. Just fuck man, change the channel.
Yeah, to be super clear, this came up and it was literally like one little reaction of Kelly going, "That's weird," and then Tom actually, and I'm gonna say objectively, wanted to farm this into content. He's like, "Oh, everyone's acting so weird. Like this is what we fucking do here. We debate ideas." He was trying to turn that shit into content because he needed to fucking fill the week that week, and he thought he could get chat through it, and it fucked his ass into oblivion. He blew his legs off. So
fucking retard.
he farmed that shit for fucking content. Other people then reacted, and the cycle obviously continues. But this is a month later. Justical, when there was like the Zonia thing, there was a certain escalation in the SAS leaks, and like it started to get way more serious, way more real, and the consequences were a lot more intense. Where Justical very specifically said on stream and otherwise that he's no longer going to be kind of covering it and engaging with this because he's not like trying to fucking push this dude into a grave or whatever it is. It's just like there was the React thing between the Kelly stuff, and then it fucking blew up, and it has gotten
Oh,
like, way
Kelly
too
things
fucking
retarded,
intense.
too. Oh,
It
Kelly
was, yeah.
things,
She just
like-
called it weird, and he
No.
just said she should have just been like, "Yeah, it's weird. Like my bad. I'll
Yeah,
not
but
do
who
that
gives
to
a
you
fuck
anymore."
anyway?
And then fucked up.
Who-
Well, that
who-
was it.
who cares?
He cared too much. He got 3
No,
stalks
but
by
why
the word
do you
weird.
care, dude? Not
Why
not
do I
one
care what?
person would give a fuck about it if he was acting like that to a dude. The only reason anyone cares
Yeah,
is
but
because
that's
it's Kelly, and
like
Kelly's gonna
that's the
fucking
double standard.
cheerlead.
Well, no, that's the double standard of like women and men and shit like that, right? So like, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of stuff, but it would just like
No,
be
it's
like
just-
gay and
it's
weird
just
and funny if he did it to me, right?
It's got nothing to do with a double standard between women and men. Like if it was happening
course
in
it
real
does.
life, yeah, it's an issue. But it's some weird, dumb online shit that
It's the
actually
s-
doesn't have any repercussions.
Okay, so first of all, I think the misogyny idea or like the male female double standard thing, I think that's just consistent across the real world and internet. It might be different degrees of it, but that same philosophy or
there's no
theme
effect.
I think is consistent.
It doesn't
Sure, there's
affect
no
anything.
exactly.
Like-
There's no victim of a crime. Literally, the only victim is Tom. Tom raped Tom. Tom is the only
male-
victim here,
the
and Tom
only
fucked
male
himself in the
female
ass.
dynamic online there is that females get elevated.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Okay,
that-
hold.
that's
So
legit.
let me
You
let me
can
just.
be a dog shit female streamer if you got nice
me just-
tits. then
I
fucking
agree. I
go
agree.
places.
They have a higher floor and apparently a lower ceiling. It seems like based on statistically speaking. But I just want to make it clear what I'm. Hold on. Let me pull it back real quick before I lose the thought. Hold up. Yeah, the double standard thing. Hold up. Oh my god, no, it's not. I didn't give a fuck about that. Hold on. That's not what I was trying to fucking talk about. Let's pull it back. I need to reel it back 10 fucking seconds. Where the fuck? What was I saying? Aside from that thing you were just.
He was saying you don't give a fuck. He was saying you actually don't give a fuck. Why are you?
Oh,
like,
thank you,
moral
thank you,
fraud
thank you,
about this?
STV. Perfect. None of us were talking about it anymore for like 2-3 weeks. It was like a running meme at this point. Like, oh man, the Tom tent provides like that. But it was just like at that point became memes. He specifically was not covering it. Again, like Queenman was going to go through all his receipts and shit. And Erudite came to him and he was like, I don't even want to have this conversation. And she pulled him in. And because Erudite was on Wick's panel with Tom, because Erudite was having the issue at canvassing with DGG about women feeling uncomfortable. So there was like a crossover with like Tom's month ago drama and Erudite finally getting a panel together for the thing she had. It was like roughly a month ago. Which is why she wasn't caught up on everything. So that's just like, we just had like a moment of like, we're having a rerun episode. We're not like sitting here going, yeah, we like really still care about Tom. Let's like react to his stuff and like moral frog about him. It came back up and then it was like, okay, well, obviously Jizzle's community is going to watch the thing that was like 4 hours of him versus Tom and Erudite, and that weird, crazy Erudite play where she's like, "I've had the logs the whole time. I just wanted to test you and see how you act because like all these chicks said this and this and this." And it's like, "Oh damn, that's crazy moves by Erudite, bro." But like, it's just spectacle sport at this point. There's no like real moral frogging, but it's absolutely a rerun episode that none of us asked for. Erudite just made it happen.
Yeah. I'm not talking about like in the present. I'm just talking about like I don't understand why anyone gives a fuck how it really became an issue. To be honest,
That's the point that no one really did. It was just like obviously people are gonna clip shit when people talk, like streamers talk about each other, right? That's just the space. That's what happens. Like, oh, this person said this about you. You should go over and like hop in Discord. Like that's just literally the culture of Discord or Twitch and like streaming space, right? It's like regardless, he was doing Kum time. She gets a clip of that. She goes, well, that's a bit weird, and those chats are a bit weird. That was it. And then Tom went, I'm not fucking weird. And Mantis went over, and then Tom went over. Again,
dude, I
no
know
one
what
gave a
happened.
fuck.
You don't need to give me a rerun.
Tom,
So you
right. So what I'm saying is, you're asking me as if like we're the ones instigating it. Tom farmed the Tom tenant. Tom wanted to make this a topic. Mantis instigated, pushed shit, and led him into a fucking bear trap where he lost his legs and shit like that. So it's not a matter of other people wanting to like hyper farm or instigate or like moral frog about Tom. It's just Kelly saw the thing and went, yeah, that's a bit fucking weird. Makes me uncomfortable.
No, that was 100% moral frogging, dude. Everyone calling him a sex pest over that. Because when in reality, it's just his inability to bite that fucking bullet. He knew he fucked up, but he can't optically do that in a stream.
Bite the bullet of just being like, oh yeah, that's a bit weird. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just saying. Like if he just said, yeah, I get that that's a bit weird. I'm trying to make it less weird. And I won't make you the subject of the, my process of making it less weird, right? And then he can go back to doing his Kum time. You just leave Kelly the fuck alone. It's all good. It's because he giga chatted. And then it stopped being about the Instagram. It became about like, bro, are you mentally okay? Like, what the fuck is happening? And then it became his wish-washy dodginess. And I was like, oh, you're like deeply dishonest,
Doesn't make him a
dodgy fucking
lefty.
son of a bitch. And then it became about like, oh, you're kind of lying to the women around you. This chick calls you her boyfriend,
you
and then you
like,
call her an
"Ooh,
alcoholic
rape.
who's relapsing.
Ooh,
That's
man."
wild shit. Like, what the fuck is happening, bro? Are you good? Are you on the rails still? So it just became insane.
you're a
I
fucking
don't,
retard,
I don't
man.
agree with
You
what
should
Tom did. I think it's
probably-
fucked up to like pull up people's Instagrams. When someone posts to
fucking
Instagram, they're
dumb as
consenting
shit.
to it being digested by individuals in private spaces. They're not consenting
What is
to it
he?
to be
He's
thrown on a fucking
like
stream.
center, maybe
Sure, or even if it's
left-leaning.
brought up on stream, which is even still fine. Again, no one was. I hate that he kept on trying to like needle in on being like, they said you could never bring up Instagram. It's always like ontologically bad. It's like, no, motherfucker. It was doing it at the behest of someone who wanted Kum time and the culture, and it was like all the 7 contextual details that made it weird. But he just kept avoiding that and always misrepresenting or grossly oversimplifying shit to be like, oh, I'm fighting this stupid claim. And yeah, so it's
You
like, it's
said
not even a moral frog
lefty.
thing. I don't
That's
give a
far
fuck.
left.
I think he should have just, like you said, just bit
That
the
is not
bullet at the
autistic.
start, and then none of this
That
would
is
have
a
happened.
serious distinction.
None of this would have happened.
Lefty implies socialist,
He's just been
communist.
hurting himself the whole time.
Well,
But yeah,
whatever,
Erudite brought us the
dumb
rerun
fuck.
episode, and for me, it's more of like because I have like my issues with Erudite, and like we're currently not on whatever positive terms.
Jesus Christ.
So it was like an
Call me a
interesting thing for
spur.
me to
Look at your
watch
fucking
her
chats.
as someone who was
You
hypercritical
are
of
a
Justical
fucking
and like super
spaz.
biased towards Tom, and then where she ended up at the end of the
No, he's not a
conversation.
progressive.
That shit was all just fucking fascinating. But
No, he doesn't
yeah,
suck
Tom
up
wise, I
Brianna
don't
Wu.
really give a fuck. If he ever wants to actually have the conversation
are
we were
a
talking
spaz,
about
and I
in
do love it, you're
DMs,
right.
yeah, we can finally have that conversation. But
The Erudite
pretty
stuff is
fun.
shit, dude.
a lot. You mean like her moral frogging about the addiction stuff and like kind of tweaking out for a bunch of that?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck
based
about
me.
any of that. But
You want
the,
me back.
the
All
autistically breaking things down
asshole.
into individual sectors and
No, he's not.
analyzing
He's
the
not.
individual pieces and not
getting
actually
Wu back.
putting it
Yeah.
all back
Not in the
together.
Brianna Wu camp.
Yeah, super
Yeah,
real
that's
quick, the Trib one. I don't actually give a fuck. It's not too late. Like I
Fuck
lost
Blake,
some shit. All right,
by the way.
Tom's a fucking retard for not responding to me. That's his own fucking whatever. It's him shooting himself in the fucking dick the 7th time. But yeah, the Erudite thing. I'm not saying her process of going through it and like the way it was long-winded and the way she tweaked a bunch of that stuff was like whatever. I don't even know how much of that was played up because she didn't want to like give away to
doesn't
Tom
work
that she
for
had this
penis
info. She'd be like,
vagina.
I'm in a way very much just bemused by like that whole thing that went down there, but it's very specifically just the conclusion she ended up with, being like, I think Justicle's actually a good faith person, as well as a drama whatever streamer, and that like we need that combination of people.
Whenever
in the
Wake
space.
is mentioned,
and then
I have to
looking at
OCD
Tom
go
being like,
brush
yeah,
my
I think you're
teeth,
kind of
BRB.
like, well, you have a tenuous relationship with the truth and with women in general. Just her making those two statements, I was interested or fascinated by as like
Yeah, but you
unexpected
understand
conclusions.
you understand your approval of her opinion is just based on bias, right?
Yes, I absolutely think she came to the correct conclusion, being that those are my conclusions from observing whatever characters and situation. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm aware. These aren't some like objective fucking like, oh yeah, she clearly now understands the science of linguistics or whatever the fuck it is. I'm just like, yeah, you came to what I believe is the correct conclusion so far, and she has more information on the back end of this. And I was just sort of like, oh, crazy the way she played that. I've had the logs the whole time, but wanted to test how Tom would approach things and talk about things. Very manipulative, very conniving.
Everyone involved is way too biased. The people attacking him are biased and pretty stupid, and the people sweeping and defending him are just like ignoring any kind of bad thing about him and fucking making hoops to jump through to try and fucking mental gymnastics their way back to innocence. But even what he did isn't that bad, so they shouldn't have to.
Can I ask if you think that I'm biased?
What up?
Are you talking about anybody up here?
Cankle, Cankle and Jube are probably like on opposite sides of that fight.
Yeah, fair.
Like Cankle has, I like Cankle. He knows this, and I've said this to him already. He's sweeping and does mental gymnastics for a lot of things, and like
for Tom,
I don't think it's beneficial. I don't think like if I have a friend, I'm gonna tell him straight where they're fucking up. I'm not gonna sweep for them.
Yeah,
because I want them to have the ability to be better.
I'm not like close friends with Tom. We've talked like a
Well,
handful of times.
why you sweep so
Because
hard,
I talk
bro?
to
Why
more
you so
people. I talk to more people that are on the opposite side. So I'm gonna be pushing back against that side more and giving possibilities that break the arguments that they're making.
Is it just devil's advocacy then? You're
Basically,
like, well,
yeah.
but
And
maybe-
if I
Okay,
can devil's advocate,
that might be why it sounds like sweeping, because you haven't devil's advocated any of us out of any fucking positions the whole time. You
no.
always
Not that I'm
sound like you're
devil's
just
advocate you out of
making
any
it,
positions,
you know.
but the fact that the things I'm saying are not implausible means that the things
They're-
that you guys are
but they're-
saying
they're
are not solid.
No.
Yes. That's
A lot of the time when you
no.
hold up when you say not implausible, when you be like, oh, like someone getting their knee broken in prison isn't implausible, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of things in the realm of what's plausible, but the question is what's probable and what's likely or realistically possible given the rest of the circumstances, or what's often directly in front of us, because this isn't questions about his past or like what Sass said or what Mantis said. This is about like him being inconsistent on tape throughout like 12 hours of bullshit and nonsense. Conversations that I've had with him that were like, okay, bro. So it's not, I don't need like external verifying type of details. It's like he's being fucked up right in front of me. You know what I'm saying? This isn't about his pizza career. These are all kind of just funny details. These are all just, none of this has gone into my like assessment of Tom. That's why I wanted to real quickly say, Mudcrab, because you were saying I'm on the opposite side of the spectrum as Cankle, which I agree just in terms of like I'm on the completely negative and he's on the completely positive. But do you think that I am negatively biased, or that I'm like in any way kind of brainwashed by Queeman or Gisticle or anything like this, where I wasn't trying to come from a place of a friend?
I think your bias comes more from a personal fracture sort of thing. Like he let you down, you're pissed off, and you're taking enjoyment out of this.
Wait, let me down in what way, if I can ask?
Well, you obviously held him to some kind of a standard. You were in his community for a long time, and you liked his content. So there was some kind of, and he broke that standard for you.
Well, so okay, I guess I understand what you mean, although I disagree. One, because I had drifted away from the content. Like literally, as of early December, I was already in Jisticle's community, which is where my beef with Erudite started, but also where like my Discord join date starts. And and the me getting modded happened to be 2 days before this event, which was just kind of a funny coincidence of like proximity and timing. But yeah, I was like very clearly already away from the community, enough so that like Pretty Tony and Queeman called me into voice chat on Disco stream to kind of like try and farm a clip of like, why did you leave the community? And like you can tell even in the way I'm responding that I'm very clearly not trying to throw any shade whatsoever. I have no animosity. There's no like negative shit about the community. I had just popped into Discord to like say hi and like catch up with a few people like Sass. And it was just a matter of like, I just wasn't interested. Like I legit just didn't care about the Kefl stuff, and I was just getting kind of bored and whatever. Kind of, I float around in life, right? I'd only been there for a few months anyways, even if I was super active. But my point is that like, in terms of the quality of content, I'd already drifted away, and like, whatever, no hate towards Sam, I'll like still have conversations with him. We were actually planning to talk when he reacted to Cherry's Erudite video, and whatever, we're going to reconnect and catch up and blah, blah, blah. I was going to try and convince him to like stop being so upset about the Sex Pest thing, kind of take the meme in stride and try to build a bridge, actually, which is go believe it or not, regardless of how likely you think that was to happen or not. I thought it would be good for him on like a business level. And it would help him collaborate and expand his network and shit like this, expand his exposure. And yeah, and I did sweep for him literally up until the moment where he starts caps locking in Justico's live chat. In the Discord being like, yo, Kelly, he's got this respectful objectification philosophy, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm legit giving the script of like, oh my. So I get that in a sense it was like what you're trying to say in terms of let me down of that expectation, but it's not, I have no personal or emotional stake in, like, he wasn't we never talked about personal shit. We're not like friends in that way. We were friendly, absolutely. I was a community member, absolutely. I'm not trying to bullshit that. But it was like, I'm just like, oh, I don't want you to fuck your own shit up, right? For your sake. Like, this doesn't affect me in any way, and I don't care in a personal sense. There's no like letdown, I guess, if that makes sense. It's more like, oh, bro, I think you're flying off the rails. Like, what's happening? Are you good? Which is why even my first conversation with him is very like non-tent. It's very like slow paced, and me just trying to be like, bro, like, walk me through this, like, help me understand where you're misunderstanding, because like this is fucking silly to me and not good for you. And then even the way he engaged with me in that, and then just everything throughout it, I was like, oh, I think you're actually kind of a malicious person in terms of like how dishonest I think he was. And so I lost a lot of personal respect. And in that way, I have that feeling. But yeah.
How did you go from like the bullshit that Tom says has been like this isn't you. Like the stories he tells and the fan fiction he writes about his own life isn't some new shit. How do you go from being okay with that and sweeping for him to like one stream, some Kelly shit happens, and now you think he's like malicious?
Well, I'll make it very, very clear. A lot of that stuff was not a matter of me sweeping. I never sweeped for his like Pizza Hut linguist type shit. A lot of the like, oh, he's got fake Reddit accounts, and like there's these people that I don't know from
I know,
chat that are like,
but I'm saying you were already aware of all that shit.
Right. So what I'm saying is a lot of the like Reddit account stuff, and again, I want to be clear, all of my judgment of Tom is from how he engaged in being criticized for simply being called weird and then tweaking out from there. So like all this, like I said, all this other past lore is just funny to me. And at the time when it was brought up, it wasn't enough for me to leave his community because I just didn't care. Like Erudite said, so what if he has a couple Reddit accounts that are like fakes to fucking boost himself a little bit or say some nice shit? It's cringe. I don't do that shit, but I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna like stop watching him over this shit. And again, I already stopped watching him. So at this point it was just like, oh, Tom, I'm just seeing like a moment of your character being tested, and like your reaction to the challenge in front of you is horrendous. And then you're playing mind games and trying to like talk me and debate bro me and like gaslight me into your nonsense, which I felt it when I was talking to him the first time. I was not prepared for it. But where you'd walk him to the end of the like grocery store analogy, where it's like, would you tell a porn star that you verbatim like to jerk off on her tits or whatever to her tits all the time in those exact verbiage and words? And he's like, yeah, totally. And it's like, once you walk him to the end of that example, he's like, no, we're talking about this thing over here. And he's like doing the classic Tom evasive shit. I was like, oh, this is rubbing me the wrong way. You know, it's like the way you're engaging with this and like your evasiveness of the truth or just like conceding to some fucking obvious reality so we can progress the conversation forward, it's like frustrating me in real time, and I'm not like willing to give him all the defenses and like the padding of like, well, he's trying to protect himself from this and this and this and blah blah blah. That's cool. That's great.
Okay, so you find him frustrating. You don't find him malicious, then?
No. I find him maliciously deceptive. I think he's a compulsive liar in that he does it, I'll say specifically reflexively, and that he is intentional, malicious. I don't know if that qualifies as pathology, but the pathological liar seemed to be distinguished from compulsive as one that was meant to deceive. I think he absolutely lies to deceive, and it was made clear whether it's still protect, what's acceptable lies and shit.
Lies?
Well, it's malicious in the sense that it's self-preservational while obfuscating reality, and then with the SAS situation, for example,
Yeah, but where's the
if
malice?
it's like,
where's the harm he's doing? Except
well,
himself.
if it's with the SAS Mantis situation where it's like, oh, there's this person thinks that they're your girlfriend, this person like is experiencing as if they're your girlfriend, and you're lying to this person. I know, but to be clear, to me, being extremely dodgy and evasive and lying to me, to my fucking face, and not being straight up in good faith with me is malicious. And if you're a dishonest person, get the fuck out of my life. I'm not trying to have it.
So we're
If
back
it's someone
to
like,
your expectations based on how you like the high opinion you had of Tom, then.
but no, that's universal. So this is not a Tom specific thing. This is not like, oh, he's a content creator I used to watch. If I'm engaging with someone and I'm like, oh, you're giving me the vibe that you're deeply dishonest, and if I track the conversations or review the VODs, I see you gaslighting me or evading shit or like lying about this and like being full of shit. And then the conversations we're having in private, where I got off of one of these calls at 8 in the fucking morning and I get a DM from Tom wanting to get into a call. He's like, oh, it'll be super quick. Motherfucker, of course it's not going to be quick. And it's because he wanted to get me in there to fucking do whatever the fuck he wanted to do to have that conversation in private instead of speaking in public or just telling me in text. And it's like, what is this secret thing that you have to tell me in the call? And I asked for conditions, like, one, can I record the call because I don't feel comfortable with this? And two, can I know why you want to have this private call and not let me, not continue the conversation we had earlier in public where all the other shit is, and just engage in good fucking faith? And he's like, oh, can I tell you in the call? It's like, at that point, I'm already in the fucking call with you, motherfucker. I need that condition to know if I want to get in the call with you. So no. And yeah, a whole bunch of other shit. Then the way that conversation led to him eventually ghosting me, saying, fuck it, fine, let's do it. And it's like, he probably was talking to Mantis on the back end, like you heard. He fucking shows all of their DMs back and forth. And as he referenced, he probably thinks I was going to record it to expose him. I wasn't, but I needed to be able to review this dodgy, evasive motherfucker like all the other VODs that he was being a son of a bitch. So yeah, for me, it's if you think it's a matter of like the standard I hold him to, that's the standard I hold everyone to if I'm going to engage with them on a one-to-one basis. So there's nothing to do with him as like a content creator or like judging his content. I'm like, oh, you as a human being engaging with your peers here, dog shit, and then you engaging with me, feeling dog shit. And so yeah, I'm like, well, my respect for you is going to decrease directly proportionate to that type of fucking frustration. Right?
My opinion is still the same because you're judging it. Your expectations are around a one-to-one interactions, so it's still like a personal thing.
Wait, what's the difference from what I'm saying and you're saying? I'm saying I was judging him for the way that he acted in the situation and the way that he acted towards me in correlation to the situation. And
it might be morally loaded to call it malicious lying. That might be the difference here.
What makes a lie malicious then? What qualifies something as malicious?
Well, harm. If he's lying to protect his own optics because he can't admit that he fucked up because his profession is a streamer and he has to maintain optics, there's no malice there.
Well, like I said, Tom raped Tom, so the most harm is self-harm here. Like I said, this is just I'm watching a man shoot himself in the legs.
Is suicide
the most
malicious?
potential harm is also is suicide malicious if you do it to guilt someone or some shit like that. Yeah,
but do people
you could
really
maliciously
do
commit
that
suicide
that often?
I mean, like
That's
if you wrote no, you're asking me a hypothetical. I'm saying like, yeah, if you wrote some note like, oh, you did this to me and then you did it, like that's kind of malicious. Although you might also just be expressing yourself because maybe they did make you do it. H. Bomber guy, whatever the fuck it was. But
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
I don't know if that like question connects to anything, or if it's just like off the cuff.
Like, no, you said he's shooting himself. It's
in the leg.
Yeah,
Oh
if
yeah, I see
you're
what you're saying.
harming
The analogy
yourself,
is that
is
self
that
harm malicious?
malicious?
Well, no, it's well, no, not outwards to anyone else, of course. But it's one of those like Jordan Peterson type of generally lying in general is a fucking bad thing, and it's not. These are. Look, there's a combination of lies. The papers for the schools, the videos, all that type of shit, the credential stuff, if we're actually going to keep the complete fucking context, he's been lying to inflate himself, to falsely market his fucking worth or his credentials, to manipulate people in situations into respecting his authority or his audience into thinking that he's worth more than he fucking
Ming,
is,
it is
until it
selfish,
takes
I
a few
agree.
months and you
But it's
realize
not
this is actually
malicious.
bullshit,
You're
and
not
you get the fuck out.
intending to cause harm
But
to other people. You're just
so there is
a
a lot of
fucking asshole doing it
deceptive,
to yourself
like for his own
inevitably
greed
doing
and
it
his
to other
own
people.
gain. There's a difference between like, oh, you're lying to protect the Jew that's under your fucking floorboards or whatever the fuck it is, versus I'm lying to protect myself because I'm being accosted for being a piece of shit outside of my own bubble or whatever the fuck it is, right? So it's just like, it's antisocial, selfish. You can say that's not malicious, but it's like you're kind of just a dog shit person. I don't know. I don't care about the malicious for the definition of pathology or whatever.
Do you want to know
Give me a good
who's
example.
malicious Lav? Someone who's been a big
are we-
friend of Jay so extreme.
She's a friend of mine. Are we gonna go down the rabbit hole with Lab? It's like 8 in the
No, I'm
morning
saying
Eastern
if you got
time.
a
I
problem
can't do it tonight.
with malicious lies, bro, it's kind of hypocritical to be besties with Lav.
Oh man, she's the queen though. The queen. Look, Tom
Bro,
does not have
you
the tits to be
simple
lying
way
that
too
much.
hard
Are you
for
kidding
these
me?
sea kittens.
No. I'm obviously like being facetious and kind of joking around, but like there's so much more to that, and there's so much more to again my personal engagements with her that
Ming.
I just
Maybe be
it's
able
like-
to bridge the gap here is that do
Lying
you
out of
expect
spite is
Lav to be
malicious.
a liar and you did not expect Tom to be a liar, so there's a bit of a difference in
Spite
the friendship?
breeds malice.
Or do you think
No.
Lav is truthful?
No, I do think that Lav is more truthful than people give her credit for. I think she's made mistakes. I have talked to her about those things in private. I'm not trying to like grill or
All right,
roast
fuck
or like
you,
whatever
base,
the fuck
Ming.
go through all
You
that.
fucking
But
asshole.
I do
True.
apply
Yeah,
pushback,
unfortunately,
and
Astra,
even
I need to
as
go to
recent as however recently, because I guess there was recent drama that she had, like she's blacklisted from Destiny's thing, she's banned from Discord, and I am still friends with her. And I will still help her with her tech stuff or like edit for her if she's that next essay coming along, whatever it might be. But yeah, it's like I'm able to provide honest criticism or like pushback and be a more genuine friend than other people that are in a more business related situation, which sounds weird because at this point I edit for her, but like in terms of drama with other creators, if you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I get
Or
it,
like-
dude. I get it.
Yeah. So
You-
there's
you
like a
gotta
lot of
save it.
yeah, exactly. That's the plan. No. Lav, that's one of the big things about it is I don't tell Lav what to do, and I don't I don't insert myself in the way that like Mr. Girl was trying to do to like be her dad. It's very much like her mistakes are hers to make, and then whatever. We have like our friendship separate from a certain amount of drama shit and our working relationship, whatever, that kind of sits between those in terms of me editing and stuff for her. But yeah, it's like I can obviously have my criticisms of her for like what I said, mistakes that have been made, but I don't think that she's as malicious and deceptive as fucking I think Tom is. Or
Dude, we already
he just
covered
hasn't.
that Tom isn't malicious in his lies, and she.
I don't know that I don't know
Shit
that
she
I've
said
come
about
to that
Hassan,
conclusion.
That's straight malicious. Like,
Yeah. A bunch of that stuff could easily just be like being retarded about things and being wrong. And at this point, again, self-defense
jumping
mode or
through
whatever
it.
it
Yeah,
is.
you're
but-
sweeping, bro. You're
Yeah.
sweeping. You're
That's
jumping
fine. You can
Maybe
y'all
she
can
just
call
made a
me.
mistake. It's okay. It wasn't malicious.
No. Like I said,
Tom,
8
he
a.m.
lied to
It's
protect
8
himself.
To be
He's
clear,
malicious.
it's 8 a.m. And like I said, I do not want to go through like the Lav arc is years of shit, right? Like I don't have the brain power or the time to go into all those things, nor do I necessarily even whatever. I'm not willing to
Dude,
necessarily
be
engage
real,
with all
bro.
that
You
because, like
just
I
know
said,
it's an indefensible argument.
no, but like I told you 10 seconds ago, if it's a friend of mine that I work with and those are conversations that I can have with her constructively in private versus for the sake of someone asking me to on stream.
You
Those
should
are conversations
wait.
that I'll have
Hold
with
on.
her directly. So
You
what's
should
that?
probably be more willing to be friends with people who are even liars. Just put up stronger boundaries. Maybe don't get too attached,
But
especially to people.
I wasn't friends with Tom. That's the thing. I want to make this super clear. I have never had personal conversations with Tom outside of I was friendly with Tom. I was a community member with Tom. I'm not
Sure,
bullshitting from
okay.
any of that. I actually have personal friendship with Lev from conversations that are completely unrelated to being on stream, to being about stream. These are like just like
So,
Discord, hanging
e-
out, like time spent on building a
So
personal
even
bond.
stronger of a statement, I
Separate.
would say, is that unless you just don't like his content, which is fine, a lot of
Yeah.
people don't. Yeah, like I don't really see the distinction because even with the most charitable version of Lav, which um, I've been pretty charitable. In some cases, people think I'm a Lav simp at times, when that is just not the case. But
Ming, but
I don't
we're
think.
referring to malice in this case.
I think
That's what we mean.
I'm not sure what are lies
Is the
and what are
intention to
not,
desire
but
desire
she's
to
quite
hurt,
malicious in her
annoy, or offend
beliefs,
someone?
and in a
That's
lot of
what we mean
ways
by
she
malice.
treats people, in the very
Wait,
least.
malicious in her
So
beliefs?
you know what I mean.
Do you mean like? Oh, okay, yeah. Sure. I
Hey,
just want to be sure.
yeah, bro, let's not get into that. But
Yeah, no,
you know
you
what I
don't
mean.
specify. I get what you're
I
saying. just wanted
would
to make sure I
say
was on the
that
page.
I would rather hang out with somebody who's lying for their own career and being
Malicious,
retarded
having
and
or showing
making
a
up dumb
desire to cause harm
pathological
to someone.
compulsive
We
lies.
agree, Ming.
I'd rather hang out with retards like that than somebody who is openly a lot more malicious and openly a lot more hateful like Left.
Give me 2 seconds,
At worst, I consider Tom a joke.
Consider him a what? Sorry, a joke?
At worst, I consider him a joke.
Okay,
Like
sorry.
you're
just
just
heard the
he's
J
kind
word
of
at the
like
end there.
It is malicious.
Sure,
Give me
yeah,
2
he's
seconds.
kinda
I just got to respond
yeah.
to Canklemore because he's making faces
Sure.
and pulling up malicious. To be clear, when I specified, and I know I was being very pedantic with the words there, it's because Tom was being called, what's it called? Pathological liar versus compulsive liar.
Me and Ming were having a little definitional.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I want to clarify real quick. The reason I brought up maliciousness as the distinction between the pathological lying versus compulsive lying was that was the one word that kind of like drew the line between the two, because he called himself a compulsive liar, but then Jisco called it pathological liar, and so I had been constantly correcting it with the stars and whatever fucking asterisk at the end to say, hey, it was actually compulsion that he said it was compulsive lying, and granted, I think it could be both. Like I said, would need to make sure that it actually like meets the bar for it to be pathological lying, whereas compulsive lying, I do think that's like absolutely the fucking case, unquestionably so, like a reflex, like his knee just moves. But the reason I said pathological, which has the word malicious within the thing, is that because it's also deceitful. So if it was deceitful to protect his own image, that to me is deceiving someone. I don't care if it's like not malicious because it doesn't hurt other people. So that was why I was saying maybe it also qualifies as pathological lying, but I would have to go clarify that those fucking definitions all match up. And
lying
shit.
is being deceitful, so it's kind of like
Yeah. Well, it was more like intentionally deceitful versus the compulsive like reflex thing where it's
that's
like, oh,
what a
I'm
lie is, bro. It's intentional deceit.
Well, bro, even the way Tom described it is that like, his boss would ask him something and then he would respond and go, "Oh, my bad, like I just made something up." Like that's not intentional. He was saying it was like a reflex, right? So it's like an unthought lie. You just like say a thing that's not true. That's the difference between like a calculated lie versus like. Do you get what I'm saying? I get what you mean that like a lie is
I get
deceiving
what you're
someone. Like,
saying.
I get what you're saying, but it's just like
I get what you're saying there, but that's
verbiage
not
comes from.
what Tom's done here.
Which one's not what Tom's done here?
Like the thing how he told the story about the thing he said to his boss. Like how he lied to his boss and then goes, "Shit, I didn't mean that. That wasn't true."
I think that when he's
That's
getting
not any of
cornered,
this. That's a completely different thing.
I think in a conversation while he's getting cornered on something, like what is the list? Oh, it's just words on a screen. It's like this weird little
I believe your story about that. I don't believe many of his stories, but I believe that one, how he thought he was drunk and thought it'd be funny to put together some retarded list and go on stream and cross our name out. I fucking totally believe
but it
that.
is a list. Even if it's even if it's just a meme, the fact that he was like oddly pedantically being like, no, it's not a list of anything. It's just a
by the
it's just
way,
words on a screen.
I have logs of Tom's Gen Chat now for that specific thing.
Oh, do
What
you?
in Gen Chat?
Yes.
Also, I need to respond to Emery in a second, but logs of what in Gen Chat?
Okay, so Tom said, I stole the meme from Darius, to be frank.
The origin of the list, I looked it
Yeah.
up.
After Seven came into chat and said I misunderstood the joke, I started typing a list on the other screen. Darius a while ago had a screen recording where he pulled up a titty streamer's stream and she was sitting with a guy, so he marked her as having a boyfriend on one list and deleted her from another. Wait, Darius has a list? Sassafras says. Oh, right, I forgot about that. Tom, so funny. Sass, ha ha ha, you goober. Tom, I should have put Sulfur when she's straight and feminister version of Sass, but I screwed it up. Alex, I miss this, ha ha ha. Or no, yeah, Mantis. I miss this, Tom, I apologize. Maybe you'll make it on the next one, champ. Tom, keep your hopes up. Mantis, no, I want off all lists. Tom, I just put you on 3. Mantis, terrorism is fine. Tom, okay, you made the main list. Mantis, mashallah. So it was a Darius meme.
Yep.
Nice. I guess that's hence the Darius comparisons when Jessica was being like, he's got a worse sense of whatever the fuck than Darius does. So there was a connection there. But sorry, I want to pull back real quick and I apologize. Emery, can you slightly refresh my shitty,
Hey,
tired ass?
Hi, Emery, by the way.
You were asking me a thoughtful question there, and I'm just fucking scatterbrain retard 8 a.m. mode right now. So if you could real quick refresh me so I can give you a proper response.
Sure.
apologize.
I would say, unless you just don't like the content, which that's perfectly reasonable. If you're willing to be friends with somebody like Lav, which I don't know what you view of her beliefs and all that, but she's mostly comes off as a pretty hateful, malicious person for the most part, even if it's self-protective in some ways.
Sure, yeah.
But I view Tom as more
a lot
so,
of ways, yeah. In the ways that people excuse Tom for, but sorry, go on. I don't mean to interrupt like that.
but I view Tom more so as self-protective, very insecure, very, very, very defensive, and willing to lie if he, not only just compulsively, but if he just feels like he needs to. Like for instance, the list seemed like a very, very, very compulsive, unnecessary lie. But even in certain ways, like the best case scenario, I think. Well, actually, not even the worst case. Anyway, point is, if I think there's a reason to lie about the rape list if he wanted to look at optics, because my theory on the list, why he lied about that, is that it wasn't just a I want to have sex with these people list. It was a rape list, and that was the edgy, unsaid joke. So there's even on stuff like that, there's minor reasons to lie that are pretty understandable. It's cringe. You shouldn't lie about it. But I think even so, it's not like he fucking killed somebody or broke somebody. I don't know. Like it just seems like pretty minor at the end of the day. Like these are like lies that you can kind of just be like, whatever. You're a compulsive liar. I shouldn't really trust you. But you know, if I like your content, I like your content. That's basically what I'm saying. It seems kind of like uneven here.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I can first of all, I can totally. I think I'm on the same page with you. That like one again, I had just drifted and become uninterested in the content in a way that I wasn't even trying to talk shit when people were trying to farm me for like some sort of mockery of him and stuff because I was like a quote unquote defector who made it like noticeably from Tom's 2 Gisticle stream. After their drama and whatever, and it was like he didn't win me over from that. It was just like it was just for a dozen reasons, and none of them were like hate-filled. So that was a losing interest in the content. But like I said earlier, I was already planning to like catch up with them a little bit. and speak a bit. So it wasn't even like a person I was trying to like ghost into just drifting away from. I just was like, I can't be active in every single place at once. So yeah, no kind of disrespect there. I did fall out of interest of the content, and then it kind of just became a question of, like I said, I'm not already friends with this person, and in this moment of me kind of like seeing that part of them, that all of the other dramas, all of the prior stories, all of the like all the Reddit accounts, the the linguist thing, like what was his real history, or even the past criminal stuff. Like I have a lot of friends that have been through and made a lot of fucking mistakes and had worse consequences than myself. That I still respect and appreciate as people, right? I have friendship with them prior, so it's not like I'm choosing people that I have to feel skeptical of, but I'm not like completely fucking biased and opposed to people with like drug histories, criminal histories, all this type of thing. I've been around the block or whatever and aged poorly. But yeah, it became a question of, I don't have a friendship with this person, but I am seeing a lot of what I consider red flags, where similar to, I use Murkoff the Perk as the example. She had an interview, I think, with, I forget who she was talking to, but she was like, oh, I did the like crazy inflammatory stuff, and then now like bring them in with the crazy, and then they stick around for the real, and I'll just like swap the script and stop playing a character. And I was like, ooh, I don't like that. Like, I don't like that you use a deceitful, you can just say, hey, that's marketing, go fuck yourself, but like it just, there's too much of like an incongruency of like which part of you is real. I don't know what's a character. You're kind of playing up a thing, and like if you actually say slurs and stuff like that, that's one thing. I can accept you as that type of person. But if you're doing it as an act to then swap to be a respectable, like this whole thing is a weird, like, I just don't know who you really are, and I'm fucking not, I just checked out basically, right? And then just the last thing I'll comment on, so I hope I hit all the points there, was like Lav has, we'll call it her beliefs, like you said, and I always reference Mo Sizlak when he's like, you ugly hate-filled man. He's like, hey, I may be ugly and hate-filled, but what was the third thing you said? And it's like, I relate in a way, and I don't necessarily care what people's beliefs are or how they feel about all that stuff, because people have all their prejudices and all their fucked up type of shit. This might sound fucked up. I mostly care about how people treat people. And for me, that's something I can mostly tell from my experiences with her outside of the context of like being on stream and things like this. And like you said, a lot of it is defensive. And I have had whatever advice or criticisms or like suggestions. But again, I'm not going to like tell her how to live or how to engage with the world, just like tell her what I think would be more healthy. But I don't kind of care if people have like isms, I guess you could say, in that way, because I'm just not interested in it.
My problem.
But I
is
understand
more,
where, yeah. Go for it.
my problem with her, and if we're being all's fair in love and war, is with some of spicy chatter, Queenman at times, is that the transphobia is not just I disagree with you, like someone I actually respect, like Mr. Grohl, where his transphobia is basically, I just don't believe you guys. Like I don't get it, and here's my explanation, but I still empathize and sympathize with everything that's going on. No, like it seems to be more openly like you're a fucking, here's a slur here, here's a slur there, and like all these other things, and that's what she openly does. And I gotta say, like, if you're trying to, I have a lot of sympathy and a lot of empathy for a lot of even pretty bad people like her, and I've expressed that a lot. But it starts draining in a while, and it starts making me think, like, holy shit, like, is it really even worth it? And yeah, I don't know, like, I just don't respect it in terms of how people act with their like beliefs. I can even respect a racist that's just kind of like, hey, like, I don't know why I don't get along with black people, blah blah blah. But like, I'm not gonna like, completely dehumanize you. In a sense, they're dehumanizing the black person, obviously, just based off the racism alone. But there's an extent where it's like, well, I just
and all that.
There's a degree of aggressiveness that's just primarily hostile that I just do not respect in people, and I get that like even on the internet we're a little bit more open with like a little bit of shit slinging and shit, but there's levels to it again where it's like, okay, All right. I
Yeah.
don't know if I respect you
So
as a person overall in a lot of regards on this matter.
sure. So what I'll say with this, one, my like first impressions of her are when she's I think is like 23 years old, which in 2020 in this decade that we're living in now, that's like basically you're a baby still, you know, which I know is ageism and blah 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 blah. They're an adult, they can vote. I get it, but like a 23-year-old woman is like just so far from who she's gonna be at 30 that in a way I'm like more forgiving and open to like this person is going to be shifting perspectives, and they already have shifted perspectives pretty drastically, even in certain areas. And it's like women in general have this whatever feminism is like omnipresent amongst young, at least women that I'm going to encounter on social media, right? And so to have that kind of, we'll call it like passion for feminism, and then this new modern challenge of people that were born biologically male that are now kind of having this crossover where they're both inhabiting womanhood and have to share this space, and then there's this like tension and battle happening between them. That's this like thing that I'm completely uninvolved with. And like you were saying with Mr. Girl, I actually think I agree with Mr. Girl's take on this from the, hey, is that a Parky fan? Respect. Where's this fucking, whose stream am I looking at right now? Fucking Canklemore? Base, bro. Speedrunner. That's what's up. You know, that's, hey, yo, just respect that, fucking Parky. But
you did it getting lost in the sauce for real. Like it was really simple. Yeah, both years. It was really simple. Like Lav's a malicious liar. Tom's not a malicious liar. He lies to protect himself. How
Lav
can
lies
you
to
be friends
protect
with
himself.
malicious? What the fuck you mean? She lied about Hassan. She lied about fucking Destiny. She lied about heaps of people maliciously. And
Did
if
she
that's
lie
someone
about
you can
Destiny
have as
though,
a
or was she manipulated by a freak like Mr. Girl
okay,
in that moment?
Jump
Maybe
through,
that
jump
could
through,
be a different
no.
stream.
jump
Super
through
real
hoops
talk.
and remove
Wait,
autonomy
hold
from
on.
Lav to justify
Ma-
it. That's cool.
Look, I'll
Okay.
just say this. I'll just
Even
real quick, I'll just say this.
wait, no, because
Go
you
for it.
just implied that like Mr. Girl's like manipulating this person. Okay.
I don't. Well, not to say he was a
No,
lying.
no,
per
you don't,
se,
you don't.
But
No,
no,
you don't.
Let me be clear. As Destiny said, like a year and a half or whatever the fuck ago it was, and when he was being asked, do you have the same frustration with Mr. Girl as you do with Lav? Do you have the same like level of culpability and like whatever it is that you're like blacklisting them both to the same degree? And it was his perception that Lav, as a 23-year-old woman entering the space and being as vulnerable to manipulation.
I'm sorry, this is
be
just a
with Mr. Girl being who he was, with his expertise in it, as well as that age difference, and the way that those conversations went with the, I left for you and all this type of shit. Absolutely, I do think that she was walked into.
You don't have to look.
Catastrophizing
A desire to hurt, annoy, or offend someone.
I'm just
malicious.
this is the
desire to cause
this is
whatever
the
soy.
This is the soy rage in me right now. This is just
Maybe.
ageist and sexist. I'm sorry, it just is. If this was a younger
Definitely
man
ageist.
being manipulated by Mr. Girl, or like you perceived that as manipulation, but if like he had been the person on the Star report thing, I don't think people would be like, "Oh, poor Mr. Sad Man got manipulated." But no, I don't think that's happening. here.
Wait,
So I don't think she was manipulated. I think she actually knew what she was
will.
doing, which to some degree, again, I
intention,
empathize with her
as
probably the least out of
increasing the
everyone on that
guilt
report.
of certain offenses.
She got into a lot of her own
Owned.
shenanigans. Much of her fault. Some of her actually not her fault. Controversial, I know. But
Sleeping
no,
over
she
here.
she knew what she was getting into. No, I no.
Did she really,
Mr. Girl believes
Anyone know what
everything.
they're getting into?
Mr. Girl
same
believes
thing.
everything on that report.
because
I don't
one is
think
a
he
little
was
bit
malicious.
more
I think he was trying to do the right thing. I
saying he
agree
was
with
lying.
most
When
of
you
that.
turn it
I'm
into
not saying
sure.
he was malicious.
malicious.
Sorry, I want to make it clear. When I say manipulated by
That's
Mr.
the
Girl,
same
maybe that's not the right word, but
definition.
like influenced by in a way that
she
impacted
has
her,
spite
like that.
that makes
It's like
her
when
malicious.
if they say you finally grow up when you stop looking to your parents for answers.
Yeah.
It, one of
I
the, like
also
they
would.
literally had the analogy that was her dad, right? So it's like there was a kind of pseudo parental relationship and mentorship thing there, where she was looking for answers from someone who could guide her in a place where, yes, she's an adult with agency and all that type of stuff. I'll just quickly say that if it was a guy with the same age, if you gave me a context where a man was able to be manipulated, like if let's just make it a homosexual situation where you could you could have the sexual component present, because that was obviously such a key factor to the dynamic of it all, and the
having
relationship
or
between,
showing a desire
Lav and Destiny,
to cause harm
contrary,
to
whatever.
someone.
The contrast of everything going
gotta
on there.
go.
So it's
Gotta
like, have a good one, brother.
There's too many words and nothing being said. I'll see
Fuck
you
it,
guys
fuck it. Bullshit, bitch
A
ass.
desire to
It's
hurt,
getting
Flip
too
the
meta
grab.
here.
someone.
Well, no, the point
She
is
might not
that in that
have
situation, if you
malice
look back at the
24/7,
fucking
but she
hours
had
of interviews
she
and footage,
is malicious
it was
24/7.
clear that there was
and
at
she
least
is spiteful
large
24/7.
influence from her relationship
the
with
same
Mr. Girl,
thing.
in contrast to her conflict with the sexual relationship and all this type of stuff with Destiny, and she leaned into and made whatever mistake, agreeing too much with fucking Mr. Girl. In that situation, I do think that yes, she has her agency. Yes, mistakes were made, but there was obviously fucking influencing factors, and a lot of what people like call out for like lying on whatever it is now is probably always like with the Tom shit, self-protective, right? Because at this point, it's like, yeah, preserving yourself from a massive crowd of people. Oh, and that like goes into the. I didn't want to go all the way down the fucking rabbit hole of shit, but it's like the level of criticism that Lab was receiving from masses of DGG people spamming all of her platforms with like hateful shit versus Tom being called weird.
You're about to be so
Like, bro,
owned.
this was such completely disanalogous fucking situations. But regardless, like
Where
I
is
said,
it? Spite.
Her
Spite.
her self-defense
A
was more warranted and understandable.
malicious-
Hold on, let me come over.
Usually petty
yeah, and
desire
I definitely
to
do hold a
cause harm,
23-year-old woman
annoy,
different to a different standard than a
frustrate,
35-year-old man. I mean,
humiliate
Tom
another
versus Lav.
bitter,
I
ill
We're,
will.
this is
100%
just about
malice.
Tom, though. Supposed to be.
I know. Yeah. Sorry, just to be clear,
Literally,
because they were trying to
all
say
of
that
it
I'm like, it's not fair
in
for me
the
to criticize Tom for being
definition.
a liar because I'm friends with Lav. And I'm just
All
saying that
the
like,
words.
I'm obviously judging a 23-year-old woman who I would say made mistakes differently than a 35-year-old man who, again, made mistakes, and he's not my friend and he's not mine to babysit and none of this type of bullshit. Not to imply that I'm babysitting Lav. I'm just saying that, like, again, yeah.
You guys can hash that out on the next stream. How about?
Sure. I mean, this was definitely.
Is the stream over already, or what's going on?
Cankle's gone to like word research at this point.
Yeah, me and Ming are quibbling over something petty. It's fun.
Nice. I mean, all of this is quibbling over what's petty, really.
I was gonna, I guess, say one last thing on that is that, yeah, I don't know. Lab and Tom are different for different reasons, but I also still feel like she's a openly malicious person in different ways, hostile to a lot of people, where it's harder to empathize with her. Tom is needlessly self-protective and a compulsive liar. But at the same time, it's just more it's just more easy to kind of get along with somebody like that who clearly is, at the end of the day, not openly trying to hurt anyone, just being like really stupid, so to speak, like really stupid.
I think I get what you mean. I really am super unfazed by all of that type of like social culture war type of shit. I'm like, I don't know if I've aged past it. I've been to too many funerals. I don't give a fuck about anybody. My own life is my own concern, and my shit is all fucked. Like whatever it is. But I get what you're saying. I understand that's like a value to like a lot of people. It's like how you treat. But again, the context
Spite
of like
is a malicious
lot of stuff,
desire to
in my opinion, is
harm,
fair
annoy,
game if you're
frustrate, or
like in a fight
humiliate
with someone.
someone.
And she's generally in fights with those people that she'll end up going after their looks or whatever the fuck it is, their womanhood and all this. I'm like, adults can fight. I don't care. They're not like, she's not shooting people. She's not like actually causing harm. She just has like verbal back
You're
and forth
being
with other people
right
who
now.
can consent to engage or block them. Right? It's like, why would I give a fuck? Right?
Yeah, I guess. Well, it's just like with Destiny, and my whole issue with most of the sphere is there's a level of it to where I think it becomes villainizing and dehumanizing, and inherently by that end, you are, depending on how large your community can get. I know this is probably going to happen anyway, even if you're like a little bit nicer on the edge, but there's a level of that
Was
where
it
it
strawberry
just
jelly?
becomes dogpile time or mob time, and to a certain extent that happened to Tom, and to a certain extent that's his own fault. But Tom's able to recover from
You are
that,
fun,
that
man. I
primarily
said you're
because
spiteful.
everyone
I
just
didn't
kind of
say
treats it as like a
malicious
joke.
or
And it's
full
really
of
just like,
malice.
oh, he's a liar. Okay,
Or
that's it.
malevolent.
And
They
yeah,
don't
I don't
treat that
know.
like a joke. They think
I
they
have
treat the
rhubarb
coon
growing on my
stuff
lawn.
kind of like a joke. I think the lying thing and the abrasive response to like the DMCA type of yelling and shit like this. I think all of that came off very like cliche man not taking no for an answer and not respecting
I was
whatever,
teasing
just
you.
a peer in some way that was like reasonable to the average person. I think that's really like Tom's biggest fuck ups. But
Yeah,
I
sure.
mean,
That's creepy and a level of weird that is uncalled for and not cool. But even in those areas, it's just like everyone thinking like, who's like this, and why would you be so self-defensive to be like this, or like even appear like this? Like, all we're
Yeah.
asking for is, hey, just don't. Somebody just expresses discomfort, just don't debate bro them. Try to debate
Yeah.
bro them. Yeah. I don't know.
Like, oh, I'm sorry I made you feel weird. I want to make it less weird, but I won't involve you in the process of that. And then just go fuck off and do your
Yeah.
thing.
Like, it's
If
not
you
like-
said that, it would have been good.
Besides the nude leak, which it wasn't intended, it's not like he like actually
But even that
sexually
like,
harassed, like seriously
No.
sexually harassed somebody. Like, yeah.
No, the leak is not sexual harassment. Even that's like that's
Yeah, no,
the
I
most
don't-
honest mistake. Like,
Yeah.
oh, that just could have happened to anyone. That sucks that it did happen to the
Yeah.
person who was exposed. And it's like, I don't think he would have gotten any judgment. It would have just been funny bad timing. But I don't even know if he would have been connected to the drama still if he just like gave that one sentence easy response and just went about his life.
Sure, yeah. I don't want to take more time. I feel like I've already taken a lot.
No
on
sweat.
Cankle
Yeah,
here.
we're
being
probably
very
holding them
patient.
all
Yeah.
up from falling asleep right now. I don't know if we're trying to catch stream
Israel
or
and
what.
Palestine, y'all need to stay in your lane. Fix my
Oh, yeah, it was a
chopper
pleasure,
keys
man.
on your
Appreciate the
phone
chat.
Go to work. You have a good one. Later, bud.
Have a good one, yeah.
Hood.
This washing got me hella tight. Them Jewish cats really hopping off the porch. I seen that shit on Twitter.
I do not discriminate. If you got weed or pussy, we partying. Yo, babe, what's the
This
IDF?
felt like a necessity.
How about IDFC?
I don't freaking care. Them J
don't know
boys
what's
really
happening.
turning Gaza to Zaza.
looking at my screen
that's
share?
okay.
Smokes.
Oh, I've
How
seen
y'all
it.
gonna praise Muhammad
What does
but
it
make
mean?
no profits?
It's just goofy.
Yo, Ben Shapiro, stop posting pictures of charred brisket. That is weird, bruh.
They really out here shooting them guns.
I don't know what's gonna happen next, but they straight up gonna kill that Rogers and Linsky cat.
Need me some Iron Dome.
Put a Hebrew Frank in a gyro wrap.
Make love, not war. Who should we support in the war? DM below.
$100 quadrillion in your face, bitch. You like
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna.
where'd Ryan go?
Don't know.
You kicked him.
I did not.
So fucked up, man.
He just dipped out. Just overdosed on the rambles in my Tom tent, bro.
He dozed out.
Yeah.
I might finish this up tomorrow. I gotta
Okay.
go to bed though. It is 8:30
Oh
and
my
I gotta be
God.
up in 4 hours.
Kill me, dude. Kill me.
I know.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to shoot the shit as always, man.
Yeah, you're always welcome to pop
Yeah,
back in.
thanks, Kinkle. Thanks, Jube. Thanks, Chatteroonies.
Right back at you, Alley Cats. And chat to the ones that hate me. Love you. To the ones that love me. Hate you. I'll catch you sometime soon.
Kinkle said to call you Chatteroonies. He's the one who told me that, guys. I don't know why. It was
Hey,
weird.
what? I said what?
Nothing.
Say it again. Say it
I
again.
have a feeling you're gonna kick me out.
I wasn't. I genuinely missed the beginning part of that.
Oh, that's okay.
Say it
You
again.
can rewind.
Say it again.
You can rewind.
No, say it again.
I'm not falling for this trap.
Say
little
it again.
Canklet. Nay.
Fuck.
I have no.
Now I kicked her.
Wait, Ryan, did you just jump back into that perfect timing by fluke?
Ryan.
What's up?
Did you awaken to my sweet lullabies into your eardrums?
Okay.
Possibly.
Gross.
Okay, I get it. Bye.
Disgusting.
Bye.
Good on you. Bye. All right. What was that? Ryan, what'd you say? Ryan? He's muted.
He ghosted us, bro.
Damn. All right. I'm going to bed.
Have a good one, man.
Good night.
I'll catch you soon.
See you later.
Is he okay? Does he need meow to meows?
Bitch. That's what you fucking get. Alright. Fuck you.
I'm a pedophile.
Base. Do it again.
Oh, Tutor McGavin.
Like, hello, honey, how you doing? You know, you come hang out with me today.
I want soundboard access.
I'm gay. I'm a pedophile. I'm gay. I'm a pedophile. I'm a pedophile.
You're a gay pedophile. Later. Alright. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay, alright. Okay. Okay, alright. Alright, okay, alright. Oh, you know what? I gotta play that. Hold on. 'Cause I'm a fucking child. Oh, I'm dumb as fuck.
Alright, okay. Okay.
Alright. I'm going to bed.